Stop everything. Take a deep breath and let this moment settle in your spirit. This is not just another random pause in your day. You are not here by accident. This is a divine appointment, a moment set apart by God Himself. Everything that has led you to this very second, every struggle you've endured, every unanswered question, every tear shed in the secret place, has been leading you right here. And now, heaven has a message for you. You have wrestled with battles that seem never-ending. The weight of waiting, the frustration of delay, and the silence of unanswered prayers have tested your faith. But let me tell you something. Your case has been reviewed in the courts of heaven, and God has ruled in your favor. The cycle that kept you trapped, broken, the chains of fear and doubt, loosened, the roadblocks that seemed immovable, removed. Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Isaiah 43:19. This is not just another encouraging word. It is a divine verdict. The battle you've been fighting is over. But here's the most crucial part. God is not just ending something in your life. He is beginning something greater. A door has been permanently shut behind you, but what stands before you is a path leading straight into your divine purpose, breakthrough, and favor. But before you step into it, you must acknowledge it. You must declare it. Right now, if your spirit is bearing witness to this, type 777 in the comments as a bold act of faith. Let it be your way of saying, "Oh, Lord, I believe. I receive. I align myself with your perfect timing." Your declaration is powerful. It is a statement to the heavens that you are stepping into this new season with confidence. And to those of you who have sown into this ministry through Super Thanks, I want to take a moment to say, thank you from the depths of my heart. Your generosity is not just seen here. It is seen in heaven. Every seed you have sown will return to you in ways you cannot yet imagine. May God bless you abundantly, multiply your harvest, and bring forth supernatural provision into your life. But don't go anywhere yet, because what comes next is crucial. God's work in your life does not stop at this announcement. It begins here. There is something powerful unfolding that you must not miss. Why is this happening now? What has shifted in the spiritual realm on your behalf? And what must you do next to walk fully into the victory God has already declared? Stay with me until the end, because this revelation will not only confirm what God has already done, it will equip you for the glorious season ahead. Are you ready to receive this truth? Are you ready to walk in the freedom that has already been secured for you? If so, take a deep breath, open your heart, and step forward in faith, because by the time you finish this message, you will understand why God's timing is perfect and why your case has already been closed. Let's begin. God's chosen ones, God has closed your case. Don't miss this tonight. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine yourself standing in a magnificent celestial courtroom. The air hums with an undeniable sense of power and peace. Light, pure, radiant, divine, fills every corner of the space, illuminating your presence before the highest judge of all. Before you, a sacred panel of heavenly beings looks upon you, not with condemnation, not with disappointment, but with deep knowing and compassion. They have witnessed every hardship you've endured, every tear that has fallen in the quiet of the night, every whispered prayer when you thought no one was listening. They saw you when you struggled, when you questioned if you would ever break free. And now, in this moment, a divine decree is spoken over your life. Your case is closed. The gavel strikes, the weight of past struggles shatters. The verdict has been rendered in your favor. The battle is over. The chains that once held you back are broken, and the doors to a new beginning are swinging wide open before you. It means that the chapter of endless struggles, repeated cycles, and unseen battles has come to an end. The mountain that once seemed unmovable is being leveled before you. The storms that raged without mercy are now clearing, making way for calm waters and clear skies. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue which rises against you in judgment you shall condemn. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord. Isaiah 54:17. For some, this case may have been a financial struggle that never seemed to end. For others, it may have been a toxic relationship that drained your spirit time and time again. Maybe it was a sickness, an addiction, a deep-rooted fear, something that made you feel powerless and stuck. But listen closely. The gavel has struck. You're no longer bound by what once held you captive. The suffering you endured was not in vain. It was preparing you for what comes next. If you've ever wondered, why did this take so long? Why did I have to endure this pain for so many years? Let me remind you of the story of Joseph. Joseph endured betrayal and imprisonment, yet God's timing elevated him to his divine purpose. For years, can you imagine how hopeless he must have felt at times? But what looked like setbacks were actually setups for his divine purpose. The prison was not his final destination, the palace was. And when his appointed time came, God elevated him to a position of power in Egypt, using him to save an entire nation. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Just like Joseph, your waiting was not wasted. Your pain was not pointless. It was a divine classroom, preparing you, refining you, and strengthening you. What if the delay was actually God's divine protection? What if the closed doors were actually redirections to something greater? What if this trial was meant to teach you something vital? Patience, faith, self-worth, forgiveness? And now, just like Joseph, your season of preparation has ended. God is declaring over your life, you have passed the test. The lesson is complete. The doors that were once shut are now opening. Now that the case has been closed, you must do something very important. Embrace the new beginning. Right now, I want you to pause and take a deep breath. Place your hand over your heart. As you inhale, imagine God's presence filling you with new life. As you exhale, release all the weight of the past, the disappointments, the doubts, the fear of what if. Now, silently affirm these words. I accept that my case is closed. I am no longer bound by the past. I stand ready to embrace the fresh start God has ordained for me. Can you feel the shift? This is more than just a physical gesture. It's a spiritual declaration. You are stepping into a new chapter, one where peace, joy, and divine favor will replace the burdens you once carried. But here's something you must understand. Embracing this freedom requires leaving behind the comfort of the past. It may sound strange, but many people find a peculiar security in their pain. They've carried it for so long that they don't know how to live without it. Familiar struggles, though painful, often feel safer than the uncertainty of change. Like the Israelites, who had been freed from slavery in Egypt but struggled to trust God in the wilderness, sometimes people resist stepping into freedom because they are afraid of the unknown. And the Lord went before them by day in a pillar of cloud to lead the way, and by night in a pillar of fire to give them light, so as to go by day and night. Exodus 13:21. Even when they couldn't see the full picture, God was leading them, and He is leading you too. Now, let me ask you, are you ready to step forward in faith? Are you ready to break free from the comfort of old struggles and walk boldly into the promise God has for you? Drop a comment below and type "I receive it" if you're ready to step into this new season with faith, courage, and expectancy, because the verdict has been given, your case is closed, and your future is waiting. Let's be honest, letting go isn't always easy. Some people hold on to their past, not because they want to, but because it's all they've ever known. They wrap themselves in old pain like a familiar coat, believing that their suffering is what defines them. They convince themselves that change is too difficult, that healing is out of reach, that they are destined to remain stuck in the same cycle forever. But listen to me carefully, that is a lie. God has already spoken the final verdict over your life. Your case is closed. You are no longer bound to the mistakes, heartbreaks, and disappointments of yesterday. But in order to walk in this freedom, you must make a choice. Will you believe in God's decree? Will you trust that His decision is final? The Word of God reminds us, "Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing." Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Isaiah 43:18-19. Imagine this. If a judge looked you in the eye and told you that your debt had been completely erased, would you continue making payments? Of course not. You would walk away in relief, maybe even celebrating your newfound freedom. This is exactly what God has done for you, spiritually, emotionally, and even physically. He has cleared your record. The burden that once weighed you down has been lifted. The doors that were once shut are now open. The pain that tried to define you no longer has a hold on you. So why would you keep carrying something that God has already removed? Now, I want you to pause and reflect. What have you been afraid to release? What lie have you been believing about yourself? What past wound have you been nursing instead of surrendering to God? Because now is the time to let it go. Think about all the things that once felt impossible for you. That dream you were afraid to chase, that relationship you never thought could be restored, that calling you felt too unworthy to step into. What if I told you that everything you once thought was out of reach is now available to you? God's word declares, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." Philippians 4:13. This is not just a hopeful saying, this is a divine reality. God is not only opening doors for you, He's also equipping you for the journey ahead. The strength you need is already inside you. The path is already cleared before you. Now, all that remains is for you to walk in it. Your spirit team, the angels assigned to your life, are rejoicing right now. They have witnessed every battle you faced, every moment you wanted to give up, every tear you cried when no one else was watching. And now, they are celebrating this breakthrough with you. Can you feel it? The shift that has happened in the spirit? The weight lifting off of your soul? This isn't just a random moment. This is your divine turning point. But let me be clear, this does not mean life will be without challenges. Life is a journey of seasons, and each season comes with its own lessons. However, the cycle that once tormented you, the repetitive struggles that seemed unbreakable, that specific chapter is over. Think of it like finishing a book that held your attention for so long, a story filled with pain, lessons, and battles. But now you have turned the final page. A new story is beginning. For everything, there is a season and a time for every purpose under heaven. Ecclesiastes 3:1. God's hands have cleared the table of your past struggles. Now, it's your turn to step forward and embrace what He has set before you. What will you do with this clean slate? How will you use this newfound freedom? This is not just about leaving something behind. It's about moving towards something greater. It's about stepping into your purpose with boldness, faith, and confidence. But before you can fully embrace this new season, you must sever the ties that have kept you bound to the past. I want you to imagine these attachments as invisible ropes, cords that have wrapped around you, keeping you tethered to pain, disappointment, and limiting beliefs. Maybe it's resentment twisting inside you every time you think about someone who hurt you. Maybe it's fear whispering that you'll never break free, that you're doomed to repeat the same mistakes. Maybe it's guilt convincing you that you're unworthy of the blessings God is placing before you. Or maybe it's a person, someone who has drained your energy, tested your faith, or held you back from stepping into the fullness of who you were meant to be. Whatever it is, I want you to hear me loud and clear. It's time to cut the cord. Cast all your anxiety on Him because He cares for you. 1 Peter 5:7. Holding on to what God has already freed you from only slows you down. It keeps you from walking into the promise that's waiting for you. So right now, I want you to take a deep breath. Close your eyes, and as you exhale, release it. Release the bitterness. Release the doubt. Release the fear. Release the person, the memory, the mindset that has kept you stuck. God has already broken the chains. Don't hold on to them any longer. This is more than just a lesson. It's an invitation to step boldly into who God created you to be, an invitation to walk through doors that once seemed closed, an invitation to finally live with joy, peace, and unshakable faith. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. Now is the time. The burdens you have carried, the pain you have held on to, the chains that have kept you tied to an old version of yourself, it is time to let them go. But letting go does not mean forgetting. It does not mean erasing the lessons learned or the experiences that shaped you. It means freeing yourself from the emotional entanglements that no longer serve you. Breaking free from the cycles that have kept you bound to suffering. It means stepping into the divine liberation that God has already prepared for you. The process of release is powerful, transformative, and deeply spiritual, and at the heart of this transformation is forgiveness. Forgiveness is not about pretending the pain never happened. It is not about excusing those who hurt you. It is about choosing freedom over resentment, peace over bitterness, healing over wounds that refuse to close. Forgiving others is essential, but just as important is the forgiveness you offer yourself. Perhaps you have been carrying guilt for mistakes you made or regret for opportunities you let slip away. Maybe you have been punishing yourself for things you cannot change, but your past does not define your future. God does not hold your failures against you, so why should you? It is time to untangle yourself from the shame and self-blame that have kept you trapped in an endless cycle of doubt. This process of release may not be easy. In fact, it may be one of the hardest things you ever do. But as you loosen your grip on old pain, as you let go of the belief that suffering is your identity, you will begin to feel something incredible: freedom. Imagine walking through life without the weight of resentment, fear, or guilt. Imagine waking up each day unburdened, lighter, fully present in the new chapter God has written for you. God is calling you to step into the fullness of your divine purpose, but you cannot take hold of your future if your hands are still clinging to the past. Trust that as you release these attachments, you are making space for new blessings, new opportunities, and new levels of growth. This is not just about moving on. It is about moving forward into the life that has been waiting for you. Take a moment to reflect. What are you still holding on to? Be honest with yourself. Identify 3 things: deep-rooted beliefs, past experiences, old wounds that are no longer serving you. Maybe you have told yourself, "I will always struggle financially," or "I will never find true love," or "I am not worthy of happiness." These are not truths. These are illusions designed to keep you small. For each of these attachments, write a statement of release. Say it out loud. I release the belief that I am destined for failure. I open myself to success. When you do this, you are breaking spiritual chains and declaring a new energetic standard for yourself. Releasing attachments is not just about letting go of objects or people. It is about shedding illusions. So many of us have been conditioned to believe that we need external validation, that we are not enough on our own, that struggle is a requirement for worthiness. But that is not the truth. The truth is this: you are worthy of all the blessings that life has to offer. You are capable of creating the life you desire. You are divinely guided, protected, and loved. But let's be real. This process will not always feel comfortable. As you start to let go, you may feel resistance, a temptation to cling to the familiar weight of old attachments. Even pain can feel safe when it is all you have known. But the verdict has already been rendered. Your case is closed. Holding on to the past is like carrying a heavy chain that has long since been unlocked. You have the power to drop that chain at any time. The moment you do, you will feel your energy shift, your spirit lift, and your heart open to the newness God is preparing for you. Have you ever noticed how much lighter you feel when you stop carrying burdens that aren't yours to bear? Have you ever walked away from something toxic and felt an immediate sense of peace? That is the power of release. As you let go, you will notice that emotions flow more freely, creativity comes more easily, and blessings start to appear in ways you never expected. When your hands are no longer full of baggage, you are finally able to grasp the blessings God is placing in your path. Your spirit team is cheering you on through this process. They see how much work you have done to get to this point. They understand that every attachment you release makes room for fresh, vibrant energy. Think of it like cleaning out a cluttered room. Once the space is cleared, it is finally ready for something new, something beautiful, something that truly aligns with your divine purpose. And here's the beautiful part. As you continue along this journey of liberation, you will begin to notice that your intuition sharpens. Without the cloud of old emotional baggage, you will be able to discern God's guidance more clearly than ever before. This state of release will become second nature, and you will start to recognize when something is no longer meant for you. In those moments, you will ask yourself, is this worth my energy? More often than not, you will realize it is not. And in that realization, you will continue to feel even more liberated. Letting go does not mean erasing your past. It means honoring it without letting it control you. Your experiences have shaped you, taught you, and brought you to where you are today. But now, you use those lessons as tools for growth, as wisdom to navigate your next chapter with confidence and grace. So, are you ready to release what no longer serves you? Are you ready to step into a life of unburdened, limitless possibility? The journey ahead is one of divine purpose and endless potential. It's time to lighten your load, embrace your freedom, and move forward with faith. Have you ever felt like something was nudging you in a certain direction, even though it didn't make logical sense at the time? Maybe you kept seeing the same number, hearing the same phrase from different people, or stumbling upon a message that spoke directly to your heart. These are not random coincidences. They are divine whispers, signs from God that you're on the right path. When you begin to truly align yourself with divine guidance, life starts unfolding in a way that feels effortlessly connected. Doors open, clarity comes, unexpected confirmations appear just when you need them most. You might overhear a conversation that answers a question you've been wrestling with, come across a book that speaks directly to your situation, or meet someone who unknowingly provides the insight you've been searching for. These seemingly small moments are God's way of letting you know that He is with you, guiding you, and orchestrating every detail of your journey. We see this time and time again in the Bible. Moses encountered a burning bush that carried the voice of God. The wise men were led by a star to the newborn Messiah. Gideon asked for confirmation from God through a fleece that would be wet with dew, while the ground remained dry. Judges 6:36-40. Each of these moments served as clear, undeniable signs that God was guiding his people toward their destiny. What if the signs in your life are just as real, just as intentional? What if that gut feeling, that dream, that random meeting was actually a divine setup? Learning to recognize these moments requires an open heart and a willingness to trust that God is speaking, not always in loud, dramatic ways, but in subtle, gentle nudges. The more you strengthen your connection to divine guidance, the more you will notice these synchronicities occurring with increasing frequency. Decisions that once felt overwhelming will become clear. Instead of endlessly analyzing every possible outcome, you will feel a deep inner knowing, a peace that surpasses understanding, leading you in the right direction. This does not mean that life will be free of challenges, but when obstacles arise, you will no longer see them as setbacks, but rather as divinely placed opportunities for growth, refinement, and redirection. One of the most powerful ways to deepen this divine connection is through gratitude. When you take the time to acknowledge and thank God for every bit of guidance, every answered prayer, every moment of clarity, every whisper that eased your fears, you open the door for even more blessings to flow into your life. Gratitude is a powerful magnet. It draws in more of God's wisdom, love, and provision. Have you ever noticed how simply pausing to appreciate your blessings makes you feel lighter? When you shift your focus from what is lacking to what is already present, your heart expands, your perspective shifts, and your connection with God deepens. This is not just about saying thank you, it is about recognizing and receiving God's continuous presence in your life. Stillness, trust, and gratitude are the keys to hearing God's voice more clearly. In a world filled with distractions, learning to embrace quiet moments is one of the most powerful things you can do. It is easy to assume that divine messages must come in dramatic, supernatural ways. But more often than not, God speaks in whispers. Think about Elijah. After a long and exhausting journey, he stood on a mountain waiting for God to speak to him. There was a mighty wind, but God was not in the wind. There was an earthquake, but God was not in the earthquake. There was a fire, but God was not in the fire. And then came a still, small voice. That was where Elijah found God's presence. 1 Kings 19:11-12. What if the guidance you are seeking is already present, waiting for you in the quiet? Could it be that you have been looking for grand signs while God has been whispering to you all along? Take a deep breath. Place one hand over your heart and the other on your abdomen, grounding yourself in the rhythm of your breath. As you inhale, feel God's presence filling you with clarity and peace. As you exhale, release the need to have all the answers right now. In this moment, ask God, what do I need to know today? Then be still. Listen. Pay attention, not just to words, but to feelings, images, and quiet nudges within your spirit. Divine guidance does not always come as a loud declaration. Sometimes it is a gentle knowing, a sense of ease, or a sudden moment of inspiration that cannot be ignored. With time, you will develop the ability to distinguish between the noise of fear and the voice of divine wisdom. The voice of God will never bring confusion, anxiety, or chaos. Instead, it will bring a sense of calm, clarity, and confidence, even when the path ahead is uncertain. If an idea or direction fills you with peace and a sense of possibility, trust that it is from God. But if it brings tension, hesitation, or fear, take a step back. God does not operate in confusion, but in divine order. As you become more receptive to divine signs, you will notice that your spirit team, your angels and guides, are constantly working behind the scenes to help you interpret God's messages. They may leave symbolic signs in your path, like feathers, repeating numbers, or unexpected encounters that lead to major breakthroughs. They might place the right person in your life at just the right moment, or give you a dream filled with hidden meaning. The more open you are to receiving, the more easily you will recognize these divine confirmations. Have you ever wondered how many of the coincidences in your life were actually God's way of speaking to you? Think back to a moment when you received an answer in a completely unexpected way, maybe through a song on the radio, a message from a stranger, or a sudden realization that brought you clarity. These are not random moments. They are God's whispers reminding you that you're not alone, that you're being guided, and that your journey is unfolding exactly as it is meant to. The more you acknowledge these divine signs, the more you will trust them. The more you trust them, the more they will appear. This is the beauty of living in alignment with God's will. You no longer feel lost, uncertain, or disconnected. You begin to flow with the rhythm of divine guidance, moving forward with a deep sense of purpose and peace. There is a moment in every spiritual journey when faith transforms from something abstract into something deeply personal, tangible, and alive. What once felt like a distant connection to God suddenly becomes an intimate, ongoing conversation. Prayer shifts from being a mere request for help to a sacred dialogue filled with trust, gratitude, and revelation. Instead of searching desperately for signs, you begin to notice that God has been speaking all along, through whispers in your heart, through unexpected encounters, and through moments of clarity that seem to arrive just when you need them the most. This evolving relationship with divine guidance does something powerful. It builds resilience. No longer do life's challenges send you into a spiral of fear and uncertainty. Instead, you become anchored in the unwavering presence of God. The storms may rage, but your spirit remains steady. You begin to recognize that no matter what happens, you are equipped to handle it because you are not walking this path alone. The inner compass that divine wisdom provides becomes your guiding light, a north star that never fades even when the night seems darkest. The Bible is filled with stories of those who walked in this kind of trust. David stood before Goliath not because he was the strongest warrior, but because he knew God was with him. Esther stepped forward to save her people, knowing that her position was no accident but part of a divine plan. Even in moments of deep uncertainty, their faith illuminated their next steps, one at a time. This is the beauty of divine guidance. It is not always about seeing the entire road ahead, but about having the confidence to take the next step, trusting that God will reveal the rest in His perfect time. You may have already felt this in your own life, those moments when, despite feeling overwhelmed, you suddenly experienced a quiet reassurance that everything would be okay. Maybe it was a small voice whispering inside your heart, an unshakable peace in the midst of chaos, or a situation that unexpectedly worked out in your favor. These are not coincidences. They are proof that divine guidance is always at work. The more you trust in it, the clearer it becomes, lighting the way through each new challenge and opportunity. But divine wisdom is not meant to remain in the unseen realms of your thoughts and spirit. It is meant to manifest in action. God does not give you revelation so that you remain in stillness. He gives you vision so that you may step forward and bring His plans into reality. This is where many people hesitate. They wait for perfect conditions. They overthink, analyze, and doubt whether they are truly capable. But the true power of divine guidance is unlocked only when it is put into motion. Inspiration without action remains just a thought, but inspiration paired with courage becomes transformation. Think about Moses. When God called him to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, Moses could have remained in his doubts. He could have let his fear convince him that he wasn't ready, that he wasn't capable, that someone else was more qualified. But instead, he acted. He stepped forward in faith, and through his obedience, God's plan for deliverance unfolded. Or consider Noah. When God instructed him to build the ark, there was no sign of rain. From the outside, it must have seemed foolish to spend years constructing a massive boat while the skies remained clear. But Noah did not wait for visible proof. He moved in faith, trusting in the divine guidance he had received. And when the flood came, he and his family were ready. How many times have you felt an inner nudge, an idea urging you to start something, a desire to shift your path, a calling to build deeper connections, only to hesitate because you were unsure? What if those very moments were God's way of preparing you for something greater? What if, instead of questioning, you simply trusted and took action? When you start treating divine nudges as marching orders instead of mere suggestions, your life begins to change. Maybe God has been prompting you to start a new project, to reach out to someone, to leave behind something that no longer serves you, or to take a bold leap toward your purpose. These whispers are not random thoughts. They are divine invitations to step into alignment with your destiny. Now is the time. You're not being called to remain in contemplation, but to move in faith. The doors God has opened before you will not remain open forever. At some point, hesitation becomes disobedience, and delayed action can mean missed opportunities. But when you trust that God's timing is perfect, and that He equips those He calls, there is no reason to delay. This is your moment to turn divine inspiration into real-world results. You are not just a receiver of wisdom. You are a vessel through which God's will is made manifest. As a bridge between heaven and earth, you are meant to take what is revealed to you in the Spirit and bring it into reality. So, what is it that you know, deep down, you are being called to do? What idea, what vision, what dream has been stirring in your heart? Stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop letting fear and uncertainty rob you of your calling. Move now, act now, trust now. If you are ready to step forward in faith, drop an "I am ready" in the comments. This is not just a declaration, it is a commitment to aligning your actions with divine purpose. The time for hesitation is over. God has spoken. Now it's time to move. There is a moment in every spiritual journey when hesitation and faith collide. It happens in that instant when you feel a deep stirring within your soul, a quiet nudge, an inner whisper, an idea that lingers in your heart. It may not make perfect sense. It may not come with all the answers, but something inside you knows it's from God. And yet, fear and doubt creep in. What if I fail? What if I'm not ready? What if this isn't the right time? These thoughts swirl in the mind, creating a cycle of hesitation that keeps so many from stepping into their divine calling. But here is the truth. When God calls you to move, He has already prepared the way. The only thing left is for you to trust Him enough to take the step. Throughout Scripture, we see how God called His people to act in faith before they could see the outcome. The Israelites did not wait for the Red Sea to part before stepping forward. They moved, and as they obeyed, the waters split before them. When Joshua was instructed to march around the walls of Jericho for 7 days, the walls did not fall because of the physical act of marching. They fell because Joshua and his people obeyed, activating divine power. Faith is not about waiting until everything makes sense. It is about acting in obedience and trusting that God will reveal the next step as you walk. This is how miracles happen, not through hesitation, but through faith-filled movement. God has always required His people to trust Him beyond their own understanding. Think about Abraham. When God told him to leave his homeland and go to a place he had never seen, Abraham had no map, no blueprint, no guarantees, but he obeyed, and each step he took brought him closer to the fulfillment of God's promise. Faith is about trusting that God's plan is bigger than what you can see in the moment. It's about moving forward without demanding certainty. If Abraham had waited for perfect conditions, he never would have stepped into his divine inheritance. The same is true for you. Maybe God has placed something on your heart, a dream, a calling, a prompting to make a change, but you've been waiting for the right moment. Perhaps you've been sensing a need to shift careers, step into a new ministry, start a business, or mend a relationship. Yet fear of the unknown keeps holding you back. But what if instead of questioning you simply trusted? What if instead of waiting for perfect conditions you acted in faith? The truth is, divine favor is activated by obedience. When you move forward in alignment with God's instruction, doors open, opportunities unfold, and things begin to shift in ways you could have never orchestrated on your own. This does not mean the journey will be free of obstacles. Even when you act in faith, challenges will arise. But they are not meant to stop you, they are meant to strengthen you. David faced a giant. The battle seemed impossible, but he did not let fear paralyze him. He stepped forward, armed not with physical strength, but with divine confidence. And with a single stone, he took down what others thought was undefeatable. When you walk in faith, you will encounter resistance. You may face moments where things don't seem to be working out. But instead of seeing these as stop signs, begin to see them as confirmations that you're on the right path. The enemy does not attack those who are standing still. He attacks those who are moving toward their destiny. Every step of faith is a declaration that you believe God's plan is greater than your fear. And when you move with that kind of certainty, your entire energy shifts. You begin to radiate confidence and peace. People around you may not know exactly what has changed, but they will sense it. Just as Jesus' presence brought light into the darkness, your willingness to walk in faith will inspire others to trust their own divine journey. Not every act of faith will be grand or dramatic. Sometimes it's the small, quiet acts of obedience that set miracles in motion. A kind word spoken at the right time, a moment of courage when fear whispers, "Wait," a decision to trust when doubt says, "Hold back." These seemingly insignificant actions create a ripple effect of divine alignment. They are the brushstrokes in the masterpiece of your destiny. Each step, no matter how small, is part of a bigger picture. So many blessings remain untapped because hesitation replaces obedience. How many breakthroughs have been delayed because someone was too afraid to take the first step? How many divine plans remain unfulfilled because of fear? Do not let that be your story. The next time you feel that nudge, move. Even if you don't have all the answers, even if you're uncertain of the outcome. Take the step. God is not asking you to have it all figured out. He is asking you to trust that He already has. Your willingness to take action has set you apart. You are not merely speaking about faith, you're living it. Each step you take, each moment you choose obedience over fear, each time you trust divine whispers rather than the voices of doubt, you're strengthening the bridge between heaven's guidance and your earthly reality. This is the essence of walking in alignment with God, not striving to control every outcome, but flowing with His wisdom and grace, allowing your journey to unfold in divine timing. With time, this practice becomes second nature. When God speaks, you listen. When He nudges, you move. Even when uncertainty lingers, even when fear whispers, "What if?" You have learned to trust the inner compass that faith has built within you. This is the transformation that comes from aligning with God's plan, no longer battling against the unknown, but embracing it as part of the divine unfolding of your destiny. But faith is not a one-time decision. It is a lifelong practice. Spiritual momentum must be nurtured and sustained. It is not enough to step out in faith once and assume the journey will be effortless. Like the Israelites, who had to walk through the wilderness before entering the promised land, every step of obedience builds endurance, and every moment of trust deepens your foundation. The hardships were not random, they were preparation. Could it be that even the doubts that creep in now are part of your spiritual training, leading you to an even greater level of trust in God? It is natural to wonder, can I trust this peace? Can I really believe that the struggles I once knew are behind me? But take heart, God does not make empty promises. When He closes a case, it is closed. When He declares victory, it is finished. His blessings are not fleeting. They are permanent shifts in your spiritual evolution. The new chapter you're stepping into is not a temporary escape. It is a divinely ordained transition into something greater. Yet, doubt is persistent. When life presents new challenges, the enemy will attempt to convince you that the peace you feel is an illusion, that perhaps your past struggles are not truly over. But here is the truth. Doubt is not a sign of failure. Doubt is an opportunity to deepen your faith. Instead of seeing it as a step backward, recognize it as an invitation to reconnect with your spiritual foundation. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. This powerful verse is a reminder that faith is not about never experiencing doubt. It's about knowing where to turn when it arises. When uncertainty stirs within you, do not spiral into fear. Pause, breathe, return to your spiritual practices, prayer, meditation, journaling, or simply sitting in quiet reflection. These moments of stillness allow God's presence to become tangible again, restoring your confidence and reaffirming your path. Remember the disciples caught in the storm. When the waves raged and fear overtook them, Jesus was there, calm, unshaken, commanding the sea to be still. Mark 4:39. Just as he stilled the waters, he can still the fears that rise within you. Will you allow yourself to rest in his peace, to trust that the same God who brought you through your past will sustain you through your future? Every time you affirm your trust in God, you reinforce the faith that will carry you through life's challenges. You are no longer the person who second-guesses divine guidance. You are the one who walks boldly into what God has prepared. And as you continue on this journey, you will begin to see how every step, even the painful ones, was woven into God's greater plan for you. As you step forward, create a simple yet powerful ritual to reaffirm your faith whenever doubts threaten your peace. Perhaps it is lighting a candle and declaring, "God's promises for me are sure." Maybe it is placing your hand over your heart and whispering, "I trust the path before me." Or perhaps it is opening your journal and listing every moment where God has already proven his faithfulness. Whatever it is, let it be a sacred moment that grounds you in truth. When uncertainty creeps in, it is not a sign of failure, but an opportunity to reinforce your spiritual foundation. Each moment of doubt can be transformed into a sacred reminder of God's unwavering presence in your life. Whether it's lighting a candle and declaring, "I am supported, my path is guided, all is well," or sitting in silence, eyes closed as you visualize God's radiant light encircling you, these simple practices serve as spiritual anchors. Imagine this divine light flowing through every cell of your being, restoring your confidence and reminding you that you are never alone. Each time you engage in such a ritual, you take what could have been a moment of fear and turn it into a powerful act of trust and surrender. Faith is not just about believing in the good times, it's about standing firm when challenges arise. Many people mistakenly think that encountering obstacles means they have somehow lost their way or that their spiritual growth has regressed. But trials are not indications of failure. They are spiritual training grounds designed to refine your faith. Just as a muscle strengthens through resistance, your spiritual resilience grows each time you choose faith over fear, wisdom over worry, and peace over panic. Rather than reacting with frustration when difficulties arise, begin to see them as exercises for your spirit, opportunities to deepen your trust and sharpen your problem-solving skills through the wisdom God has already placed within you. One of the greatest ways to sustain your faith is to surround yourself with people who uplift, encourage, and support your journey. The voices you allow into your life shape your perspective. Just as a gardener carefully selects fertile soil for planting, you must be intentional about who speaks into your spirit. Are the people around you feeding your faith or fueling your doubt? Seek out friends, mentors, or a faith-based community that not only inspires, but also holds you accountable in your walk with God. These nurturing connections become a network of strength, reinforcing your spiritual foundation whenever doubt arises. Take a moment to look back on how far you have come. Think about the breakthrough moments, the times when you once felt stuck but were divinely guided toward clarity. Remember the feeling of liberation when you let go of burdens that no longer served you. Reflect on the prayers that were answered in unexpected ways, the moments of intuition that led you exactly where you needed to be, and the challenges that once seemed insurmountable but ultimately became stepping stones. Nothing you've overcome has been by chance. Every single moment, both the struggles and the triumphs, was divinely orchestrated to bring you to this point. Your spirit team and heavenly support system see the strength you are building. They understand that faith is not solidified in a single grand moment, but through consistent practice and gentle persistence. Each time you refuse to succumb to insecurity and instead choose to anchor yourself in divine truth, you are reinforcing the energetic and spiritual framework of your life. Over weeks, months, and years, this framework strengthens, ensuring that your faith remains steadfast and unshaken even in times of difficulty. The more deeply you integrate divine wisdom into your daily existence, the more your presence becomes a light for others. Your unwavering faith becomes a calming force that those around you can feel without even realizing it. You radiate an energy of stability and trust, inspiring others to believe in the unseen forces guiding them as well. Your personal transformation creates a ripple effect, uplifting not just your own life, but those in your sphere of influence. As we move forward, remember this truth. Your faith is not fragile. It is a renewable resource that can be strengthened and deepened through conscious reflection, prayer, and intentional action. When doubts knock at the door of your mind, remind yourself that you hold the key to a sanctuary of peace built on divine promises and real-life experiences. No storm, no obstacle, no moment of fear has the power to destroy the foundation of faith that has been carefully built within you. You have reached a pivotal moment in your journey, a transition where breakthroughs must now become daily truths. It is one thing to experience divine guidance, but another to integrate it so fully into your being that it governs the way you think, speak, and act. Faith should not be a fleeting inspiration, but a permanent way of life. Think of it like constructing a strong building. No matter how magnificent the design, if the foundation is weak, the structure will eventually shift or crumble. Likewise, if your spiritual growth is not reinforced through daily commitment, old patterns can resurface and doubt can find its way back in. The early Christians understood this principle well. Their transformation after receiving the Holy Spirit was not a one-time emotional experience. It became their daily practice. They devoted themselves to the apostles' teaching and to fellowship, to the breaking of bread and to prayer. Acts 2:42. Their faith was not confined to certain moments or rituals. It became the foundation of their lives. Have you allowed your spiritual growth to move beyond inspiration and into the fabric of your daily reality? The key to sustaining transformation is consistency. If you do not consciously reinforce what you have learned, spiritual stagnation can creep in. If old doubts or habits resurface, do not be discouraged. Even the strongest believers have moments of struggle. The difference is how you respond. Will you let fear pull you back into old patterns? Or will you choose to stand firm in the truth that God has already declared over your life? What you have been given is not temporary. The peace, the clarity, the newfound sense of alignment, this is yours to keep. Now, it is time to make it the unshakable foundation of your everyday life. You are not the same person you once were. The weight of past struggles has lifted, the confusion that once clouded your vision has cleared, and you have stepped into a newfound sense of freedom, clarity, and divine alignment. You've tasted what it means to walk in the presence of God, and that experience has forever reshaped your perspective on life. Paul's words in 2 Corinthians 5:17 are not just a comforting reminder. They are a bold declaration of who you are now. Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here. Your old fears, your old doubts, your old limitations, they are no longer yours to carry. The chains that once held you back have been broken, but now it is your responsibility to protect and nurture this transformation, this peace, this clarity, this divine connection. It must be guarded, strengthened, and cultivated daily. Look at the Israelites after being freed from slavery in Egypt. Their journey was not an immediate entrance into the Promised Land. They had to learn how to walk in their freedom. For 40 years in the wilderness, they were taught to trust God's provision, to rely on His timing, and to shed the mindset of bondage that had been ingrained in them. They stumbled, they questioned, they doubted, but every trial was part of their preparation. What if the challenges you are facing now are not obstacles but refinements, shaping you for the next stage of your divine journey? Spiritual transformation is not a single moment of enlightenment. It is a lifelong process of integration. Just as a builder carefully reinforces every layer of a foundation to ensure the strength of a structure, you must remain vigilant in your spiritual practices to solidify this new reality. Prayer, meditation, reflection, these are not optional extras. They are the tools that protect and strengthen the new life you are building. If you neglect these practices, the distractions of life may slowly pull you back into old patterns. But if you commit to reinforcing your faith each day, your transformation will not be temporary. It will become a permanent shift toward living in alignment with God's divine purpose. Now is the time to establish the daily habits that will keep you grounded. Choose one spiritual principle that resonates deeply with where you are right now. Maybe it's gratitude, patience, love, surrender, or unwavering trust. Whatever it is, make it your guiding focus. Each morning, reaffirm this commitment. Today, I choose gratitude. Carry this declaration with you throughout the day, letting it shape your words, your thoughts, your actions. When impatience, doubt, or frustration arise, use this principle as a guiding light, gently steering yourself back to your path. Over time, this consistent practice rewires your mind, deepens your faith, and transforms your responses until your chosen principle becomes second nature. But solidifying your new reality is not just about discipline, it is also about celebrating progress. Transformation does not happen in a single grand leap. It unfolds in subtle, sacred moments. Each time you choose understanding over anger, faith over fear, peace over frustration, you reinforce this new way of being. These seemingly small victories are not insignificant. They are proof that your transformation is real. Like waves slowly smoothing the edges of a rough stone, each decision to align with divine wisdom polishes you into the person you are meant to be. Through this process, treat yourself with patience and grace. Spiritual evolution is not a straight upward climb. It is a journey of plateaus where you integrate lessons, dips where you refine old wounds, and unexpected detours that bring you deeper wisdom. Some days you will feel an unshakable connection to God. Other days you may feel distant or unsettled. This is natural. God never asked for perfection, only for your willingness to keep going. Every sincere attempt to live from your higher nature strengthens your divine connection and deepens your spiritual resilience. Your spirit team, your angels, your divine guides are rejoicing as you embrace this phase of integration. While initial revelations bring excitement, true mastery is achieved through consistency. The question is, will you continue to walk in this truth even when life's distractions threaten to pull you away? When divine truth is no longer just something you hear, but something you live, your entire reality shifts. The wisdom of God flows effortlessly through your thoughts, your words, and your actions. not because you are constantly striving to remember it, but because it has become a part of you. No longer do you have to battle for balance or fight for clarity, because your foundation is solid and your spirit is aligned. At first, this transformation required conscious effort. You had to remind yourself to trust in divine timing, to surrender control, to choose faith over fear. But as you walked in these principles day after day, they became second nature. Now, gratitude is not just something you practice, it is something you embody. Peace is not something you chase, it is something you carry within you. Compassion flows from you naturally, and patience walks beside you like an old friend. This is the beauty of true spiritual evolution, not a momentary high, but a permanent shift in how you experience the world. As this alignment deepens, you will notice how every aspect of your life transforms. What once felt stressful or heavy now unfolds with ease. Your professional life, once fueled by pressure, ambition, or self-doubt, is now infused with clarity, purpose, and collaboration. Your relationships soften. Where there was once misunderstanding, there is now grace. Conflicts no longer weigh on you because you understand the power of forgiveness and release. Even your free time is different. No longer drawn to distractions that drain your energy, you naturally seek what nourishes your soul. Creativity, nature, meaningful connection, and moments of stillness with God. But let this be clear, this does not mean challenges will disappear. Life will still bring obstacles, but you will meet them differently. Instead of being shaken by difficulties, you will see them as opportunities for refinement. Instead of reacting with fear, you will respond with faith. Your spirit will remain steady even when the world around you is shifting. Consider the story of Esther, a young woman seemingly insignificant in the grand scheme of the Persian Empire, was suddenly placed in a position of power as queen. Yet with that power came an impossible choice: to risk her life, to save her people, or to remain silent and safe. She could have hesitated, let fear dictate her steps, or convinced herself that someone else would take responsibility. But she did not. When the time came for her to act, she stepped forward with faith, declaring, "If I perish, I perish." Esther 4:16. And in that moment, she was not just living in her position, she was walking in her divine purpose. The same is true for you. There will be moments where God calls you to rise higher, to trust deeper, to step into something greater. Will you answer that call? This is what it means to embody spiritual alignment. To move beyond knowing into living. To trust not only when it is easy, but when it is uncertain. To stand firm not only when life feels peaceful, but when the storms come. When others retreat into fear, you step forward in faith. When confusion surrounds you, you remain still, knowing that God's guidance is leading you exactly where you need to be. Reflect on how far you have come. There was a time when doubt ruled your decisions, when fear kept you from taking the next step, when you questioned whether you were truly capable of change. But now you move differently. Now you think differently. Now you trust. You've walked through the fire and emerged refined. The chains that once held you back are gone, and in their place is a quiet, unwavering confidence, one that doesn't waver with the winds of circumstance. This is what happens when you commit to living in alignment with divine wisdom. It is no longer just something you believe in, it is who you are. Each day that you reinforce this truth, you strengthen your foundation. Every prayer, every act of kindness, every moment of stillness fortifies the structure you are building. You are no longer constructing a life based on fleeting emotions or external validation. You are building something eternal, something that cannot be shaken. However, this journey is not just about personal transformation. It is about being a light for others. As you walk in divine flow, your energy radiates peace, assurance, and stability. People may not be able to put it into words, but they will feel it. Your presence becomes a reflection of divine grace, a testimony of faith in action. You do not have to preach for people to notice the shift in you. They will see it in the way you live. And yet, spiritual alignment is not a straight, effortless road. There will be seasons where everything flows beautifully, where God's presence feels tangible, where synchronicity abounds, where inspiration comes effortlessly. In these times, rejoice. Plant seeds. Building. These moments are divine gifts, allowing you to set things in motion that will sustain you when challenges arise. Then there will be seasons of stillness, of uncertainty, of waiting. These are not signs of failure or regression. They are divine pauses, necessary spaces for integration, for deepening, for strengthening. Just as the earth needs winter to prepare for the abundance of spring, your soul requires moments of stillness before the next expansion. Think of Peter, the same disciple who walked on water also sank when doubt overtook him. The same man who proclaimed Jesus as the Son of God also denied him 3 times. But did that mean his faith was invalid? Did that mean his journey was over? Peter's faith was refined through these moments. His missteps became part of his testimony, and in the end, he became one of the strongest foundations of the early church. Matthew 14:29-31, John 21:15-17. So when you encounter moments where you feel unsteady, do not be discouraged. They are not the end of your journey. They are simply part of the process. There is a sacred rhythm to life, a divine cadence that cannot be rushed. Just as the earth moves through its seasons, spring for planting, summer for growth, autumn for harvest, and winter for rest, your soul, too, has its own divinely orchestrated cycle. Some seasons call for action, while others require patience, stillness, and faith. Just as a farmer does not force a seed to sprout before its time, you must trust that God's plan unfolds with perfect precision. There are moments when you may feel the urge to push forward, to force progress, to chase after answers before they are ready to be revealed. But God does not operate on human timelines. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. Isaiah 55:8-9. When you rest in his timing, rather than striving in your own strength, you align yourself with the flow of divine grace. Instead of exhausting yourself trying to control outcomes, you surrender and allow his blessings to unfold naturally. In the waiting, there is purpose. In the stillness, there is preparation. Consider the story of Hannah. For years she longed for a child, pouring out her soul before the Lord in deep sorrow. Though she did not receive an immediate answer, her season of waiting was not in vain. When the time was right, she bore Samuel, a prophet who would change the course of Israel's history. 1 Samuel 1. Had she received what she wanted when she first asked, she may not have been ready for the calling that came with it. Her waiting was not a punishment, it was preparation, and so is yours. This journey is not about rushing to a finish line, but about fully inhabiting each moment, each lesson, each blessing, and each trial with a heart that trusts in God's divine orchestration. When you learn to embrace the seasons of your life, rather than resist them, you move in harmony with the Holy Spirit. You stop labeling experiences as good or bad, and start seeing them as threads in a grand tapestry, each one necessary, each one adding depth and meaning to the masterpiece God is weaving in your life. Over time, this shift in perspective changes everything. What once felt like failure now reveals itself as redirection. What once seemed like a setback is now recognized as an essential lesson. Your resilience grows, your faith strengthens, and your ability to move with grace through life's ups and downs deepens. Even your language begins to transform. Complaints turn into reflections, judgments give way to understanding, and despair is replaced by quiet confidence. You no longer speak from a place of fear or limitation, but from a heart filled with faith and expectancy. Your words begin to carry the weight of divine wisdom, subtly encouraging those who hear them to believe in the possibilities that God has set before them. As you step into this season of alignment, you will find yourself naturally drawn to what truly resonates with your soul. No longer will you chase validation from others, striving to meet external standards of success. Instead, you will walk in the unique calling that God has placed within you. Your decisions will no longer be dictated by societal expectations, but by divine purpose. This authenticity will not only bring you freedom, but it will also attract opportunities that align perfectly with what God has prepared for you. But remember, you were never meant to walk this path alone. Seeking guidance is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of wisdom. As iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. Proverbs 27:17. Surround yourself with mentors, faith-filled communities, and those who uplift and encourage you in your spiritual journey. Even in moments when you feel lost or uncertain, God will send people, messages, or unexpected signs to remind you that He is leading you every step of the way. The spiritual realm celebrates every step you take toward growth, every lesson you integrate, every fear you release, every act of faith you take. They are all cause for rejoicing in heaven. God delights in your progress. He sees the effort you make to align with His will, and He is continuously guiding you into deeper levels of wisdom and understanding. The struggles you once faced were never meant to break you. They were designed to shape you into the person you are meant to become. As you continue forward, listen closely to your inner guidance. You will begin to sense when a season is complete and when it is time to step into something new. When it is time to let go, you will have the strength to do so. When new challenges arise, you will meet them not with fear, but with resourcefulness and faith. This confidence is not arrogance. It is the quiet assurance that God walks with you, within you, guiding each step. Your spirit team and heavenly guides are already rejoicing over the discoveries that lie ahead for you. They see the wisdom you will gain, the lives you will touch, and the ways in which you will inspire others to step into their own divine power. They know that your journey is not just about your own growth. It is about the ripple effect your transformation will create. By embracing this lifelong path of spiritual evolution, you are rewriting your relationship with time. Days are no longer just passing units on a calendar. They are opportunities. Every sunrise brings a new chance to refine your inner landscape, to deepen your divine connection, and to leave a lasting impact on the world around you. Every moment carries the potential for revelation, for healing, for awakening. So move forward with soft eyes and a steady heart. Wherever the road leads, trust that you are equipped. Trust that God's grace surrounds you. Trust that every experience, whether joyful or challenging, is a stepping stone toward greater wholeness. As we conclude this message, remember, God has already closed the case on your past struggles. What He has opened before you is something far greater, a new chapter filled with opportunities, wisdom, and a purpose beyond what you could have imagined. You are no longer the same person. You've entered a new season, one that is in perfect alignment with God's divine plan, fully equipped to overcome life's challenges with grace and faith. Hold tightly to these truths. They are your guide. And whenever you need to be reminded of the power of this journey, come back to this message, for it carries the wisdom and strength you need. Your spirit team and the divine realm are with you, cheering for every step you take in faith. Every time you choose faith over fear, every time you embrace your higher calling, the universe celebrates with you. If this message has touched your heart, I invite you to declare your readiness for this new beginning. Leave a comment saying, "I am ready for my new beginning," as a sign that you're stepping forward with faith into the future God has prepared for you. The doors are open wide. Now it's time to walk through them. Before we go, I want to take a moment to thank you for your time and for being part of this community. Your support means the world. If this message has spoken to you, consider leaving a donation via Super Thanks. Whether or not you choose to donate, I am deeply grateful for your presence and support. Please like, subscribe, and share this message with those who need it. Your comments and shares help spread this truth far and wide. May God bless you abundantly as you step boldly into the future He has set before you. You are truly chosen, and His blessings are with you every step of the way. Beloved chosen one, before we begin, I want to take a moment to thank every single person who has supported this mission, especially those who have given through Super Thanks. Your generosity is more than just a gift. It is an act of faith, an act of obedience, and a seed sown into God's kingdom. Just like the widow's offering in Mark 12:41-44, it's not about how much, it's about the heart behind it. Every time you give, you are not just supporting this ministry, you are making it possible for God's word to reach those who desperately need it. You are part of something bigger than yourself, something eternal. So thank you. Because of you, lives are being changed. Now, I have a question for you. Why are you here? Do you think you clicked on this video by accident? Do you think this message just happened to appear before you? Or do you feel it in your spirit that this is something you were meant to hear? Let me tell you something. This is not a coincidence. You are here because God is about to shift something in your life. You are here because you have been waiting, watching, enduring, and now the time has come for acceleration. Something is happening inside you, isn't it? Maybe you can't explain it, but you can feel it. Maybe you don't even fully understand it, but deep inside, something is shifting, something is breaking, something is moving. You feel a restlessness. You feel an urgency. You feel like things cannot stay the same anymore. And I'm here to tell you exactly why. God is shifting you from walking to running. This is not just another season. This is not just another transition. This is acceleration. This is divine speed. This is supernatural movement. Have you been feeling like your progress has been too slow? Have you been watching others move ahead while you're stuck waiting? Have you been wondering, God, when will it be my turn? Let me tell you right now, your turn is here. When God shifts you, everything changes. When He accelerates you, what took years will now take months. What took months will now take days. What took days will now take moments. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is not just a motivational speech. This is a prophetic declaration over your life. Doors that were locked will suddenly open. Prayers that seemed delayed will be answered instantly. The things that once held you back will be removed in an instant. You are about to experience a shift so undeniable, so powerful, so sudden, that even those who doubted you will be left speechless. And here's the most important part. This acceleration is not coming from you. It is not about how strong you are. It is not about how much effort you put in. It is not about how much you planned or prepared. This is about God's hand on your life. When God steps in, everything shifts. The same God who took Joseph from the prison to the palace in a single day is about to move in your life. The same God who made Elijah outrun a king's chariot is about to release divine speed upon you. The same God who parted the Red Sea in an instant is about to make a way where there was no way. What took others a lifetime will take you a moment, not because of you, but because of God's supernatural power. So let me ask you again, Are you ready for this shift? Before we go any further, I want you to pause this video and comment 999 below. This is not just a number, this is a prophetic signal. The number 999 represents completion, fulfillment, and divine transition. By commenting this, you are declaring that you are stepping into your season of acceleration. You are making a statement of faith that you receive this word and align yourself with it. And remember, if you are truly a chosen one, you will stay until the end of this message. Deep down, your spirit already knows that this is for you. If you are not ready, you may not make it through. But for those who do, for those who are willing to receive this truth, your life will never be the same. Now, let's get into it. God's chosen ones. This is a divine decision from heaven. Get ready to run. Chosen one, in 1 Kings 18:46, the Bible declares, "The hand of the Lord came upon Elijah, and he girded up his loins and ran ahead of Ahab to the entrance of Jezreel." Pause for a moment and reflect on what this means. Elijah ran faster than a royal chariot pulled by horses. Ahab, as king, had the best resources available, the strongest stallions, the most skilled charioteers, the fastest means of transportation in his time. Yet Elijah, a lone prophet with nothing but the power of God, overtook him on foot. How is that even possible? How can a man outrun horses? How can someone without any apparent advantage suddenly surpass the most powerful figure in the land? The answer is simple. God's hand was upon him. When God places his supernatural favor upon you, natural laws are rewritten. Time bends, obstacles crumble, and the impossible becomes inevitable. The people who thought they had secured their position ahead of you, the ones who had the best head start, the strongest connections, and the most resources, they will watch in amazement as you pass them by. This is what happens when God accelerates you. You don't need to struggle to catch up. You don't need to fight for a place in the race. You don't need to depend on human systems to move forward. When God moves, you move beyond human limitations. The Bible confirms this in Isaiah 40:31. "But those who wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." Notice the wording. It does not say you will struggle forward. It says you will run without growing tired. You will rise like an eagle, lifted by divine power, not human effort. Look at David in 1 Samuel 16-17. He was not considered worthy enough to even stand before the prophet Samuel when the time came to anoint the next king of Israel. His father left him in the fields while his older brothers were presented as potential kings. But God's choice was not based on human standards. When the anointing oil touched David's head, his destiny shifted in an instant. Though years later he would officially take the throne, his acceleration began that very day. And when the time came to face Goliath, David ran toward the giant. He didn't hesitate. He didn't fear. And with a single stone he accomplished in seconds what Israel's army could not do in weeks. This same pattern has repeated throughout history. When God marks someone for acceleration, they do not follow the usual path. Oprah Winfrey was fired from her first television job and told she wasn't fit for TV. But when the right moment came, she didn't just get another job, she became a media empire. Elon Musk was mocked, told that electric cars and space travel were impossible dreams, yet today Tesla and SpaceX have redefined industries. J.K. Rowling was a struggling single mother, rejected by 12 publishers. But when her appointed time arrived, her books became a worldwide sensation. What do all these people have in common? Acceleration, not by luck, not by chance, but by something beyond human control. This is what happens when God's favor rests upon you. It does not matter who is ahead of you now. It does not matter who has the better resume, the bigger bank account, the more prestigious background. When God decides that your time has come, nothing can hold you back. In Habakkuk 2:3, the Bible says, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not delay." This is the assurance you need. You may feel like you have been waiting, like doors have been closed in your face, like others are getting ahead while you are being left behind. But when God moves, your acceleration will be unstoppable. Elijah outran a chariot. David went from a shepherd boy to a king. Oprah went from rejection to global influence. Musk went from a bullied child to an industry pioneer. Rowling went from poverty to literary greatness. What is stopping you? Nothing, if you trust in God's divine timing. Chosen one, the world may look at you and assume you are falling behind. People may whisper that you've missed your moment, that your time has passed, that others have already taken the opportunities meant for you. The enemy may try to convince you that it's too late, that you've wasted too many years, that your best days are behind you. But what they don't know is what God is about to do. Do they know that when God's hand moves, everything changes in an instant? Do they realize that when He breathes on an assignment, years of struggle can transform into overnight breakthrough? Do they understand that what takes others a lifetime can take you only moments when divine acceleration is at work? They don't know what's coming for you, but you do. Look at Joseph in Genesis 41. Do you think he felt forgotten while he sat in an Egyptian prison? Do you think he wondered if his dreams were meaningless? He had spent years serving faithfully, helping others interpret their dreams, yet he remained locked away. But in one single day, he was called from the depths of the dungeon to stand before Pharaoh. He was not just set free, he was elevated to the second highest position in all of Egypt. What should have taken decades of political maneuvering, endless training, and royal connections happened in an instant because God accelerated him. Does it matter how long you've been waiting? Number. When God shifts your season, the wait is over. Does it matter who started before you? Number. When God's hand is upon you, you will outrun those who had the advantage. That's exactly what happened with Elijah. He didn't just catch up to Ahab's chariot, he outran him. Imagine the shock of those watching. Imagine the disbelief in Ahab's eyes as he saw Elijah, a mere man on foot, passing him, moving faster than his strongest horses. Do you see the message here? It does not matter who started before you. It does not matter who had the head start, the resources, the support, or the opportunities. When God's hand is upon your life, those who once seemed ahead of you will watch as you pass them by. And this isn't just a biblical truth. It is happening in real life, in our generation. Think about Steve Harvey. Did the world know that he spent years struggling, even becoming homeless, sleeping in his car? Did people believe in him when he was rejected by Hollywood, told he wasn't good enough? Number. But when his moment of acceleration came, the very industry that had ignored him began chasing after him. Now he stands as one of the most successful television hosts and comedians of our time. What happened? God's acceleration. Look at Tyler Perry, who faced countless rejections and failures for years. He poured his savings into theater productions that no one attended. People mocked him. Critics dismissed him. But when God said, "Now is your time," his brand didn't just succeed, it became a billion-dollar empire. The same entertainment industry that once overlooked him now seeks his approval and influence. And let's talk about Colonel Sanders, the founder of KFC. Do you think people told him it was too late to start a business at 65 years old? Of course. Do you think he questioned whether he had missed his opportunity? Probably. But when God puts his hand on you, age doesn't matter, setbacks don't matter, only his divine acceleration matters. Within a few short years, he built a global empire that still thrives today. So, what does this mean for you? Do you believe that you've waited too long? Do you fear that others have taken what was meant for you? Do you hear the voices telling you that your time has passed? Silence them, because God's promise in Joel 2:25 is for you. I will restore to you the years that the locust has eaten. What was stolen, delayed, or lost, God will restore it in an instant. Now hear this loud and clear. This is your season of acceleration. This is not the time to hesitate. This is not the time to shrink back. This is your moment to run. The hand of God is moving upon you, and when it does, no one will be able to stop you. Chosen one, listen carefully. You do not control the timing of your acceleration. God does. You do not determine when the season shifts. God does. And when he declares that it is time to run, you must be ready. This is not a question of if it will happen. It is a question of when. And for you, the time is now. How many times have you felt frustrated with your slow progress? How many times have you cried out, Lord, why is everything taking so long? Maybe you've watched others rise, get promoted, step into success while you've been stuck in a season of waiting, training, and refining. Maybe you've felt like God has forgotten you, like your prayers have been unheard, like your time will never come. But hear this, your waiting was not wasted. Your slow progress was not stagnation. Your delay was divine preparation. Have you ever considered that God was not denying you, but protecting you? What if the very thing you were praying for would have crushed you had he given it to you too soon? God's answer to you is this: I needed to build your strength before I gave you speed. I needed to prepare your foundation before I launched you forward. I needed to make sure you wouldn't break under the pressure of acceleration. Think about it. If God had released you into your destiny before you were ready, what would have happened? Would you have had the character to sustain it? Would you have had the endurance to handle the weight of the blessing? Because speed without strength is dangerous. A race car without strong tires will crash at high speeds. A skyscraper without a firm foundation will collapse under its own weight. A tree with shallow roots will fall the moment the storm comes. And a person who is promoted too soon will be destroyed by their own success. Do you think Moses understood why he had to wait? Look at his story in Exodus 2. He knew he was called to be a deliverer. He knew God had set him apart for greatness. But when he tried to move ahead of God's timing, he made a tragic mistake. He killed an Egyptian, thinking he was helping his people. Instead of being seen as a leader, he was forced to flee. He spent 40 years in the wilderness, tending sheep. 40 years. Imagine how long that must have felt. Imagine how many times Moses must have thought, I was supposed to be great. I was supposed to change history, and now I'm nothing. Have you ever wondered why God allows seasons of isolation before he promotes his chosen ones? What Moses didn't realize was that the wilderness was his training ground. God was not punishing him. God was preparing him. Because when the time finally came, when the burning bush appeared and God spoke, Moses didn't just walk back to Egypt. He ran in the power of God. And this time, he didn't have to fight alone. The moment was divinely orchestrated, and he led an entire nation to freedom. Do you see this pattern repeating throughout history? People who try to move ahead of their appointed time find themselves struggling, while those who embrace the process of preparation step into unstoppable acceleration. Denzel Washington once said that he faced countless rejections early in his career. He could have given up, could have taken shortcuts just to escape the waiting. But instead, he committed to the process, refining his craft and learning discipline. And when his moment came, he didn't just succeed, He dominated Hollywood for decades. How many times have you seen someone rise too quickly only to fall just as fast? Look at Sarah Jakes Roberts, daughter of Bishop T.D. Jakes. She became a mother at 14 years old. The world would have written her off, saying her future was ruined. But God wasn't done. Instead of rushing into the spotlight, she went through a season of refinement, of healing, of growth. And now, when God placed her on the stage, she didn't just speak. She shook the world with her message. How long are you willing to wait for God's perfect timing? Even Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, spent years in obscurity, slowly building, facing skepticism and criticism. If he had rushed ahead without the right foundation, Amazon would have crumbled under its own weight. But because the preparation was deep, the acceleration was unstoppable. This is what God has been doing in your life. Your waiting was not a delay, it was preparation. Your slow progress was not stagnation, it was strengthening. Because now the time of waiting is over. Now God says, you are ready. The foundation is strong. The process is complete. And when I say, run, you must run. Can you feel the shift happening in your spirit? This is not the time to hesitate. This is not the time to doubt. When a king commands his warriors to move, they move. And you, chosen one, have been trained for this moment. For years, you walked. For years, you endured. For years, you wondered if things would ever shift. Well, hear me today, things are shifting. The Bible declares in Isaiah 40:31, "They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary." What would happen if you moved forward in faith, fully believing that this is your moment? God did not spend years refining you just so you could sit on the sidelines. He did not build your endurance so you could remain in one place. He prepared you to run. And now the command has been given. Run. Do not hesitate. Do not look back. Move with the confidence of someone who knows that God's hand is upon them, because when God accelerates you, nothing in this world will be able to stop you. Chosen one, when God opens the door, you don't hesitate. When He accelerates your steps, you don't question it. This is the moment you have prayed for, the breakthrough you have been waiting on, the divine shift that is finally here. The time of slow progress is over. The season of waiting is finished. The days of delay have come to an end. And now the command has been given. Run. Will you obey? Will you move when God says move? Will you trust the acceleration that is coming? Because whether you feel ready or not, God has made His decision, and it is time to run. He is not asking for your permission. He is calling you forward. The pace is changing, the doors are opening, and the waiting is over. Some of you will struggle with this shift. Why? Because you have gotten used to walking. You have adjusted to the slow pace. You have accepted delays as normal. For so long, you have had to wait, endure, and hold on. And now that acceleration has come, your instinct might be to resist it. You may feel the urge to slow yourself down, to question if you are truly ready, to doubt if you can handle what is ahead. But let me make this clear. When God shifts you, you do not have a choice. Can you imagine if Noah had delayed when God told him to build the ark? In Genesis 6, God gave him precise instructions. But what if Noah had hesitated? What if he had said, "Lord, this doesn't make sense. I've never seen rain before. What if I'm wrong?" His delay would not have changed God's decision. It would have only put him in danger. Because when God gives a command, it is not optional. He doesn't ask if you feel ready. He doesn't wait for you to be comfortable. He speaks, and you must move. How many people in history have missed their divine moment because they clung to the familiar? Look at Harrison Ford. Before he became one of the most famous actors in the world, he was working as a carpenter. He had dreams of being in films, but doors weren't opening. When he was finally given a small opportunity, He could have treated it like another delay. Instead, he embraced it, and that moment led him to become one of Hollywood's biggest legends. Think about Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks. He grew up in poverty, and no one believed in his vision. He had every reason to stay where he was, to accept that his life would always move at a slow pace. But when the moment came to shift, he moved forward with full faith. He didn't hesitate, and because of that, he turned Starbucks into a global empire. How many times has God tried to accelerate people, but they let fear slow them down? The Israelites in Numbers 13 had the opportunity to enter the Promised Land, but instead of moving forward in faith, they hesitated. They focused on the giants instead of the promise. They saw obstacles instead of victory, and because of that, they spent 40 more years wandering, delaying their destiny. Do you want to be like them? Do you want to let doubt rob you of your acceleration? Do you want to move at yesterday's pace when God has given you today's speed? Because you cannot operate in an old mindset when God has placed you in a new season. You cannot drag your feet when God has put acceleration in your spirit. The Bible declares in Habakkuk 2:2-3, "Write the vision and make it plain. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not delay." The waiting season has passed. The appointed time has arrived. The acceleration you have been praying for is here. Now the only question is, will you run or will you hold yourself back? This is not the time for hesitation. This is your time to move. When God shifts you, He does not expect you to second-guess Him. He expects you to trust Him. He expects you to run in full confidence that His hand is upon you. If you keep looking at the past, you will miss what is ahead. If you keep questioning if you are ready, you will waste the very opportunity that God has given you. If you let fear dictate your next step, you will delay what God has already prepared. God has already made His decision. He is moving you forward, whether you feel ready or not. He is accelerating your journey, whether you were expecting it or not. And the only thing left for you to do is obey. Will you move when God says move? Will you trust Him even when the speed feels overwhelming? Will you break free from the mindset of delay and step into the acceleration He has commanded? Because the time of slow progress is over. The season of waiting is finished. The days of delay have come to an end. And now the command has been given. Run. Chosen one, do not resist the shift. When God tells you to move, you must move. When He accelerates your steps, you must keep up. Because listen to me, if you try to walk when God says run, you will feel like everything is leaving you behind. The doors will open, but you will be too slow to walk through them. The opportunities will come, but you will hesitate too long to grab them. The movement will happen, but you will miss it because you refuse to move at God's speed. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to be in the right place at the right time, while others always arrive just a little too late? The difference is not in their talent, not in their intelligence, not in their resources. It is in their obedience. When God shifts, they shift. When God moves, they move. When God accelerates, they do not hesitate. And hear me, God is not waiting on your fear. God is not waiting on your comfort. God is not waiting on your excuses. This is not the time to analyze the situation. This is not the time to wait for another confirmation. This is not the time to pray about what God has already spoken. The shift is happening. The acceleration is here. The movement has begun. The only question is, will you move with it, or will you get left behind? Some of you have spent so many years walking at a slow pace that you have forgotten what it feels like to run. You have adjusted to waiting. You have gotten comfortable with delays. You have convinced yourself that this is just how life is. And when God suddenly opens the doors, when He accelerates you, when He shifts you into divine momentum, Your first instinct may be to resist. You will feel the urge to slow yourself down, to second-guess what is happening, to doubt if you are really ready. But let me make this clear. When God shifts you, you do not have a choice. If you try to move at yesterday's pace when God has given you today's speed, you will fall behind. If you try to operate in an old mindset when God has put you in a new season, you will miss what He is doing. If you try to drag your feet when God has put acceleration in your spirit, you will find yourself in a place of deep frustration, watching others pass you by, not because they were more qualified, but because they obeyed faster. Look at Lot's wife in Genesis 19. God was shifting her and her family into a new season, delivering them from destruction and setting them on a new path. But what did she do? She hesitated. She turned around. She tried to hold on to what God was pulling her away from. And in that moment, she lost everything. She became a pillar of salt, frozen in place, never moving forward. Why? Because she could not let go of the old season. How many times has God tried to shift you, but you kept looking back? How many times has He tried to move you forward, but you were still attached to where you used to be? How many times has He opened a door for you, but you were too hesitant to walk through it? Chosen one, hear me. This is not about your comfort. This is not about whether you feel ready or not. This is about your destiny. This is about the assignment on your life. This is about the purpose that God has placed inside you. And listen to me, your destiny is moving. You cannot stay in the same place. You cannot hold on to the old season. You cannot keep waiting for another confirmation. God has already spoken. God has already shifted you. God has already said, it is time to run. Do you think Esther felt ready when she was called to stand before the king? In Esther 4:14, Mordecai told her, "Who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" She had every reason to be afraid. She had every reason to hesitate. If she approached the king without being summoned, she could have been executed. But she understood something critical. Destiny does not wait for hesitation. What if she had delayed? What if she had asked for more signs? What if she had decided to wait for a more convenient moment? The opportunity would have passed her by, and someone else would have stepped into the position that was meant for her. Will you make the same mistake, or will you step into your moment with boldness? Look at Oprah Winfrey. She was fired from her first job as a news anchor because they told her she wasn't fit for television. She could have let that rejection define her. She could have accepted it as her final reality. But instead, she recognized that God had a greater plan. She kept moving. She stepped into acceleration, and because she obeyed the shift, she built a platform that impacted the world. Look at Walt Disney. He was told that he lacked creativity. His first business venture failed, and he faced financial ruin. If he had stayed in the old mindset, if he had let doubt paralyze him, if he had waited for everything to be perfect, he would have never built what he built. But because he kept moving, he created a global empire that still thrives today. Look at Elon Musk. People mocked him for his ideas about electric cars and space travel. They told him he was thinking too big, but he refused to move at the world's pace. He refused to slow down to meet other people's expectations. He refused to let fear hold him back. And now, the very people who doubted him study his success. Hebrews 12:1-2 says, "Let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." There is a race that has been marked out for you. There is a path that God has already prepared. But you cannot run if you are carrying unnecessary weight. You cannot run if you are still attached to the past. You cannot run if you are waiting for another sign when God has already spoken. This is the moment you prayed for. This is the acceleration you have been waiting on. This is the shift that has been ordained for your life. And the only question left is, will you run or will you let it pass you by? If you refuse to move, someone else will step into the opportunities that were meant for you. If you hold back, you will watch others overtake you, not because they were better, but because they obeyed faster. If you keep delaying, you will find yourself frustrated, watching the move of God from the sidelines instead of running in it. Do not make the mistake of thinking that God will wait forever. He will shift with or without you. His plan will unfold whether you participate or not. The only question is, will you step into acceleration or will you stay behind in fear? Chosen one, this is not the time to look back. The past is done. What has been lost, what has been delayed, what could have been, none of it matters anymore. The only thing that matters now is what God is doing in this moment, right now. And listen to me, you cannot afford to hesitate. Lot's wife looked back, and she was turned into a pillar of salt, Genesis 19:26. She was on the verge of escape. She was steps away from deliverance. But in that final moment, she turned back. She wasn't ready to let go of what God was pulling her out of, and it cost her everything. Have you ever asked yourself why she looked back? Was it fear? Was it regret? Was it comfort? Whatever it was enough to cause her to miss her future. What are you still looking back at? What have you been holding on to, even as God is trying to move you forward? Are you still dwelling on past failures? Are you still clinging to old relationships, old disappointments, old mindsets? Because if you look back now, you will get stuck. You will miss what is ahead because you are still tied to what is behind you. The Israelites wanted to go back to Egypt, Numbers 14:3-4. They had seen miracles. They had witnessed God split the Red Sea, rain down manna from heaven, and defeat their enemies. And yet, when things got uncomfortable, they longed for their past. They cried out, "Let us choose a leader and go back to Egypt." Imagine that. They would rather return to slavery than trust God to bring them into the promised land. And because of that mindset, they died in the wilderness. How many people have been right at the edge of their breakthrough, right at the point of their acceleration, but instead of moving forward, they ran back to what was familiar? How many people have watched God open a door, but fear kept them from stepping through it? How many dreams have been buried because someone chose comfort over calling? Do not let that be you. Look at Judas. He walked with Jesus. He saw the miracles. He had access to divine wisdom and power. And yet, in his moment of decision, he hesitated. Instead of running to Jesus after his betrayal, instead of repenting, he was consumed by regret and shame. But here's what many don't realize. He still had a chance. Had he run to Jesus, had he fallen at his feet, he could have been redeemed. But he waited too long. He hesitated. He let guilt hold him back. And because of that, he missed his moment. How many people have let their mistakes keep them from stepping into redemption? How many have hesitated so long that the opportunity passed them by? How many times has God told you to move, but you stood still? Chosen one, this is your moment. God has set everything in motion. The door has been opened. The opportunity has arrived. Everything is in place. But the one thing that still remains is your obedience. The only thing left is, will you run? Because hear me, this is your time. You are not reading this by accident. You have been positioned for this moment. And if you do not move now, you may never get this opportunity again. Do you think David hesitated when he saw Goliath? Number, he ran toward the battle. Do you think the woman with the issue of blood hesitated before pushing through the crowd? Number, she moved toward Jesus, believing that just one touch would change everything. Look at Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon. When he saw the potential of online commerce, he didn't wait for someone else to confirm his vision. He moved. He acted. He didn't let fear hold him back. Today, Amazon is a global empire. Why? Because he didn't hesitate. Think about Kobe Bryant. He didn't just rely on talent. He moved with urgency in his training, his preparation, his execution. He understood that opportunities don't wait for those who aren't ready. He ran toward his destiny while others hesitated, even Steve Jobs. When he had the vision for Apple, do you think he stopped to ask for permission? Number. He pushed forward. He stepped into the opportunity while others were still debating if it was worth the risk. What would have happened if these people had hesitated? What will happen if you hesitate? Isaiah 43:18-19 declares, "Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland." Do you not perceive it? Can you not feel it? The shift is happening. The acceleration has begun. God is moving in ways you cannot even see yet. This is not the time to delay. If you look back now, you may lose everything that is ahead of you. If you hesitate now, you may watch someone else take the opportunity that was meant for you. If you wait too long, the moment may pass, and you may never get it again. Chosen one, let me tell you, everything is about to change. The people who doubted you, the ones who whispered behind your back, the ones who dismissed your potential, they will be left in shock. They thought you would always be behind. They assumed you would stay stuck. They believed that your delays meant your destiny had been denied. But what they didn't realize was that God was preparing you for acceleration. How many times have you felt overlooked? How many times have you watched others rise while you remained in the same place? How many times have you questioned whether God had forgotten about you? Let me tell you something. God never forgets his chosen ones. He has been preparing you, shaping you, refining you, and now it is time for the shift. The same people who laughed at your slow progress will be speechless when they see your acceleration. The ones who mocked your struggles will stand in disbelief when they see your breakthrough. The enemies who thought they had time to stop you will realize it's too late because you have already outrun them. They thought you would always be behind. They assumed you would remain where they last saw you. They mistook your delay for denial. But they didn't know that God had been building something within you, something they could not see. They didn't know that he was setting you up for divine speed. Do you remember Joseph's story in Genesis 41? His own brothers sold him into slavery. They threw him into a pit and left him for dead. They thought they had buried his destiny. They assumed they had written the final chapter of his story. But what they didn't know was that God was setting him up for something greater than they could ever imagine. Joseph spent years as a servant. He was falsely accused and thrown into prison. He was forgotten by the very people he helped. And then, in a single day, everything changed. One moment, he was locked in a prison cell. The next, he was standing before Pharaoh. One moment, he was hidden. The next, he was ruling Egypt. How do you explain that kind of acceleration? How do you explain going from overlooked to overcomer in an instant? How do you explain skipping years of struggle and suddenly stepping into divine promotion? The answer is simple. When God shifts you, nothing and no one can stop you. And now when you run, you will step into opportunities that have been waiting for you. The things you prayed for, the things you struggled for, they will come effortlessly. You will walk through doors that open before you even knock. You will receive blessings that appear before you even ask. Because when God moves you from walking to running, it is not just about speed, it is about divine positioning. This shift is about alignment. God is putting you where you were always meant to be. He is aligning you with the people you were meant to meet. He is placing you in the opportunities that were designed for you. The connections will come suddenly. The resources will appear unexpectedly. The things you once had to fight for will now chase after you. Do you remember Ruth's story? She was a widow, an outsider, someone with no earthly status. She had no reason to believe that her life would ever change. But when she stepped into obedience, when she followed God's leading, she walked straight into divine placement. She found herself in the field of Boaz, the very place where her destiny would be fulfilled. What if your field is already waiting for you? What if your divine connection has already been positioned? What if everything you have been asking God for is on the other side of your obedience? How many times have you fought for something only to feel like it was slipping through your fingers? How many times have you knocked on doors that wouldn't open? What if I told you that God wasn't denying you? He was aligning you for something better? Look at Oprah Winfrey. She was once fired from a job because they said she wasn't fit for television. What if she had let that rejection define her? What if she had accepted that closed door as her final reality? She would have missed the divine placement that made her a household name. Think about Howard Schultz, the man behind Starbucks. He was rejected by over 200 investors before someone finally believed in his vision. Now, his brand is known across the world. What if he had given up after the first 10 rejections, the first 50, the first 100? He would have missed the divine moment that changed everything. How many times have you thought that because something didn't happen on your timeline, it wasn't meant for you? How many times have you looked at other people's success and wondered why God hasn't done the same for you? Let me tell you something. What God has for you cannot be taken by anyone else. The job, the relationship, the opportunity, the breakthrough, it has been set aside specifically for you. The only thing required is that you step into it when the moment arrives. This is not a natural shift. This is supernatural movement. You are stepping into divine placement. You are stepping into divine timing. You are stepping into divine fulfillment. And when this happens, everything will start to make sense. The confusion, the delays, the moments when you felt forgotten, they will all become clear. Every setback, every disappointment, every closed door, you will see that it was all necessary. Because now, what was delayed is about to be released. What was held up is about to move. What seemed impossible is about to happen. Everything is shifting. Isaiah 60:22 says, "When the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen." Do you feel it? Can you sense it? The shift is already in motion. Chosen one, listen to me. It's time to run. Run because your destiny is calling. Run because your time is now. Run because what is ahead is greater than what is behind. Run because God has already made the way. This is not the time to hesitate. This is not the time to look back. This is not the time to second-guess yourself. The moment you have prayed for is here. The shift you have been waiting for has already begun. Everything is aligning, and the only thing left is your obedience. Have you ever seen a race where someone hesitates at the starting line? They know the race has started. They hear the signal. They see others moving, but something in their mind keeps them stuck. A moment of doubt, a moment of fear, a moment of hesitation, and in that split second, they lose their position. How many times have you felt that hesitation? How many times has fear whispered, "What if you're not ready?" How many times has doubt tried to convince you to wait just a little longer? Listen to me. Waiting time is over. The season of walking is over. The time of delay is done. The days of waiting have ended. Now is the time to run. Look at Peter in Matthew 14. When Jesus called him out onto the water, Peter stepped out of the boat. But the moment he hesitated, the moment he looked at the wind instead of Jesus, he started sinking. Why? Because doubt will always try to steal momentum. But what if he had never stepped out at all? What if he had stayed in the boat? He would have never known what it felt like to walk on water. What is your boat? What is the thing keeping you stuck in the familiar when God is calling you into the supernatural? What if the very thing you are afraid of stepping into is the thing God has designed for your breakthrough? When God says run, everything aligns in your favor. The path will clear. The obstacles will fall. The doors will open. You will move with supernatural acceleration. that no man, no enemy, and no force in hell can stop. Look at Nehemiah in Nehemiah 2:4-6. He had a burden to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, but the task seemed impossible. He was just a cupbearer with no authority, no influence, and no power. But when God positioned him before the king and the king asked, "What do you request?" he did not hesitate. He prayed quickly and answered with boldness, and in that moment the door opened for him to step into his divine assignment. What if he had hesitated? What if he had doubted? What if he had let fear keep him silent? The opportunity would have passed. What opportunities are waiting for you, but you are still hesitating? Think about Vera Wang. She started her career as a figure skater, then moved into journalism. But at 40 years old, she stepped into the fashion industry. Most people would have said, "It's too late," but she ran toward her calling without fear. Today, she is one of the most renowned fashion designers in the world. What if she had let doubt stop her? Consider Stan Lee. He created Marvel Comics at the age of 39, a time when most people believed their careers should already be established. What if he had said, "I've missed my moment"? Instead, he moved forward with faith, and the world is still being impacted by his vision. Look at Harlan Sanders. At 65 years old, he founded Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC. Many people retire at that age, but he knew his journey wasn't over. He ran forward when others would have stopped. And today, his brand is a global empire. What if these people had said, "It's too late"? What if they had waited for a better time, a safer option, a clearer path? They would have missed the acceleration. Isaiah 52:12 says, "For you shall not go out in haste, nor go by flight, for the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard." God has already gone ahead of you. He has already cleared the path. Your only job is to run. So, this is your moment. This is your confirmation. This is the sign you've been waiting for. Chosen one, what are you waiting for? Run. Now, chosen one. Before we enter into this prayer, I want you to prepare your heart and align your spirit with faith. This is not just words. This is a prophetic declaration over your life, a moment where delay is broken and acceleration is released. As we pray, believe that every obstacle is being removed, every closed door is being opened, and every held-up blessing is being released. Now, let's pray this prayer of faith together as one family. Heavenly Father, mighty and everlasting God, the Ancient of Days, the Alpha and the Omega, the one who was, who is, and who is to come, today I lift my voice before you in faith, with fire in my spirit and boldness in my heart. Father, I come before you, not just for myself, but for every chosen one under the sound of my voice. These are the ones you have set apart, the ones you have called for greatness, the ones you have anointed for a time such as this. Lord, today I declare in the name of Jesus, this is their moment of acceleration. No more delays, no more stagnation, no more slow progress. The season of crawling is over. The season of waiting is over. The season of watching others pass them by is over. Father, you are shifting them from walking to running. Where they were stuck, they will now move. Where they were waiting, they will now advance. Where they were delayed, they will now accelerate. I call forth supernatural momentum. Lord, just as your mighty hand came upon Elijah, causing him to outrun Ahab's chariot, let that same power fall upon them now. Let the divine energy that lifted Elijah beyond human strength enter their bones, their spirit, their mind, their soul. Let them run at the speed of destiny. God, let nothing hold them back. I declare in the name of Jesus, every chain is broken, every limitation is shattered, every wall that has been blocking their forward movement comes down right now. Every demonic force that has been slowing them down, I rebuke it in the mighty name of Jesus. every whisper of doubt that says you are not ready, every lie of the enemy that says you are not qualified, every stronghold that says you're not good enough, I cancel it now. Let every voice that has spoken against their destiny be silenced in the name of Jesus. Father, release divine speed. Let their businesses accelerate. Let their ministries accelerate. Let their finances accelerate. Let their relationships accelerate. Let their spiritual lives accelerate. Every delayed breakthrough, be released now. Every held-up blessing, be loosed now. Every opportunity that seemed lost, return with increase. I declare that acceleration is coming upon them right now. Lord, this is their time to run. The time for slow progress is over. The time for waiting is over. The time for struggling is over. The time for feeling stuck is over. Now you are moving them at the speed of destiny. Father, I declare over their lives, they will not crawl when they should walk. They will not walk when they should run, and they will not run when they should soar. The wind of God is behind them. The favor of God is before them. The strength of God is within them. Nothing shall slow them down. Nothing shall hinder them. Nothing shall keep them from reaching the destiny you have prepared for them. Father, let them overtake those who had a head start. Let them accelerate past those who doubted them. Let them rise above every obstacle that tried to block them, just as you did for Joseph. Turn their pit into a palace. Just as you did for David, move them from the field to the throne. Just as you did for Esther, elevate them from obscurity to divine purpose. God, let their testimonies be undeniable. Let even their enemies be forced to admit this was nothing but the hand of God. Let those who once mocked them now marvel at the speed of their elevation. Let those who counted them out now be astonished by what you have done in their lives. And now, Father, I lift up those who will take action, those who will align themselves with this word, those who will obey and step into divine acceleration, those who will connect with this prophetic declaration, not just hearing it, but receiving it with faith. Lord, as they step forward, meet them with supernatural favor. As they obey, unlock doors they never imagined. As they share this word, let their obedience activate their breakthrough. Father, I declare that their season of waiting is over. Their season of delay is over. Their season of barely getting by is over. No more running in circles. No more wasted years. No more waiting for permission. This is their season to run. Lord, I cover them in the unstoppable, unshakable, unbreakable blood of Jesus. No weapon formed against them shall prosper. No enemy shall block their progress. No force of darkness shall slow them down. I declare in the name of Jesus, they will run and nothing will stop them. They will run into their purpose. They will run into their calling. They will run into divine connections. They will run into unexpected blessings. They will run into their breakthrough, and they will not look back. Father, I thank you that this prayer is already sealed in heaven. Let the manifestation of acceleration be visible in their lives. Let them testify of your power. Let them witness the fulfillment of your word. In the mighty and powerful name of Jesus, it is done. Amen, amen, amen. Beloved, chosen one, if this message has touched your heart, I pray that it not only strengthens your faith, but also ignites a fire within you to move forward with boldness. You were not called to stay where you are. You were called to run, to rise, and to walk in the divine purpose God has set before you. Every word spoken today was not by accident. God has already positioned you for acceleration, and all that remains is your obedience. I want to take a moment to thank you for being here, for listening, for receiving this word with an open heart. Your presence in this space is not a coincidence. It is divine alignment. Whether you have been here for a long time or you just found this message today, know that you are part of a chosen generation that God is raising up for such a time as this. I speak blessings over you. May the favor of God go before you. May his hand of protection cover you. May doors open that no man can shut, and may acceleration take place in every area of your life. I declare that your season of delay is over. Your breakthrough is coming swiftly, and your testimony will inspire others. If you feel led to support our mission of spreading God's word, I invite you to sow into this work through Super Thanks. No gift is too small. Even the smallest offering can bring light into someone's darkness, hope into someone's despair, and faith into someone's heart. Your generosity allows this message to reach those who need it most. Thank you for partnering with God in this important mission. Remember, this is your time. This is your moment to rise, to accelerate, and to step boldly into what God has prepared for you. Do not hesitate. Do not look back. Run into your destiny with faith, with power, and with confidence. Because nothing can stop a chosen one who moves in alignment with God. Be blessed, be favored, and be unstoppable. You might be surprised by what I'm about to share, but something deep inside of you already knows. This is not an ordinary moment. You're not here by accident. This message isn't just another passing word. It's a divine confirmation, a call to prepare. Some will hear it and turn away. Some will dismiss it as mere words. But if you are truly one of God's chosen ones, your spirit will recognize the truth. Have you felt it lately? That stirring in your heart, that sense that something unseen is shifting. Maybe you've noticed things around you changing, relationships fading, circumstances shifting, doors closing while others begin to open. It might feel confusing, even unsettling, but listen closely. You are not being abandoned. You are being repositioned. And it is happening because God has decided you are leaving soon. Not by human hands, not by your own understanding, not by chance or coincidence. This has been written in the heavens, sealed in the Spirit, and ordained by the Almighty Himself. No force of darkness, no earthly opposition, no amount of doubt can stop what God has already spoken over your life. This is your divine departure, a moment so powerful that it will redefine everything you have known. But before we go any further, I need to pause and acknowledge the incredible support of those who have stood with this mission. To every one of you who has sown into this work through super thanks, comments, and prayers, your generosity is a testament of faith. Just as Jesus honored the widow's offering in Mark 12:41-44, your giving is seen, valued, and blessed. You are not just supporting a message. You are actively participating in the work of God, helping to spread this truth to those who need it the most. Every single act of kindness, every gift, every word of encouragement is building something eternal, and for that I am deeply grateful. So before we continue, let's come into agreement. If this word is resonating with you, if your spirit is bearing witness to what is being spoken, take a moment now to act in faith. Hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't already, and comment 77 as a sign of divine alignment. This simple act is more than engagement. It's an activation of faith, a declaration that you are stepping into what God has prepared for you. Now, you might be wondering, where am I going? What exactly am I leaving? Why is this happening now? Let me assure you, you don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to understand every detail, because when God decides, all of heaven moves to make it happen. You are on the verge of something greater than you ever imagined. And right now, I need you to listen carefully, because what I'm about to reveal will change how you see everything that is unfolding in your life. God's chosen ones, God has decided you are leaving soon. Throughout history, there has always been a divine moment, a turning point when everything shifts, when the heavens declare a new decree and destiny is set into motion. These moments are not random, they are deliberate, orchestrated by the hand of God. And when he decides, nothing and no one can stand in the way. Consider Abraham. He was a man settled in the comfort of his homeland, surrounded by family, rooted in familiarity. His life was stable, predictable, but then God spoke. He called Abraham to leave everything behind, to walk away from the known and step into a future unseen. And because Abraham obeyed, he became the father of many nations, just as God had promised in Genesis 12:2. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. What if he had hesitated? What if he had allowed fear to hold him back? How many destinies are tied to your obedience in this season? Then there was Joseph. Once favored, then betrayed, he found himself forgotten in a dark prison, abandoned by those he had once helped. His dreams seemed like distant echoes of a past that no longer made sense. But then God decided. In a single night, everything changed. The same Joseph who had been discarded was suddenly remembered. The prison doors opened and he was summoned before Pharaoh. By morning, he was the second most powerful man in Egypt, fulfilling the very dreams God had given him. As Genesis 41:41 records, Pharaoh said to Joseph, I hereby put you in charge of the whole land of Egypt. Can you imagine what that moment felt like? One day, overlooked. By the next, exalted. Could it be that your breakthrough is just one divine decision away? And then there was Moses, a man who had run from his past, who had resigned himself to the wilderness, believing his story was over. He was tending sheep far from the palaces of Egypt, when suddenly God decided. The burning bush appeared. A voice called his name. In that moment, everything changed. He was no longer just a shepherd. He was the chosen deliverer of an entire nation. Exodus 3:10 declares God's command to him. So now, go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt. What if Moses had let his doubts stop him? What if he had refused the call? Could it be that God has been preparing you for something far greater than you imagined? Do you see the pattern? Each of them was living an ordinary life. Each of them had a moment of uncertainty, a season of waiting, a period of silence. But then, in an instant, the course of their lives changed. Because when God decides, time bends, obstacles fall, and what once seemed impossible becomes reality. And now, chosen one, it is your moment. The heavens have spoken your name. The shift has begun. What you have been waiting for is now in motion. The doors that once seemed locked are opening before you. The world is about to witness what God has spoken concerning you. Will you step into it with faith? Will you embrace the calling with courage? Because this is not just another day. This is the moment when everything changes. Nothing about this moment is accidental. Nothing about your journey has been left to chance. Every trial, every delay, every moment of waiting has been leading to this. You were not overlooked. You were not forgotten. You were being prepared. You were being refined. You were being strengthened for such a time as this. Look at Esther, a young Jewish woman who seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of things, yet God positioned her in the palace of a Persian king. She could have remained silent, hidden in comfort, but then a call from heaven came. A decree had gone out to destroy her people, and she alone had the power to intercede. Her cousin Mordecai reminded her in Esther 4:14, and who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this. She had a choice, step up or shrink back, and because she walked boldly into her calling, an entire nation was saved. What if she had hesitated? What if she had doubted her purpose? Now, think about David, a shepherd boy dismissed by his own family. No one saw his potential, yet God had already called him to be king. The moment Samuel anointed him, the process began. But his journey to the throne was not immediate. He faced battles, betrayals, and years of waiting. However, when the moment arrived, nothing could stop what God had ordained. Psalm 78:72 tells us, "And David shepherded them with integrity of heart. With skillful hands he led them." His preparation in the field equipped him for the throne. Could it be that everything you have endured was shaping you for this very moment? And this is not just something we read in Scripture. It happens in real life too. Oprah Winfrey, one of the most influential voices in the world today, was once a young girl growing up in poverty, facing rejection and hardship. She was fired from her first job as a television reporter because she was deemed unfit for TV. But she didn't let rejection define her. Instead, she walked into her purpose. She built a media empire, inspiring millions with her message of hope and resilience. When asked how she kept going, she often speaks about faith and the belief that she was called for something greater. Like Joseph in the prison, like Esther in the palace, like David in the field, her moment came, and she stepped into it. What if she had given up? What if she had believed the voices that said she wasn't good enough? You too are standing at the threshold of something far greater than yourself. This is not a season to shrink in fear, but a time to rise in faith. Think about the world today. So many people are lost, wandering, searching for meaning. But you have been set apart. You have been chosen. The call upon your life is undeniable. The purpose within you is unstoppable. So stand up, chosen one. Walk boldly into your calling. Step fearlessly into the purpose that has been set before you. Heaven has already declared your victory. The battle is won. The doors are open. The shift is irreversible. And from this moment forward, nothing will ever be the same. Will you step forward with faith? Will you answer the call? Because the moment has come, and destiny is waiting for you. Chosen ones, understand this. You cannot ascend to new heights while clinging to the past. The call of God is always accompanied by a separation, a breaking away from what was, so that you can step into what will be. This is not a suggestion. It is a divine requirement. Every time God moves someone forward, He also calls them to release something. There must be a shedding, a transformation, a letting go. Because the weight of the past is too heavy for the future God has prepared for you. Think of Abraham. When God called him in Genesis 12:1, He didn't simply give him a promise, He gave him a command. Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. Abraham had to leave behind everything familiar, his home, his relatives, his comfort. Why? Because what God was calling him into was far greater than what he was leaving behind. Imagine if he had refused, if he had clung to what was familiar. Would he still have become the father of nations? What if your next level requires you to release something you've been afraid to let go of? And then there's Moses. Before he could become a deliverer, he had to leave Egypt. Not just physically, but emotionally and spiritually. He had to let go of his old identity, his past failures, and the fear that had once driven him into hiding. When God spoke to him through the burning bush in Exodus 3, He wasn't just calling him to Pharaoh. He was calling him to let go of everything that told him he wasn't enough. Could it be that God is asking you to release your insecurities, your doubts, and your fear? Because where He's leading you requires unshakable faith. This pattern doesn't just exist in Scripture. It happens in real life too. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, was once fired from the very company he helped create. It was a humiliating and painful moment, one that could have destroyed his confidence. But instead of dwelling in the past, he embraced change, learned from the setback, and eventually returned to lead Apple to unprecedented success. In a speech years later, he said, "Sometimes life hits you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. What if the very thing you are afraid of losing is the thing God is using to prepare you for something greater?" The truth is, chosen ones, when God calls, He demands movement. Some of you will have to leave behind familiar places that no longer serve your growth. Some will have to abandon old mindsets that have kept you bound. Some will be required to walk away from certain people who cannot go where you're going. Some will have to release fear, doubt, and hesitation, because the place God is leading you is too high, too sacred, and too great to be weighed down by what no longer belongs in your future. So I ask you, what are you still holding on to? What has God asked you to leave behind, but you've been reluctant to release? Because the moment you surrender, the moment you step forward in obedience, is the moment the doors open, and you step into the next level of your divine destiny. Some of you are wondering why certain relationships are suddenly ending. Why do the people who once felt like family now feel distant? Why do the places that once felt like home now feel uncomfortable? Why do you sense a shift but struggle to embrace it? The transition is painful and the unfamiliar is unsettling. But hear this, chosen ones. Not everyone is meant to go where God is taking you. Look at Abraham. He had to leave everything familiar, his father's house, his homeland, and his people, to step into the promise God had prepared for him. Genesis 12:1 records God's command, "Go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you." Imagine the fear, the uncertainty. Would he still be blessed if he stayed? Would he still receive the promise if he refused to move? Abraham had to make a choice. Cling to the comfort of the past or trust God for the unknown. What about you? Is God calling you to let go of something, but fear is making you hesitate? Then there's Joseph. He didn't choose separation. God orchestrated it. Betrayed by his own brothers, thrown into a pit and sold into slavery, he could have easily been consumed by anger and resentment. But what seemed like abandonment was actually divine positioning. Had Joseph stayed with his family, he would have never reached the palace. Genesis 50:20 reveals the truth behind his suffering. "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Can you see how what feels like a loss might actually be a setup? Even Moses had to leave Pharaoh's palace, the very place that raised him, before he could embrace his true identity as a deliverer. If he had remained in the comfort of royalty, he would have never become the leader who parted the Red Sea. Exodus 3:10 declares God's command, "So now go. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people, the Israelites, out of Egypt." What if the separation you're resisting is actually the catalyst for your purpose? And let's not forget Jesus. Even the Son of God had to separate from the crowd, from his own disciples, to fulfill his mission. There were moments when he withdrew to be alone in prayer, moments when he distanced himself from those who didn't understand his calling. And in his final moments, even his closest followers abandoned him. Yet, that separation led to the greatest victory the world has ever seen. If even Jesus had to walk alone at times, why do you believe you must hold on to everyone and everything? This is not just biblical history. It happens in real life too. Tyler Perry, now one of the most successful filmmakers in the world, started with nothing. He was homeless, living out of his car, rejected time and time again. Friends walked away. Doors shut. Nothing made sense. But in the midst of what looked like loss, God was preparing him for something greater. He often shares how those painful separations forced him to rely on God alone. Today, he owns a film empire, proving that when God removes something, it is only to make room for something better. Could it be that what you're grieving now is actually clearing the way for something greater? So, do not fight what God is removing. Do not cry over what he is closing. Do not mourn what he has decided to end. and do not chase after what he has already separated from you, because every loss in the hands of God is not a setback. It is a divine setup. Will you trust him enough to let go? Will you have the courage to move forward? Because where he is leading you is far greater than anything he is asking you to leave behind. The people who walked away, God allowed it. The doors that shut, God closed them. The sudden changes that leave you confused and unsettled, God orchestrated them. Why? Because where he is taking you, you cannot afford to carry unnecessary baggage. Who you are becoming requires you to release who you were. The next level of your destiny demands a version of you that is willing to let go. Chosen one, release it. Trust God's process. Trust his perfect timing. Trust that every ending in God's hands is not a tragedy, but the beginning of something greater. What is ahead of you is far greater than what is behind. Can you surrender the past so that he can place something even better in your hands? Look at Job. He was a man who had everything: wealth, status, family, and health, until suddenly it was all stripped away. He lost everything in what seemed like a cruel and unfair test. His friends doubted him. His wife told him to curse God and die. And yet, through it all, Job remained faithful. What he did not know was that God had already planned his restoration. And when the test was over, Job 42:10 reveals what happened. The Lord restored his fortunes and gave him twice as much as he had before. Every loss he endured was setting him up for double. Could it be that what you're grieving now is actually a setup for something far greater? And then there's Ruth, a woman who lost her husband, who left her homeland and walked into the unknown, following Naomi into a foreign land with no certainty of what was ahead. She had no idea that her obedience to let go of the past was leading her straight into her divine destiny. Because God had already decided, he had already prepared Boaz, her redeemer. He had already written her into the lineage of kings. Ruth, the Moabite woman, became the great-grandmother of King David, and from her bloodline came Jesus Christ himself. Imagine if she had clung to her old life, refusing to step forward in faith. Would she have ever seen the fullness of what God had for her? And this truth is not just found in the Bible, it is seen in the real world too. Howard Schultz, the former CEO of Starbucks, grew up in poverty in a housing complex for the underprivileged. He could have accepted that as his fate, but instead, he walked away from limitations and stepped into the unknown. He took a chance on a small coffee company, investing in something uncertain. Years later, he turned Starbucks into a global empire. If he had clung to the security of what was familiar, he never would have reached the greatness that was ahead. What if the very thing you're afraid to let go of is the key to your breakthrough? So, I ask you, chosen one, will you trust God enough to let go? Will you believe that what he is removing is only making space for something better? Because what God has for you is not behind you, it is ahead of you. And if you dare to release what no longer serves your future, you will step into the fullness of what God has already decided for your life. Chosen ones, understand this. What God has prepared for you is far greater than anything you are leaving behind. Every shift, every separation, every moment of transition is not to harm you, but to position you. If he is moving you, it is because something greater is ahead. If he is pulling you away from familiar places and people, it is because your destiny demands it. And if he is allowing discomfort, it is only because your time has come. Do not resist what God is trying to remove. Do not mourn the doors he has closed. What feels like a loss now is nothing compared to the restoration he has already written into your story. The pain of leaving is temporary, but the blessing ahead is eternal. The discomfort of transition is simply the birth pangs of something extraordinary. What he is preparing for you is beyond anything you have imagined. Look at Elisha. He was working in the fields, ploughing with 12 yoke of oxen, living an ordinary life, when suddenly God called him higher. The prophet Elijah walked by and threw his cloak over him, symbolizing the divine transition. But before Elisha could step into his destiny, he had to let go of his past. 1 Kings 19:21 says, "So Elisha left him and went back. He took his yoke of oxen and slaughtered them. He burned the plowing equipment to cook the meat and gave it to the people, and they ate. Then he set out to follow Elijah and became his servant." Why did he burn his equipment? Because he understood that there was no going back. He could not walk into his future while holding on to his past. Could it be that God is asking you to release something permanently so you can fully embrace what he has ahead? Then there's Paul, formerly Saul, a man who once persecuted Christians, believing he was serving God. But then God decided, and in one encounter on the road to Damascus, his entire life changed. He lost his sight, symbolizing the death of his old vision, and when his eyes were opened again, he saw with spiritual clarity. Acts 9:15 reveals God's plan. "This man is my chosen instrument to proclaim my name to the Gentiles and their kings, and to the people of Israel." But to step into that calling, Paul had to leave behind everything: his status, his reputation, even his past identity. Imagine if he had resisted. Imagine if he had clung to who he used to be. Would he have ever become the greatest apostle of the New Testament? And this principle is not just found in Scripture, it is seen in real life too. J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, was once a struggling single mother living in poverty. She faced rejection after rejection from publishers, and it would have been easy for her to give up. But she chose to press forward, believing in the story she had been given. What she didn't know was that those painful rejections were simply preparing her for an even greater testimony. Eventually, her perseverance paid off, and her books became some of the best-selling in history, impacting millions of lives worldwide. What if the struggles you are facing right now are not the end of your story, but the beginning of something far greater? Chosen one, let go of the past and step into your promise. The doors that have closed were never meant to keep you in. They were meant to guide you to where you truly belong. Your breakthrough is already written. Your elevation has already been decided, and the next season of your life is about to unfold in ways beyond your wildest imagination. Will you trust God enough to walk into it? Because what is ahead is greater than what is behind. Chosen ones, you are standing on the edge of a divine shift, one that will change everything. And listen carefully. Something is about to happen that will alter the course of your life. A supernatural encounter, a divine moment, a destiny appointment. This is not just another transition. This is not just another season. This is a moment in time that will change everything. Some of you are about to meet a door that only God could open. Some of you are about to experience a breakthrough that will impact generations. Some of you are about to receive a blessing that will silence every enemy. You do not see it yet, but it is closer than you think. Look at Jacob. He was running, fleeing from the consequences of his past, broken by his own mistakes, lost and afraid. But then, in one night, God decided. He wrestled with an angel until daybreak, refusing to let go until he received a blessing. Genesis 32:28 records what happened. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." His name was changed. His identity was restored. His destiny was set in motion. What if your greatest battle right now is not meant to break you, but to birth a new version of you? Then there's Paul, once known as Saul. He was full of pride, convinced of his own plans, certain he was on the right path. But then suddenly, God decided. A light from heaven knocked him down on the road to Damascus, and in one moment, his life changed forever. The persecutor became a preacher. The enemy of the gospel became its greatest messenger. The lost became found. Acts 9:3-6 describes this moment. Suddenly, a light from heaven flashed around him. He fell to the ground and heard a voice say to him, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me?" That was the moment everything shifted. What if the interruption in your life right now is actually God setting you up for your purpose? C.S. Lewis, one of the greatest Christian thinkers of all time, was once an atheist. He spent years denying the existence of God, convinced that faith was nothing more than a myth. But then something happened. A series of encounters, moments of deep reflection, and undeniable experiences led him to surrender. He later described his conversion as being the most reluctant convert in all of England. Yet that one divine moment changed everything. He went on to become one of the most powerful voices for Christianity, inspiring millions through his writings. Could it be that the thing you've been resisting is actually the key to your destiny? Chosen one, this is your moment. God is about to introduce something that will change the course of your life forever. A divine meeting, a supernatural shift, a breakthrough beyond your imagination. Do not resist it. Do not fear it. Do not doubt it. Because what is coming will not just affect you, it will impact generations to come. Will you recognize it when it arrives? Will you be ready to walk through the door? Because destiny's knocking and everything is about to change. And now, this is your moment. This is not just another phase. This is not just another shift. This is a divine shift, one that has been set in motion by the very hand of God. You are leaving soon, not because of your own decision, not because of chance, not because of man's approval, but because God decided. And when God decides, nothing can stop it. No enemy can block it. No force can delay it. No attack can undo it. Isaiah 14:27 declares, "For the Lord Almighty has purposed, and who can thwart him? His hand is stretched out, and who can turn it back?" When he speaks, all of creation aligns. When he commands movement, nothing can hold you back. This is your moment of transformation. This is your season of divine movement. Look at the way God moved in the lives of those he called. Abraham was called out of his homeland into the unknown. Moses was called out of the wilderness into leadership. Joseph was called out of the prison into the palace. Now you are being called out of where you were into something greater. And this pattern doesn't just exist in Scripture, it is a truth seen in the world today. Nelson Mandela, after spending 27 years in prison, walked out as a free man, not just to reclaim his life, but to change the destiny of an entire nation. The prison walls could not hold back what God had already decided. The time had come, and nothing could stop it. Could it be that what has felt like a delay in your life was actually God setting the perfect time for your breakthrough? Get ready, because everything is about to change. The shift is here. The doors are opening. The transformation is happening now. This is your moment. Will you step into it with faith? Because when God decides, there is no turning back. Chosen ones, do not delay. Do not fight the process. Do not resist the change. Do not let fear hold you back. The enemy will try to whisper doubt into your mind. He will tell you that you are not ready. He will convince you that you need more time, that you are too weak, too broken, too late. But hear this today. When God decides, your readiness does not matter. Throughout history, God has never waited for human readiness. He moves at his appointed time. Look at Gideon. When God called him, he was hiding, fearful, convinced that he was the weakest in his family, the least qualified to lead. But God did not ask him if he felt ready. He simply declared, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Judges 6:12. Gideon's strength was irrelevant. It was God's decision that made him victorious. What if your calling has nothing to do with your strength, but everything to do with God's power? Consider Jeremiah. When God appointed him as a prophet, he immediately resisted, saying he was too young, too inexperienced. But God silenced his fears with these words in Jeremiah 1:7. "Do not say, 'I'm too young.' You must go to everyone I send you to and say whatever I command you." Jeremiah's readiness did not matter. God had already decided. Could it be that God is sending you now, not because you feel prepared, but because he has already prepared the way? And this truth is seen in real life too. Harlan Sanders, better known as Colonel Sanders, was rejected over 1,000 times before his fried chicken recipe finally found success. He was already in his 60s when his breakthrough came. He could have believed the enemy's lies, that he was too old, too late, that his time had passed. But he pressed forward, and the brand he built, KFC, became one of the largest in the world. What if the enemy's greatest weapon against you is convincing you that you're not ready, when in fact your moment has already arrived? Chosen one, do not delay. Do not listen to the voices of doubt. Do not let fear rob you of what God has already decided for you. The time is now. The doors are open. The season has shifted. Step forward in faith, because when God decides, nothing else matters. David was just a shepherd boy, overlooked by his own family, dismissed as insignificant. But God decided, and the boy who tended sheep became the king of Israel, the one through whose lineage the Messiah would come. 1 Samuel 16:7 reminds us of God's perspective. The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Esther was just an orphan girl, hidden among the exiles, unknown and unrecognized. But God decided, and the girl with no status became the queen who saved an entire nation. Esther 4:14 asks the defining question, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Gideon was full of fear, hiding in the winepress, convinced he was too weak to lead. But God decided, and the man who doubted himself became the warrior who led Israel to victory. Judges 6:12 declares, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." And now you may feel small, unworthy, unprepared. But hear this, God has decided, and when God decides, nothing can stop it. Kings must step down, mountains must move, seas must part, destiny must unfold. So stand up, lift your head, take courage, because you are leaving soon, because your life-changing moment is near, because God decided, and when he speaks, it shall be done. No more doubt, no more hesitation, no more delays. Step boldly into what God has spoken over you, because this is your time, and history proves it time and time again. Martin Luther King Jr. was just a preacher's son from Atlanta, raised in the segregated South. He could have accepted the world as it was, but God decided that he would be a voice of change. His courage to step into his calling transformed a nation. His famous words, "I have a dream," were not just his dream, they were part of God's divine plan. What if your hesitation is the only thing standing between you and destiny? What if this is your defining moment? Chosen one, step forward. Step into what God has already declared over you. Because when God decides, nothing else matters. Chosen one, this is your defining hour. The waiting season is over. The hesitation must end. You have been called, chosen, and prepared for something far greater than what your eyes can see. Do not shrink back. Do not second-guess what God has already confirmed. When God decided to raise up Moses, he tried to resist. He gave excuses, saying he wasn't a good speaker, that he wasn't the right person for the job. But God did not ask him if he felt ready. He simply said in Exodus 4:12, "Now go, I will help you speak and will teach you what to say." Moses had to choose between his fear and his destiny. Will you choose to step forward even when fear whispers that you are not enough? And look at Peter. He was just a fisherman, uneducated and impulsive, but God decided. And the moment Jesus called him, everything changed. Peter could have stayed in his boat, clinging to the familiar, but instead he stepped into the unknown. Matthew 4:19 records Jesus' invitation. "Come, follow me, and I will send you out to fish for people." That one decision led Peter to walk on water, to preach the gospel, and to become one of the foundational leaders of the church. Could it be that your greatest transformation is waiting on the other side of your obedience? And this truth echoes through time, even beyond the pages of Scripture. Malala Yousafzai, a young girl from Pakistan, could have remained silent when she was told she had no right to an education. She could have accepted the fear, the threats, the opposition, but God decided that her voice would be heard. And even after being attacked, she did not let fear define her. She stepped into her calling as an advocate for education and human rights, becoming the youngest Nobel Prize laureate in history. What if your testimony, your purpose, your breakthrough is meant to inspire generations? Chosen one, you cannot afford to stay where you are. The world needs what God has placed inside you. You were not meant to remain hidden. You were not meant to play small. This is your moment to rise. The doors are opening. The shift is happening. What God has spoken over you will come to pass. Isaiah 61 declares, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." So rise, chosen one. Step boldly. Walk in faith, because when God decides, nothing can stand in the way. Chosen one, this is your time to step forward. The weight of the past no longer has power over you. The doubts that tried to hold you back must be silenced. The lies of the enemy that whispered, "You're not ready, you're not strong enough, you're not qualified," must be cast down. Because when God decides, no excuse, no fear, no opposition can stop what he has ordained. Think about Joshua. He had spent years as Moses' servant, walking in the shadow of greatness. But then God decided. Moses was gone, and it was Joshua's time to lead. God didn't ask Joshua if he felt ready. He commanded him to be strong and courageous. Joshua 1:9 declares, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." That was the moment of transition, the moment where Joshua had to choose, step into his calling, or let fear hold him back. Could it be that you are standing at the edge of your promised land, but fear is trying to keep you from crossing over? Look at Mary, the mother of Jesus. She was a young, humble girl, not someone the world would have chosen for such a divine assignment. But God decided. The angel Gabriel appeared, declaring to her in Luke 1:30-31, "Do not be afraid, Mary. You have found favor with God. You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you are to call him Jesus." It was unexpected. It was overwhelming. But Mary responded with faith, saying, "I am the Lord's servant. May your word to me be fulfilled." Imagine if she had allowed fear to stop her. What if your greatest calling requires you to surrender, even when it feels beyond your ability to comprehend? And this same truth can be seen in history. Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison, falsely accused and rejected by his own country. The world tried to silence him, but God had already decided his destiny. When he was finally released, he didn't return with bitterness. He returned as a leader, becoming the first black president of South Africa and a global symbol of reconciliation. What if he had allowed his suffering to break him? What if he had believed the lie that he was forgotten? Could it be that what felt like your greatest setback is actually your divine setup for something greater? Chosen one, rise up. Stop waiting for the perfect moment, because this is your moment. Stop waiting to feel ready, because God has already qualified you. Stop letting fear dictate your decisions. because the one who called you is faithful. This is your divine appointment. This is the shift that will change everything. The same God who called Joshua, Mary, and Mandela is the same God calling you now. Isaiah 43:19 declares, "See, I'm doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Chosen one, do you perceive it? Do you feel it? Because the doors are opening. The time has come. Chosen one, the moment is now. You are standing on the edge of something that will change everything. The preparation has been completed. The lessons have been learned. The refining has been painful, but it has made you stronger. And now God has decided it is time to move. No more hesitation, no more second guessing. You are not waiting on God. God is waiting on you. What He has spoken over your life is already set in motion. What He has promised is already on its way. But there's one thing you must do. Step into it. Think of Noah. God commanded him to build an ark when there was no sign of rain. The world mocked him. People doubted him. Yet Noah obeyed. And when the flood came, the very thing that seemed foolish to the world became the vehicle of his salvation. Genesis 6:22 says, Noah did everything just as God commanded him. What if what God is asking you to do right now seems ridiculous to others, but is actually the key to your breakthrough? And look at David once again. He was anointed as king when he was just a boy, but he didn't immediately step onto the throne. Instead, he was sent back to the fields, back to tending sheep. But that waiting season wasn't a delay, it was his preparation. He fought lions and bears in private long before he faced Goliath in public. Could it be that what has felt like a delay in your life is actually divine training for the battles ahead? And this is not just seen in Scripture, it happens in the world today. Elon Musk was once told his ideas were too ambitious, that his vision for electric cars and space travel was unrealistic. He faced rejection, financial struggles, and people who told him it was impossible, but he kept moving forward. Today, Tesla and SpaceX have revolutionized industries. What if the dreams God has placed in your heart seem impossible, not because they are too big, but because they are meant to be accomplished through His power, not yours? This is your moment of decision. You can stay where you are, clinging to what is familiar, or you can step into what God has already prepared. Deuteronomy 1:6-7 records a powerful command from God to the Israelites. You have stayed long enough at this mountain. Break camp and advance. You have stayed long enough in this place of waiting. You have prayed, prepared, and endured. Now it is time to move. So, chosen one, take the first step. The ark must be built before the rain comes. The stone must be slung before the giant falls. The vision must be pursued before it becomes reality. God has already decided. The question is, will you move when He calls? This is the moment that will define the rest of your journey. Your future is not ahead of you. It is inside of you, waiting to be released. The doors are open. The shift is happening. Step forward. Chosen one, this is the turning point. You are no longer standing in a place of uncertainty. You are standing in a place of divine transition. The shift has already begun. The doors have already been set in motion. What once felt far away is now within reach. And now God is asking you one thing. Will you walk through the open door? There is no more time to waste. The season of hesitation is over. The season of delay is finished. What is ahead of you is too great to be missed, too important to be postponed, too significant to ignore. Do you feel it? The call is getting louder. The pull is getting stronger. Your moment is now. Look at Lot and his family. When God commanded them to leave Sodom, it was not a suggestion. It was a divine order. The city was about to be destroyed, and their survival depended on their obedience. Yet Lot's wife hesitated. She looked back at what God had already decided to remove, and in that moment, she lost everything. Genesis 19:26 says, "But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt." Why? Because she was more attached to her past than to her future. Are you clinging to something that God has already called you to leave behind? And then there was Elijah and Elisha. When Elijah was about to be taken up to heaven, Elisha refused to let him go without receiving his mantle. He pursued Elijah relentlessly, refusing to be distracted or delayed. 2 Kings 2:9 says, "Let me inherit a double portion of your spirit." And because of his persistence, because he was ready for the moment, Elisha received the double portion anointing. What if the next level of your calling depends on your ability to stay focused and keep moving forward? And we see this same truth in real life. Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, once worked a comfortable corporate job. He could have stayed where he was, enjoying stability and security, but he saw a greater vision. He made the bold decision to step out, to build something new, something uncertain. And today, Amazon is one of the biggest companies in the world. But what if he had stayed? What if he had played it safe? What if your fear of uncertainty is the only thing keeping you from walking into your destiny? Chosen one, hear this today. You cannot afford to look back. You cannot afford to delay. The doors are open now, but they will not stay open forever. What God has prepared for you is waiting, but it requires your obedience. Isaiah 43:18-19 declares, "Forget the former things. Do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? Do you perceive it? Do you feel the shift? This is not the time to hesitate. This is the time to move." So go, chosen one, walk boldly, step forward with faith. Because when God decides, nothing can stop what is already in motion. Chosen one, step forward. Your moment is here. The time for waiting has passed. The time for questioning is over. Now is the time for action. What God has set in motion cannot be undone, and what He has declared over your life is about to manifest. The only question is, will you step into it, or will you hesitate? Look at the Israelites at the Red Sea. They had just been freed from Egypt, yet the moment they faced an obstacle, fear overtook them. The sea stood before them, and Pharaoh's army pursued from behind. They panicked. They doubted. But God had already decided their victory. Exodus 14:15 records God's command to Moses. "Why do you cry out to me? Tell the Israelites to move forward." And as soon as they moved, the sea parted. The miracle was waiting on their obedience. Could it be that the breakthrough you are praying for is already set before you, waiting for you to move? Look at Jesus' disciples when He called them. Peter, James, and John were fishermen. Matthew was a tax collector. Each of them had a life, a routine, a sense of normalcy. But when Jesus called, they left everything behind. Luke 5:11 tells us, "So they pulled their boats up on shore, left everything and followed Him." They didn't hesitate. They didn't ask for more time. They stepped into their purpose immediately. And because they did, they became part of a movement that changed history forever. What if your destiny is waiting on one bold decision to say yes to what God is calling you into? And this truth is not just found in Scripture. It happens in the world today. Denzel Washington, the legendary actor, once faced a defining moment. As a young man, he had dreams of becoming a doctor, but things weren't aligning as he had planned. One day, an elderly woman in his church looked at him and prophesied that he would speak to millions, travel the world, and make a great impact. He could have ignored those words. He could have continued on his own path, but instead, he stepped into what God had for him. Today, his talent and influence have not only made him successful in his career, but have also given him a platform to openly share his faith. What if the shift happening in your life right now is God's way of pushing you into something bigger than you ever imagined? Chosen one, listen to me. This is your moment of decision. You have been prepared, you have been refined, and now you must act. No more hesitation, no more questioning whether you are ready, no more fear. Deuteronomy 31:8 declares, "The Lord himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged." You are not alone in this transition. God has already gone before you. He has already prepared the way. But you must take the step. So rise up, chosen one. The doors are open, the path is clear, the time is now. Step into the destiny that has already been written for you, because when God decides, nothing can stand in your way. And now, let's pray this prayer of faith together as one family. Heavenly Father, I come before you with a heart filled with reverence and awe. You are the creator of the universe, the one who spoke everything into existence with a single word. There is no one like you, and no one can stand against your will. You are the God who decides, and when you decide, it is done. Right now, we acknowledge that you have decided. You have chosen us, and because of your choice, we stand on the brink of something far greater than we could have ever dreamed or imagined. Father, I thank you for every soul listening to this prayer. I thank you for those who have felt the weight of your calling, the tug of your voice, and the fire of your presence. You have set them apart for something extraordinary, something that has been written in your book before time even began. You have decided. They are not here by chance or by coincidence. They are here because you called them. Lord, I pray for each person listening that they would feel the powerful stir of your Spirit in their hearts right now. Let them feel the fire of your presence burning within them, stirring them to rise up and take hold of the greatness you have for them. Let this moment be one that they will never forget. Let this moment be the turning point, the place where everything shifts, the place where they stop looking back and start moving forward with everything they have. Father, ignite in them a fire that cannot be quenched. I ask you to break every chain that has held them back, every fear, every doubt, every lie the enemy has whispered in their ears. I declare that they are free, free to step into their destiny, free to rise to the call you have placed on their lives, free to leave behind everything that has tried to hold them down. Their past is not their future. Their struggles are not their destination. You are making a way, Father. You are opening doors. You are shifting circumstances. Nothing is impossible for you. Lord, I pray that you would give them the strength to step into their future, no matter how uncertain it may seem. When you called Abraham, you didn't tell him the full story. You didn't give him a map. You simply told him to go, and by faith he went. Father, give your chosen ones that same courage, that same faith to move forward, even when they can't see the whole picture. Give them the boldness to follow your voice, knowing that you are always one step ahead of them, guiding them to exactly where they need to be. I declare over their lives right now that their time has come, the time to leave behind the past, the time to step into the fullness of who you created them to be, the time to step into the plans you've been preparing for them. Those plans are far beyond their wildest dreams. No more delays, no more hesitation, no more looking back. The future you have for them is so much greater than what they've known, and it is now time to step into it. Father, just as you called Moses to lead your people out of Egypt, you are calling your chosen ones to step into their own divine destiny. You are calling them to lead, to guide, to transform the world around them. You have prepared them for such a time as this. They are ready. They may not feel ready, but you have already equipped them. You have already provided everything they need to fulfill their purpose. They are not ordinary. They are a chosen generation. They are a royal priesthood, and this is their moment. Lord, I pray for those who may be struggling with doubt, who may feel inadequate, or who are wondering if they are truly capable of the greatness you've called them to. Let them hear your voice louder than ever before. Remind them that you are the one who makes them capable. You have chosen them, and you will equip them. What you have started in their lives, you will finish. They are more than enough, because with you, all things are possible. I also pray for those who are still holding on to their past, who are afraid to let go of the comfort they know, even though you have called them to something greater. Father, let them know that what is ahead of them is far more glorious than anything they've left behind. Help them to see with your eyes. Help them to understand that the journey ahead may be uncomfortable at times, but it is the only path that leads to the fulfillment of your purpose for their lives. The future you have for them is brighter than anything they could ever hold on to from their past. And now, Father, I lift up every person who has subscribed, liked, and shared this message. I ask for a special blessing over their lives. Father, pour out your favor upon them. May your grace surround them. May your wisdom guide them. May your peace fill their hearts. As they have opened their hearts and minds to this message, I pray that you would open doors for them in ways they never thought possible. Let them experience unprecedented breakthroughs. Let them see your hand at work in their lives in ways they cannot explain. Father, I pray that as they share this message with others, it will ignite a fire in the hearts of those who hear it. May it spread like wildfire, bringing hope to the hopeless, strength to the weak, and transformation to those who feel lost. May your truth and your love be evident in every word that is shared. Let this message bring light to dark places. I declare over their lives that they will never be the same. From this moment forward, they will walk in the fullness of their calling. They will rise with strength and courage. They will move forward with boldness and confidence, knowing that the one who called them is faithful. What you have started, you will finish. Father, I pray that the seeds sown today will yield a great harvest. Let this message not just be heard, but be planted deep within the hearts of your people. Let it take root and grow, producing fruit that will last. May your Spirit continue to stir in their hearts long after this prayer, and may they walk forward in the power of your purpose for their lives. Father, you have decided, and we trust you. We trust that the best is yet to come. We trust that the shift is happening right now. We trust that we are leaving the old behind, and we are walking into the destiny you have prepared for us. It is time, and we are ready to step into everything you have for us. In Jesus' name, amen. As God's chosen ones, the time has come for a significant shift in your life. God has decided, and you are about to leave behind what no longer serves your divine purpose. The future ahead is filled with greatness, and the next chapter is waiting for you to step into it with faith and courage. Your journey is about to take a new turn, and God's hand will guide you every step of the way. Remember that as you move forward, you are not alone. Your faith is a powerful force, and it will carry you through every challenge, every moment of doubt, and every step of the unknown. You are walking in His will, and that will make all the difference. Trust in His plan, for it is far greater than you could ever imagine. If this message has resonated with you and you feel moved to support, feel free to donate through Super Thanks. I am truly grateful for your support, whether it's through a donation or simply your engagement. Your presence and encouragement are a blessing. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more inspiring content, and leave your comments below. Share this with others who need to hear this message, and may God continue to bless you abundantly in all your endeavors. You are chosen, and you are destined for greatness. Keep shining. Beloved chosen one, before we begin, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude to those who have supported this message through Super Thanks. Thank you from the depths of my heart. Your generosity helps keep this divine mission alive. allowing this message to reach those who need it most. But whether you choose to donate or not, know this: you are already blessed. Your presence here, your faith, and your willingness to seek truth mean more than you realize. If you're watching this right now, it's no coincidence. You were led here for a reason. God has something powerful in store for you. The wait is over. The transition is happening. Drop the number 999 in the comments if you feel this message in your spirit, because this is confirmation that your divine journey is about to shift. Have you been feeling different lately? As if something is shifting, but you can't quite explain it. Have you felt like the world around you no longer resonates with you the way it used to? These are not random feelings, they are signs. God has spoken. You will leave soon. But this is not about physical death. It is about a divine transition. You are being elevated to a higher level, called into a new realm of peace, purpose, and divine fulfillment. You have endured mockery, rejection, and isolation, yet you never abandoned your faith. You held on when others gave up. But now the time has come. Are you ready to receive what has been prepared for you? You are among the chosen. Many are called, but few have the strength to complete their mission. Only 1% of people successfully fulfill their divine purpose, and you, chosen one, are part of that rare and powerful few. You have stayed obedient, trusted God even when the road was unclear, and endured trials that would have broken others. But why do you think you survived? Why do you think you made it through when so many others fell away? Because you were meant to. As you look back on the world, the people who doubted you, the ones who mocked your faith, the ones who couldn't see your purpose, understand that it was all part of the test. Every rejection, every delay, every hardship was preparing you for this moment. But here's the real question. Do you see it now? Do you finally understand why you had to go through it all? Now, God is about to reveal His love for you in ways that will leave you in awe. You are stepping into a reality beyond the material world, a place where God's peace, His love, and His protection will surround you eternally. Now, let me ask you one last thing before we dive in. Are you ready? Because what I'm about to share will confirm everything you've been feeling deep inside. Let's get into it. God's chosen one, no more waiting on God. Unexpected meeting. Chosen one. In this vast and complex world, where billions of souls move through life unaware of their true purpose, there exists a rare and extraordinary group. Those who have been chosen by God Himself. You, the chosen one, are not lost. You are not insignificant. You were never meant to blend in with the crowd. From the moment of your birth, an invisible thread of destiny has been guiding you towards something far greater than the ordinary. This is no accident. It is divine design. But have you ever felt the weight of that calling deep in your soul? That unshakable feeling that you were meant for something more? The sleepless nights, the inexplicable longing, the moments where you felt different from everyone else. These were never coincidences. They were signs. God has been preparing you, molding you, shaping your spirit for a mission that few would dare to walk. Throughout history, those chosen by God did not live ordinary lives. Moses was raised in Pharaoh's palace, yet his true calling was to lead a nation out of bondage. Exodus 3:10. David was just a shepherd boy, unseen and overlooked, until God anointed him to become a king. 1 Samuel 16:12-13. Even Jesus Himself spent years in quiet preparation before stepping into His divine mission. Luke 3:23. They were all tested before they were revealed, and so are you. But divine callings are not just confined to biblical times. Even today, God continues to choose individuals, many of whom have walked through hardship, rejection, or deep personal struggles before stepping into their destiny. Consider Oprah Winfrey, a woman who faced unspeakable hardship in her early life. She grew up in poverty, endured abuse, and was told she would never amount to anything. But deep inside, she felt a calling to be a voice for others. Despite the setbacks, she pressed on. Today, she is one of the most influential women in the world, using her platform to inspire millions. Was it just luck? Or was she divinely positioned to impact the world in a way only she could? Or take Albert Einstein, a man who was labeled as slow and incapable as a child. Teachers thought he would never succeed. Yet inside, he carried an unshakable vision, a sense that he was meant to understand the universe in ways that others could not. His persistence led to discoveries that reshaped our understanding of time and space. Was this just intelligence, or was it a divine appointment to reveal God's mysteries in science? Your life is not just a series of random events. It is a meticulously crafted test. Every obstacle, every delay, every moment of uncertainty is part of God's divine plan to refine you. You were chosen not for ease, but for purpose. And that purpose has been set in motion long before you even realized it. As you look around, you see it everywhere. People wandering through life, searching for purpose, hoping for answers that never seem to come. The world is filled with restless souls, grasping for meaning, yet always feeling empty. But you, the chosen one, are different. You do not just seek the truth. You feel it burning inside you. That inner voice, that deep pull towards something greater, has been whispering to you for years. Can you hear it now? Can you feel that this moment is different? This is not just a passing thought. It is God's call, one that has echoed through time, reaching those who are destined to rise above the ordinary. It is not about being perfect, nor about knowing every step in advance. It is about trust. The kind of trust that made Abraham leave his homeland without knowing where God would take him. Genesis 12:1. The kind of trust that allowed Esther, a simple orphan girl, to risk everything and step into her divine assignment as a queen. Esther 4:14. But what about you? Will you trust that the hardships you have faced were never random, that the pain, the struggles, the isolation, they were all part of a greater plan to prepare you for this moment? It is essential to understand something powerful. Being chosen does not mean a life of ease. In fact, it often means walking a path filled with rejection, hardship, and trials designed to refine you. Have you ever wondered why your journey has been so much harder than others? Why you've faced more obstacles, more betrayals, more moments of doubt than most people you know? It is because you were never meant for an ordinary life. Look at Nelson Mandela, a man who spent 27 years in prison, suffering for his vision of a better world. He could have given up, given in, or abandoned his cause, but he knew his mission was bigger than himself. He understood that great callings require great endurance, and when he was finally released, his life became a testimony of patience, resilience, and divine purpose. Or think of Vincent van Gogh, a man whose art was dismissed, whose genius was ignored, and who struggled with deep inner turmoil. Yet, he never stopped creating, never stopped pursuing what he knew was his divine gift. Decades after his death, the world finally recognized what had been within him all along. Could it be that the world is not yet ready for what is inside you? Could it be that God is preparing the perfect moment for your revelation? You have carried this burden for too long. You have waited, prayed, sacrificed, and held on to faith, even when nothing seemed to change. But hear this, the waiting is over. It is easy to feel like nothing is happening, that your efforts have been in vain. But God's timing is never off. The pieces that seemed scattered and broken in your past were actually being arranged for something greater. Have you considered that your struggles were not punishments, but preparations? Think of all the times you almost gave up, all the moments where you questioned if you were truly meant for something greater, and yet you are still here, still standing, still being called forward. What if everything you have been through was leading you to this moment? What if the doors that once stayed shut are about to open? God is calling you beyond your struggles, beyond your doubts, beyond everything that has tried to hold you back. But the choice is still yours. Chosen one, God calls many, but only a few are truly chosen to fulfill the divine mission set before them. This is not about favoritism or random selection. It is about readiness. Many hear the call, but how many have the courage to answer? How many have the strength to withstand the trials that test their devotion? Jesus himself said, "For many are called, but few are chosen." Matthew 22:14. The chosen ones are not those who simply believe, they are those who endure. When the world rejects them, they stand firm. When everything around them crumbles, they refuse to waver. Their trust in God's timing is unwavering, even when nothing makes sense. They do not run from hardship or seek an easy path, because they understand something most people do not. God does not call the weak for comfort. He calls the strong for purpose. Just as the Apostle Paul endured beatings, imprisonment, and persecution, yet remained steadfast in his mission. 2 Corinthians 11:23-28. The chosen ones walk a path that few dare to follow. Being chosen is not about being superior or special in the traditional sense. It is about fulfilling a unique role in God's plan, a role that very few are prepared to take on. Just as a diamond is formed under immense pressure, your trials have not been punishments, they have been your refinement. Every challenge, every loss, every betrayal, none of it was without meaning. James 1:12 reminds us, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." Can you see now how everything you have endured was preparing you? Look at the great figures of history, leaders, saints, visionaries. They were called just as you have been, but what set them apart was not just their ability, it was their faith in action. When the world told them to give up, when they were ridiculed and doubted, they remained steadfast. Take Martin Luther King Jr., a man who faced death threats, imprisonment, and relentless opposition, yet never abandoned his mission. He could have chosen a quiet life, avoiding conflict, but he knew God had placed a fire inside him that could not be ignored. Like Nehemiah rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem despite opposition, Nehemiah 4:1-6, King pressed forward, believing that justice and righteousness would prevail. Was it easy? Number. But was he chosen? Without a doubt. Or consider Mother Teresa, a woman who walked among the sick, the dying, the forgotten. She could have lived a comfortable life, yet she chose to serve, to love, to be a light in the darkest places. And because she answered God's call, millions saw his love through her. What if she had ignored that call? What if she had believed the doubts, the fears, the voices telling her she wasn't enough? Just as Isaiah responded to God's call with, "Here am I, send me." Isaiah 6:8. Mother Teresa embraced her divine assignment, no matter the cost. And now, what about you? Have you noticed how you have been tested more than most? How you have been set apart, often misunderstood, sometimes even rejected? That is not by accident. That is because you too have been chosen. God sees potential where the world sees nothing. He calls those whom he knows can carry the weight of his mission. And when he chooses someone, it is not just to bless them, it is to show the world that his power is real. He reminded Jeremiah, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:5. If he called you, it is because he has already prepared you. The question now is not whether you are chosen. The question is, will you rise to the calling? Chosen one, life is not a random series of events. It is a test. Every moment, every encounter, and every hardship is woven into a greater plan, designed not to break you, but to shape you. God does not place you in situations without reason. Every difficulty, every closed door, and every delay is part of the refining process. The Lord tests the righteous, but the wicked and the one who loves violence his soul hates. Psalm 11 verse 5. Each day presents an opportunity for you, the chosen one, to prove your faith, to strengthen your character, and to take one step closer to fulfilling the divine mission that God has prepared specifically for you. The test is not always obvious, but it is present in every moment of your journey, in every challenge, every rejection, every doubt that creeps into your mind. Have you ever wondered why certain struggles seem to repeat in your life? Why some lessons take longer to learn? It is because God is preparing you for something far greater than you can currently see. For those who are chosen, trials are not meant to destroy them, but to build them. Each hardship becomes a stepping stone towards spiritual growth, a moment where they must reaffirm their trust in God's plan. Joseph was betrayed by his own brothers and sold into slavery, yet he remained faithful, knowing that God was working behind the scenes. In the end, his trials led him to a position of great authority where he saved nations from famine, Genesis 50:20. His suffering was not in vain, it was a preparation. Could the same be true for you? Could it be that the very obstacles you face now are leading you towards something extraordinary? Fulfilling your divine mission is not about worldly success, money, or the approval of others. It is about responding to God's call with an open heart and a willingness to trust in the process, even when you do not understand it. Many seek validation from the world, but the chosen ones know that true fulfillment comes only from alignment with God's will. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. If you live for the applause of people, their rejection will destroy you. But if you live for God's approval, no earthly opposition can shake you. Life is a series of questions that will continue to test your heart and soul. Will you remain faithful when the road gets tough? Will you keep trusting when the world doubts you? Will you rise above the pain and mockery and continue walking the path God has set before you? Look at the life of Harriet Tubman, a woman who risked everything to free enslaved people through the Underground Railroad. She could have given in to fear. She could have stayed silent, but she understood that she was called for something greater. She once said, "I always told God, I'm going to hold steady on you, and you've got to see me through." And he did. Or take Winston Churchill, who faced immense criticism, doubt, and pressure in one of the world's darkest hours. Many thought he was unfit to lead, yet he stood firm, declaring, "To each there comes in their lifetime a special moment when they are figuratively tapped on the shoulder and offered the chance to do a very special thing, unique to them and their talents." He understood that being chosen meant embracing the battle, not avoiding it. In the end, it is not about what the world sees. It is about standing firm in faith, regardless of circumstances. The chosen ones endure, not because they seek recognition, but because they are driven by something far greater, a divine assignment written for them long before they were born. "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:5. Chosen one of the most painful aspects of being chosen is enduring the mockery and rejection that often come from those closest to you. It is not the strangers or distant acquaintances who hurt you the most. It is the ones you love, the ones you expected to stand by your side. The moment you start walking in faith, stepping into your divine calling, you become a target for misunderstanding, criticism, and even hatred. But do not be discouraged. This is part of the test. Jesus himself warned about this very trial when he said, A prophet is not without honor except in his own town, among his relatives and in his own home. Mark 6:4. Even Christ, the Son of God, was rejected by his own people. They could not see the divine plan unfolding before their eyes because they were too focused on who they thought he should be. Does this sound familiar? Have people in your life dismissed your journey because it does not fit their expectations? It is easy to question your path when those around you belittle your faith. The world may laugh at your beliefs, mock your devotion, and criticize your choices. But the chosen ones do not seek the approval of man. They walk for the glory of God. Am I now trying to win the approval of human beings or of God? Or am I trying to please people? If I were still trying to please people, I would not be a servant of Christ. Galatians 1:10. This test is not about gaining validation from those around you. It is about proving that your faith is real, unshakable, and deeply rooted in God's purpose. The world misunderstood Noah when he built the ark, yet he remained faithful. Genesis 6:13-22. The people mocked Moses for leading Israel into the wilderness, but he obeyed God anyway. Exodus 14:11-13. The crowd spat on and ridiculed Jesus as he carried the cross, yet he completed his mission. Luke 23:35-37. Now it is your turn. Think of the many great figures throughout history who stood alone in their faith. Joan of Arc was mocked and condemned, yet she held on to her divine vision until her last breath. Galileo was ridiculed for believing in a truth that others refused to see. Mahatma Gandhi faced scorn for his message of peace, yet he never abandoned his convictions. And now you face the same challenge. Will you remain faithful even when those closest to you do not understand? Will you trust that God's plan is greater than the opinions of others? Perhaps the hardest trial of all is when even your own family questions your faith. When the people who should understand you the most become the ones who doubt you, the pain can be unbearable. But this is not a reflection of your worth. It is a reflection of their own misunderstanding. Even Jesus' family questioned him at one point, saying, "He is out of his mind." Mark 3:21. If the Son of God himself faced this trial, should it surprise you that you face it too? God is not testing you to break you. He is asking you to stay strong, to remain faithful, and to love even when it feels impossible. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. Matthew 5:11-12. The rejection of man is nothing compared to the acceptance of God. The disapproval of the world is insignificant next to the favor of your Creator. Even when those closest to you cannot see what God has placed in your heart, He sees it. Even when they refuse to support you, He upholds you. Even when they walk away, He remains constant. Will you trust in His plan even when others cannot see it? Because the truth is, you were never meant to walk this path for them. You were chosen to walk it for Him. Chosen one, there is no greater test of faith than trusting in God's timing. The waiting can feel unbearable, especially when it seems like the world is moving forward without you. You watch others achieve milestones, step into their callings, and receive their breakthroughs while you remain in a season of stillness. But God's timing is never delayed. It is always perfect. But do not forget this one thing, dear friends. With the Lord, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years are like a day. 2 Peter 3:8. The chosen ones often wait for years, sometimes even decades, before God calls them to ascend into their higher purpose. The world may not understand why your path has taken longer, or why doors have remained closed. But delay is not denial. Your waiting is not wasted. It is preparing you for something greater. The Lord is good to those who wait for Him, to the soul who seeks Him. Lamentations 3:25. The call to ascend cannot be rushed. It comes only when you are ready. Those who wait on God's timing are like mighty oak trees, growing slowly but with roots that run deep. While others around you may seem to rise quickly, their foundations may be weak. But those who endure, who wait, who trust, will stand strong when the storm comes. But they who wait for the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:31. For many, the idea of transformation can feel overwhelming, even frightening. The unknown often carries fear. But this is not the end, it is a beginning. Transformation is not about death nor about loss. It is about finally stepping into the fullness of your divine purpose. Have you considered that everything you have endured, every heartbreak, every setback, every trial, was all leading to this sacred moment? Moses spent 40 years in the wilderness before stepping into his destiny. Joseph endured slavery and imprisonment before ascending to power. Even Jesus himself waited 30 years before beginning his ministry. If God made even his greatest servants wait, what makes you think your waiting is in vain? The moment of transformation is sacred. It is not about leaving behind everything you know, but about elevating your consciousness, stepping into a reality where divine love and purpose reign. The things that once caused you fear, doubt, and suffering lose their hold on you. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind. Romans 12:2. This is a reunion with God, a moment where all doubts fade, all suffering is wiped away, and only divine peace remains. It is not death, it is life in its purest, most beautiful form. The material world may see this as loss, but in truth, it is a gain, a sacred shift into a higher existence, where your mission is complete and your soul is finally free. Think of Nikola Tesla, a man whose mind was light years ahead of his time. He was ridiculed, underestimated, and dismissed, yet he continued his work, knowing that what he was building was for a time beyond his own. His transformation was not recognized in his lifetime, but his legacy became immortal. Or consider St. Francis of Assisi, who abandoned worldly wealth to follow a divine calling. Many thought he had lost everything, but in truth, he had gained everything. The world may never understand why you have been set apart. It may never see why you had to endure so much, but God sees. He has been preparing you for something beyond the limitations of this earth. Are you ready to step into it? For the chosen ones, this is not an escape. It is a completion, a fulfillment of the divine mission. The world may mourn the departure, but the heavens rejoice. Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints. Psalm 116, verse 15. Chosen one, when you have remained faithful through the trials, when you have trusted in God's plan despite every obstacle, there comes a moment when he reveals his love to you in ways that words cannot describe. His call is not merely a summons. It is a divine reward, a recognition of your unwavering faith, your endurance, and your willingness to walk the path he set before you. This love is not like the love of the world, which is often conditional and fleeting. God's love is eternal, pure, and without conditions. I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore, I have continued my faithfulness to you. Jeremiah 31:3. It is a love that affirms every sacrifice you have made, every tear you have shed, every moment you have stood firm when others would have crumbled. When God calls you into his presence, he is declaring to all creation, you are mine, you are worthy, you have fulfilled your purpose. Imagine standing before the Creator of all things. No more pain, no more fear, no more suffering. In his presence, everything that once troubled you fades into nothingness. Can you picture it? The weight of the world lifted from your shoulders. The questions that once tormented you answered in an instant, the wounds of your soul healed forever. This is not just a dream, it is the fulfillment of your purpose. Moses longed to see God's face, but he was only allowed to witness his glory from the cleft of a rock. Exodus 33:20 through 23. Yet you, the chosen one, are called to experience God's presence in its fullness. This is the meeting that surpasses every earthly joy, the moment where heaven opens and the voice of God affirms everything you have ever believed. Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness. Matthew 25:23. This divine meeting is not about ceremony, grandeur, or spectacle. It is about connection. It is the moment when the Creator gazes into your soul and says, "You have endured, and now you shall be with me." In that moment, every trial, every heartbreak, every lonely night spent in silent prayer will be worth it. Think of C.S. Lewis, a man who spent much of his life as an atheist, rejecting the very idea of God. But as he studied and questioned, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the truth. In his later years, after giving his life to Christ, he described heaven as a place so beautiful that if we caught even a glimpse of it now, we would spend the rest of our lives longing to return. Could it be that every hardship you have endured was leading you toward that glimpse, preparing you for something beyond human comprehension? Or consider Florence Nightingale, a woman who turned her back on a life of privilege to serve the sick and dying. She was mocked, doubted, and even opposed by those closest to her, yet she pressed forward, guided by a divine calling she could not ignore. And now, generations later, the world remembers her not for the struggles she faced, but for the lives she changed. When you step into the presence of God, your struggles will no longer define you, your faith will. The world may not have seen the battles you fought, but God did. The pain that tried to break you, the rejection that tried to silence you, the suffering that tried to steal your faith, all of it was preparing you for this very moment. And now, here you stand at the threshold of eternity, ready to step forward, ready to embrace the love that has been calling you home all along. Chosen one, the time of transformation is sacred, requiring deep inner preparation. It is not just a change in circumstances, nor is it a mere shift in perspective. It is a complete spiritual awakening. Those who are chosen must be ready in every aspect, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, prepared to embrace the new reality that God has set before them. This transformation is not something that can be rushed or taken lightly. It is a calling into a higher realm of existence, a divine awakening that few are prepared to face. As the time of transformation draws near, your spirit may feel an undeniable stirring, a deep sense that something is shifting, that you are being called toward a higher place. Have you felt it? The restless nights, the unexplainable anticipation, the feeling that you no longer belong to the world as you once did. This is not a coincidence. For God speaks again and again, though people do not recognize it. Job 33:14. This is a divine invitation, a sacred signal that the time to step into your true identity is approaching. This journey is one of purification. Faith, love, and absolute trust in God must take precedence over everything else. You cannot hold on to the material world and expect to enter into the divine. No one can serve two masters. Either you will hate the one and love the other, or you will be devoted to the one and despise the other. Matthew 6:24. If you desire transformation, you must release fear, doubt, and attachment to what is temporary and embrace what is eternal. Look at Elijah before he was taken up into heaven in a whirlwind, 2 Kings 2:11. He had to let go of everything. He had no wealth, no position, no earthly attachments. He was purified through trials, through isolation, through relentless faith. His transformation was not something to be feared, but something ordained by God. The same is true for you. You are being prepared for something greater. It is easy to grow discouraged by the hardships along this path. The chosen ones understand that faith is what propels them forward, even when the road is difficult. Faith is the golden thread that ties your journey together. It is the bridge between your earthly struggles and the divine promise awaiting you. Now faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. Hebrews 11:1. But faith alone is not enough. A pure heart is essential. This does not mean perfection, for no human is perfect. A pure heart is one that remains sincere, that seeks to serve God without expectation, that loves even in the face of rejection. David was called a man after God's own heart, 1 Samuel 13:14, not because he was without sin, but because he had a heart that genuinely sought God. The chosen ones do not emerge from the fire of adversity, bitter or hardened by life's struggles. They walk through the fire with love, with compassion, with an unwavering commitment to God's will. And because of this, they rise above temptation, distraction, and the burdens of the world. It is this purity that allows them to meet God in His fullness. The strength of your faith and the purity of your heart will determine how fully you can embrace the transformation that awaits you. Have you freed yourself from resentment? Have you released fear? Have you truly surrendered to the divine will of God? These are the final steps before stepping into the higher calling that has been waiting for you since the beginning. God's love for the chosen ones is like the love of a mother for her child, protective, nurturing, unyielding. He watches over His chosen ones with a love that is both fierce and tender. Can a mother forget the baby at her breast and have no compassion on the child she has borne? Though she may forget, I will not forget you. Isaiah 49:15. Just as a mother instinctively shields her child from harm, God's love is a shelter in the storms of life, a guiding light in the darkest of times. When life becomes overwhelming, it is God's maternal love that carries you. He knows your struggles, He sees your silent battles, and He holds you in the moments when you feel like giving up. This love does not condemn you for your doubts or failures. It strengthens you, it reassures you, it reminds you that you are never alone. Look at Mother Teresa, who dedicated her entire life to serving the forgotten and the broken. She once said, "God has not called me to be successful. He has called me to be faithful." Despite her struggles, she never doubted God's love for her, and it was this love that carried her through her greatest challenges. Or think of Frederick Douglass, a man born into slavery, who against all odds rose to become a voice for justice and freedom. He once declared, "Without struggle, there is no progress." But it was his faith and his trust in God's love that gave him the strength to endure, to fight, and to fulfill his divine mission. Chosen one, the final test is here, the ultimate act of surrender. This is the moment when you are asked to release everything you have ever known, to let go of all material attachments, and to step fully into the divine reality that has been prepared for you. Can you feel it? The pull in your spirit, the undeniable knowing that you were made for more. This is not about losing, it is about ascending. You are not abandoning your loved ones, nor are you rejecting the beauty of creation. You are simply stepping into the truth that your real home was never of this world. For our citizenship is in heaven, and from it we await a Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Philippians 3:20. Everything that has tied you to this temporary existence, the distractions, the fears, the burdens, you are being asked to let them go. Are you ready? Because what lies ahead for you in the divine realm is beyond anything you can imagine. This is your moment of ultimate trust in God's plan. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. Proverbs 3:5. You have known all along that you were different. You have felt it in your soul, the quiet whisper that told you your life was meant for something greater. There comes a time in every chosen one's life when the veil is lifted, when everything that once seemed uncertain suddenly becomes clear. That moment is now. Look back at your journey. Can you see it now? Every hardship, every delay, every struggle was never meaningless. It was all leading to this realization. You have been shaped, refined, and prepared for something far greater than yourself. You were never lost. God has been guiding you all along. This awakening is humbling, yet it is empowering. You were chosen for a mission beyond yourself, and now you are being called to walk a path that few will ever understand. Will you answer? Will you embrace what God has prepared for you? The world may tell you that success is measured by status, wealth, or recognition, but you know better. Your life is not about chasing temporary pleasures. It is about fulfilling your divine mission. Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth where moths and rust destroy and where thieves break in and steal, but store up for yourselves treasures in heaven. Matthew 6:19-20. Chosen one, this path will require courage, it will require trust, but it will also lead you to a purpose so fulfilling, so divine, that nothing in this world can compare. Think of Moses, who hesitated when God called him. Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt? Exodus 3:11. But God had already prepared him, and God has already prepared you. Think of Joan of Arc, who stood against armies, knowing she was led by a calling beyond this world. She did not fear, because she knew who sent her. And now it is your turn. This is not just a realization, it is a call to action. This journey will continue to unfold as you step forward in faith. Every trial, every challenge has been part of the divine design leading you to this moment. The time is now. The final test is before you. Will you surrender? Will you rise? Will you step into the destiny that was written for you before the beginning of time? Because the door is open and God is waiting. Chosen one, one of the most powerful and freeing experiences you will ever have is learning the art of surrender. But understand this, surrendering does not mean giving up. It does not mean losing control. It means releasing the illusion that you were ever meant to control everything in the first place. For so long, you have been conditioned to believe that you must fight for everything, that you must control every outcome, make every decision, and force things to happen. But what if true strength is not found in control, but in trust? What if the most powerful thing you could do right now is let go and allow God to take the lead? Have you ever wondered why certain doors remained closed, no matter how hard you tried to open them? Why certain paths never seemed to work out, even when you gave everything you had? It is because God was protecting you. He was redirecting you towards something far greater than you could have ever imagined. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declares the Lord. Isaiah 55:8. When you surrender, you are not giving up. You are stepping into divine alignment. You are releasing the weight of trying to force things to happen, and in doing so, you create space for God to move in ways beyond your understanding. Commit your way to the Lord, trust in Him, and He will act. Psalm 37, verse 5. At first, surrender may feel like a leap of faith. It may feel terrifying to loosen your grip on the outcomes you desire, but ask yourself, has clinging to control ever truly brought you peace? Or has it only left you exhausted, anxious, and disappointed? Look at Abraham, who was asked to sacrifice Isaac. He had every reason to resist, to question, to hold on, but he surrendered to God's plan, and in that surrender, God provided beyond what he could have imagined. Genesis 22:12-14. Look at Mary, who was told she would give birth to the Son of God. She had no control over what was happening, yet she simply said, "Let it be to me according to your word." Luke 1:38. In that surrender, she stepped into a divine purpose greater than anything she could have planned for herself. And now, look at your own life. What are you still trying to control? What do you need to release? Surrender is not weakness, it is strength. It is the strength to trust that even when you don't understand, God is guiding you to exactly where you need to be. It is in surrender that you find peace. The chosen ones are not called to carry the weight of the world. They are called to walk in faith, trusting that God is already making a way. Are you ready to release your burdens? Are you ready to trust that His plan is greater than yours? Because the moment you surrender is the moment you truly begin to live. Chosen one, your journey is not just about reaching a destination. It is a journey of self-discovery. Along the way, you will have to strip away the layers of who you thought you were, uncovering the truth of your divine identity. This process is not easy. It requires you to confront fears, insecurities, and doubts that have been buried deep within you for years. But in this sacred transformation, you will come to realize something powerful. You're not defined by your past. You're not defined by your mistakes or the circumstances you have endured. You're defined by the love and purpose that God has placed within you. Have you ever felt like you were meant for more? Like the life you've lived so far is only a fraction of who you truly are? That feeling is not a coincidence. It is a call to remember your true, divine nature. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. Jeremiah 1:5. Self-discovery is a sacred process. It is about reconnecting with the essence of who you are, your soul's purpose, and the gifts you were born with. It often begins with a deep longing, a sense that something is missing. But as you dive deeper, as you peel away the false labels the world has placed on you, you begin to see the truth. Your identity is not found in external labels. It is not defined by the opinions of others. It is found in your connection to the divine. Look at Moses, a man who believed he was nothing more than an exiled shepherd, a man slow of speech. Yet, when he stepped into his true divine identity, he became the leader of a nation. Exodus 3:11-12. Look at Gideon, a man who saw himself as weak, the least in his family, unworthy of anything great. Yet God called him a mighty warrior, and when he embraced that truth, he led his people to victory. Judges 6:15-16. And now, look at yourself. What old identities are you still clinging to? What limiting beliefs have you allowed to define you? This process of self-discovery requires courage. It forces you to let go of who you once thought you were, so you can embrace who you are becoming. It may require you to shed the expectations of society, the limitations placed on you by family, or even the doubts you have carried within yourself. But through this transformation, you will come to understand that you were never meant to be confined by the narrow definitions of this world. You were never meant to stay hidden, to live in fear, or to remain small. You were meant to rise. The world may have tried to define you by your failures, your struggles, your past, but God has already defined you by your purpose. You are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession. 1 Peter 2:9. When you finally embrace this truth, everything changes. You no longer seek validation from others. You walk in the confidence of knowing who you are. You no longer let fear control you. You step boldly into your calling. You were always meant for greatness. Every step of your journey, every struggle, every hardship, every moment of doubt was part of the process of becoming who you were always destined to be. Chosen. 1. Compassion is one of the greatest gifts you possess. It is not just an emotion. It is a force, a divine energy that allows you to heal both yourself and those around you. True compassion goes beyond feeling sorry for someone. It is the ability to understand another's pain, to stand beside them in their suffering, and to extend a hand of love and support. Have you ever noticed how the greatest trials in your life have softened your heart rather than hardened it? How your suffering has made you more aware of the suffering of others? This is not a coincidence. It is part of your divine preparation. Jesus himself demonstrated this when he wept for the pain of others. John 11:35, when he healed the sick, comforted the brokenhearted, and showed mercy to those the world had rejected. As a chosen one, compassion is not just a virtue. It is an essential part of your divine mission. It allows you to create meaningful connections, to bring healing into the world, and to be a light in the darkness. When you embrace compassion, you tap into a wellspring of love that flows directly from God. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. Ephesians 4:32. Through compassion, you learn to see beyond surface appearances. You recognize the divine spark in everyone, even those who have wronged you. You understand that pain often disguises itself as anger, rejection, or bitterness. And because you see this, you choose love over judgment, mercy over condemnation. But compassion does not just heal others, it heals you. Every time you extend love to someone else, you are also learning to forgive yourself. You release guilt, shame, and the burdens of your past. Compassion allows you to rise above the wounds life has given you and step fully into your higher calling. This love, this divine, unconditional love, is what will set you apart. The chosen ones do not walk this earth to judge, they walk it to heal. The more compassion you pour into the world, the more healing you will bring, and the more aligned you will be with your divine purpose. But understand this, compassion is only possible when paired with resilience. Chosen one, you are not immune to hardship. You have faced rejection, pain, and trials that many could not endure. But what sets you apart is your ability to rise above it. Resilience is not just about surviving, it is about thriving in the face of adversity, knowing that every hardship will eventually lead to clarity, wisdom, and purpose. We also glory in our sufferings because we know that suffering produces perseverance. Perseverance, character, and character, hope. Romans 5:3-4. You have been shaped by fire, strengthened by struggle, and refined by trials. You have walked through storms that would have broken others, but each time you have risen, stronger, wiser, more determined than before. Look at Job, a man who lost everything yet never turned away from God. Through his suffering, he gained not only restoration, but a deeper, unshakable faith. Job 42:10. Look at Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, but emerged not with hatred, but with the strength to heal a divided nation. He did not let his suffering define him, he let it refine him. And now, look at yourself. What trials have you faced? How have they shaped you into the person you are today? Every hardship, every setback has been a test of your faith and resilience. But here is the truth. You were never meant to walk through these battles alone. Resilience is not built by sheer willpower. It is built through faith. It is built by knowing deep in your soul that God is always by your side, that even in your darkest moments He has never left you. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34:18. This is why you keep moving forward. This is why you do not give up, because you are not walking this path alone. God is walking it with you, and because of this, you will step into your divine purpose with courage and determination. Every trial you have faced has prepared you. Every hardship has strengthened you. Every tear you have shed has watered the foundation of your strength. Resilience is what allows you to fulfill the mission you were always meant to carry out. It will carry you through every trial, every challenge, and every test that you will face on your journey to greatness. Chosen one, prayer is not just a ritual, it is your lifeline to the divine. It is the sacred bridge that connects you to God, the direct line of communication where your spirit aligns with His presence. Through prayer, you're not merely speaking into the air. You are entering into a holy conversation with the Creator of all things. Have you ever felt lost, uncertain, or burdened by the weight of this world? In those moments when everything feels overwhelming, prayer is your refuge. It is where you receive divine wisdom, where you regain strength, and where you are reminded that you are never alone. Then you will call on me and come and pray to me, and I will listen to you. Jeremiah 29:12. The world may try to convince you that prayer is passive, that it is merely words spoken in silence. But you know better. You know that prayer is the most powerful force in existence because it aligns you with God's will. Through prayer, you surrender your burdens and release your fears. You shift from relying on your own limited strength to embracing the infinite power of God. It is through prayer that mountains move, doors open, and the impossible becomes reality. The prayer of a righteous person is powerful and effective. James 5:16. Have you ever experienced a moment in prayer where everything became clear, where the confusion, the doubts, and the pain seemed to fade, replaced by an overwhelming sense of peace? That is the power of divine connection. Jesus Himself sought solitude to pray before making any major decision. Before choosing His disciples, before facing the cross, He prayed. But Jesus often withdrew to lonely places and prayed. Luke 5:16. If even He, the Son of God, needed to pray, how much more do you? Look at Daniel, a man thrown into the lion's den, yet untouched by harm because he remained faithful in prayer. Daniel 6:10-22. Look at Hannah, who poured out her soul to God, and in her faithfulness received the blessing she longed for. 1 Samuel 1:10-20. Look at Elijah, who prayed for rain after years of drought, and God answered him. 1 Kings 18:41-45. And now look at yourself. What do you need to lay before God? What burdens are you still carrying that He is asking you to surrender? Prayer is not just a routine. It is a divine weapon. It is a force that brings peace to your soul, clarity to your mind, and strength to your heart. Every time you kneel in prayer, you are stepping into the presence of the Almighty, aligning your spirit with His perfect will. Through prayer, you receive divine instruction. God whispers answers in the silence, leading you in ways you never expected. Through prayer, you find refuge from the storms of life. When fear tries to creep in, prayer is your shield. Through prayer, you are reminded of your purpose. When the world pulls you in different directions, prayer brings you back to your true calling. So, have you truly been tapping into the power of prayer? Or have you been relying on your own strength? Because, chosen one, your journey cannot be walked alone. You were never meant to carry this mission without guidance. God is waiting to speak with you. Will you take the time to listen? Will you return to the place where your soul is most at peace? Because prayer is not just part of your journey, it is the very thing that will sustain you every step of the way. Beloved chosen one, living in harmony with divine will is the ultimate path to peace, fulfillment, and purpose. It is the sacred journey of aligning your life with God's plan, surrendering your personal desires, and trusting that His wisdom will always lead you where you are meant to be. This is not always easy. It requires letting go of control, releasing ego-driven motivations, and embracing a life that serves a higher calling. But this is the path of the chosen one. When you fully surrender to divine will, everything begins to make sense. The struggles, the delays, the closed doors, they were never punishments. They were preparations. Every obstacle was molding you into the person you were always meant to be. Have you noticed how, in hindsight, every hardship carried a lesson? How every season of waiting led to unexpected blessings? The key is trust. Trust in God's perfect timing. Trust that when nothing seems to be happening, He is still working behind the scenes. When you embrace this, you no longer live in frustration, but in peace. You stop fighting against the current and start flowing with divine guidance. And in this trust, you find freedom. True freedom is not found in control, but in surrender. It is found in knowing that everything in your life, every experience, every lesson, is unfolding exactly as it should. This is the life of the chosen one, a life of faith, wisdom, and divine fulfillment. As we come to the end of this message, I want to take a moment to thank you for being here, for seeking truth, for walking this path with courage. Whether you have been following this journey for a long time, or this is your first time hearing this message, know that you are deeply appreciated. If this message has touched your heart and you feel called to support this work, you can donate through Super Thanks. Every contribution, no matter how big or small, helps to continue spreading divine wisdom and reaching more chosen ones who need guidance. But please know this: whether you donate or not, your presence here is already a blessing. Your engagement, your support, and your willingness to seek truth are more valuable than words can express. May God bless you abundantly. May He guide you in every step, strengthen your faith, and fill your heart with His divine peace. You are not alone in this journey. You are chosen, you are loved, and your mission is unfolding exactly as it should. Stay faithful, stay strong, and keep walking in divine purpose. Until we meet again, may the grace and blessings of God be with you always. Beloved chosen one, have you ever stopped to wonder why your life feels like a constant test of endurance? Why your path seems uniquely steep, marked with battles you didn't seek and challenges you never expected? You've faced rejection, endured storms, and walked through valleys where others would have turned back. And yet, against all odds, you rise, stronger, wiser, unshakable. Let me assure you, this isn't coincidence. This is divine design. God, in His infinite wisdom, handpicked you for something extraordinary. While the world may have overlooked you, He saw what no one else could: the courage within your heart, the strength in your spirit, and the unwavering faith that keeps you pressing forward. Long before you ever faced a single trial, God declared over you, "You are mine. You are chosen." You didn't chase the crown. You didn't beg for recognition or spend your life striving for worldly approval. But the crown was always yours because God destined it for you. As it says in Jeremiah 1:5, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Think about that. Before you even took your first breath, God's plan for your life was already in motion. But here's the question: why you? Out of billions, why would God place such weight on your shoulders? It's not about luck, talent, or status. It's about your heart. The same way God chose David, a young shepherd boy tending sheep, ignored even by his family, He chose you. When Samuel came to anoint Israel's future king, God reminded us in 1 Samuel 16:7, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." Can you see it now? Every rejection, every closed door, every moment of pain, it wasn't a punishment. It was preparation. God has been shaping you, refining you, and equipping you for the crown that was always meant to rest on your head. The trials were never about breaking you. They were about building you into the vessel He needs for His purpose. Have you embraced the truth of who you are? Can you feel the quiet yet powerful call of destiny pulling you toward the purpose God has been preparing for you? If your heart resonates with this, you're not here by accident. You were led here because God is ready for you to step into the fullness of who you were made to be. Drop a 777 in the comments if you're ready to declare that you are chosen. You're not just surviving, you're thriving, walking boldly in the light of God's plan for your life. Because being one of God's chosen isn't about seeking glory. It's about surrendering to His will, trusting His plan, and understanding that every trial has been your training ground for the greatness ahead. So, are you ready to uncover what it truly means to be chosen by God? Let's dive deeper into the purpose behind your trials and how they've been shaping you for a destiny greater than you could ever imagine. This is your moment, your calling. Let's begin. God's chosen ones. You didn't chase the crown, but God knew you were made for it. You see, God doesn't make mistakes. Every moment of your life, every challenge, every victory, and even every setback has been intentionally woven into a divine plan. If you're standing here today, navigating trials and breaking through barriers, it's not a coincidence. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, why me? Why would God choose someone like me, someone others might overlook or underestimate? Let me tell you this, God doesn't choose randomly. He chooses intentionally. He doesn't call the qualified, He qualifies the called. And now we're going to uncover this truth. Why does God choose the overlooked? How does He prepare them in silence? And most importantly, why were you the one chosen to lead when others couldn't? You didn't ask for this role, did you? You didn't raise your hand and say, I'll be the one to face this, to carry this responsibility. Yet, here you are. Why? Because God saw something in you that others couldn't see, even something you might not have seen in yourself. Think of Gideon hiding in a winepress, filled with fear and self-doubt, when an angel of the Lord appeared and called him a mighty warrior. Judges 6:12. Gideon didn't see himself as a leader, but God did. Do you see yourself as God sees you? Could it be that your challenges, the rejection you've faced, and the doubts you've battled are all part of God's preparation for your destiny? God has a pattern of choosing the unlikely. Here's the thing. God prepares His chosen ones in silence. The years of being unseen, the times you questioned your purpose, and the moments when you felt alone, those weren't wasted. They were seasons of preparation. Remember Joseph, sold into slavery by his own brothers, spending years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. To the outside world, Joseph was forgotten, abandoned. But in God's plan, Joseph was being shaped into a leader who would save an entire nation. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Could it be that your silence, your waiting, is part of a bigger picture that only God can see right now? Now, think about yourself. Have you ever wondered why God allowed you to face certain battles, endure certain pains, or walk certain paths? Could it be that He was molding you into the only person capable of carrying this assignment? Your past doesn't disqualify you, it qualifies you. God doesn't choose perfect people. He chooses willing people. He doesn't look for those who seek glory. He looks for those who seek Him. So, will you embrace the role He has prepared for you? Will you trust that the crown, though heavy, was always meant for you? This is your story, written by the hand of God. It's not a story of coincidence, ambition, or luck. It's a story of divine design, and you are the protagonist. God's ways are not ours. While the world gravitates toward the loudest voices and the boldest ambitions, God searches for something entirely different. He looks for the quiet, humble spirit, the one that doesn't seek power but is prepared to wield it with wisdom. He chooses the ones who lean fully on Him, not on their own strength, knowing they cannot accomplish the task alone. Have you ever wondered why you didn't seek the leadership role you now find yourself in? That wasn't an accident. It was a sign of divine assignment, not human ambition. Your humility became your greatest strength because it made space for God to work through you. Think about Moses, standing barefoot before a burning bush in the wilderness. The weight of his call was overwhelming. He protested, asking, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" Exodus 3:11. Moses felt unqualified, inadequate, and ill-equipped for the mission God was giving him. Can you relate to that feeling? Have you ever looked at your own life and thought, "Who am I to take on this responsibility?" But notice what God said to Moses, "I will be with you." Exodus 3:12. It wasn't about Moses' abilities or confidence, it was about God's promise and power. And that's where your story connects so beautifully. The moments when you've doubted yourself, when you felt unworthy or ill-prepared, those were the very moments God was equipping you. Do you see it now? Your hesitations weren't signs of weakness, they were evidence of your reliance on Him. When you felt unsure, God saw an open heart, one ready to be filled with His wisdom and strength. Look at the story of Esther, a young Jewish woman who never sought the throne but was placed there for such a time as this. Esther 4:14. She didn't volunteer to be a queen, let alone risk her life to save her people. Yet, when the time came, she leaned on God for courage and stepped into her purpose. Have you considered that your life might also have been positioned for such a time as this? That your humility, your hesitations, and your quiet spirit were all part of God's preparation to place you where no one else could stand. Your calling isn't about proving your worth, it's about demonstrating His power. God doesn't need the boldest or the most confident to accomplish His plans. He needs the willing. Your doubts, your questions, and even your fears are reminders that this journey isn't about your strength. It's about His strength working through you. Have you ever felt like Moses, overwhelmed by what's being asked of you? Have you ever wondered why God would call you when others seem more capable? Take heart. It's precisely because of your humility, your reliance on Him, that you were chosen. The path you're walking isn't meant to glorify your abilities. It's meant to reveal His glory through your obedience. Are you ready to embrace that? Are you ready to let God's power move through your life in ways you never imagined? True leadership isn't something that simply arrives. It's something God prepares you for in the quiet, hidden moments of life. Think of David, the young shepherd boy. His journey to kingship didn't begin in a palace or with public recognition. It started in the wilderness, where he fought off lions and bears and spent countless nights under the stars, alone with his thoughts. Do you ever wonder why your path seems so difficult, so unseen? Could it be that, like David, your trials are preparing you for something greater? When Samuel came to anoint the next king of Israel, David wasn't even considered by his own family. He was out tending sheep, overlooked and underestimated. But God's perspective was different. The Lord doesn't look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. 1 Samuel 16:7. Have you ever felt unseen, as though others only noticed your shortcomings? What if God was looking at your heart all along, seeing qualities no one else could see? The trials you've endured, the rejection, the isolation, the questioning of your purpose weren't pointless. They were God's refining fire, shaping you into the leader He knows you can be. Think about the times you've cried out, asking, "Why me?" Those weren't moments of weakness. They were moments of preparation. God uses the humble, the quiet, and the ones who never sought the throne to accomplish His greatest plans. Humble yourselves before the Lord, and He will lift you up. James 4:10. Can you see now that your humility was never a limitation? It was the very reason God chose you. David's story is a reflection of yours. He didn't chase the crown or seek the spotlight. He was simply faithful in the small things, trusting God in the unseen moments of his life. And when the time was right, God lifted him up. He raises the poor from the dust and lifts the needy from the ash heap. He seats them with princes and has them inherit a throne of honor. 1 Samuel 2:8. Have you ever thought that the challenges you faced, every tear, every rejection, were God's way of positioning you for a throne of honor you never imagined? And now, here you are. You didn't ask for this calling, yet it's been placed upon you. The battles you've fought and the fire you've walked through weren't there to break you. They were there to build you. Just as David didn't seek kingship, but was anointed because of his heart, you have been chosen not for your outward qualifications, but for the qualities only God could see. Your story wasn't an accident. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Romans 8:28. Do you see how every moment, even the painful ones, was working together for something greater? Chosen ones, you didn't crave authority, but here you stand, ready to step into a divine calling. The world might call it coincidence, but you know it's God's orchestration. Have you considered that your hesitations, your doubts, and even your fears were the proof that you've been chosen? God didn't need you to be perfect. He needed you to be willing. And now, will you embrace this calling? Will you take the throne not for your own glory, but for his? Remember, the throne isn't yours to claim, it's yours to steward. Like David, your rise is not about you. It's about the purpose God has placed on your life. So, are you ready to step forward, trusting that he has already equipped you for the journey ahead? The one who calls you is faithful, and he will do it. 1 Thessalonians 5:24. Are you ready to live out the story he's been writing for you all along? This is your moment. Will you claim it? Beloved chosen ones, think back on your life. How many times have you been the overlooked one, the one underestimated, dismissed, or quietly left in the background? It's painful, isn't it? To be unseen, to wonder if anyone notices your potential. But let me tell you this, those hidden moments were where God was shaping you. He wasn't preparing you in the spotlight, where distractions and applause could cloud your purpose. No, he was working in the shadows, refining your faith and building your character without interference. Do you see it now? One more time, like David, who faced lions and bears in private before he ever stood before Goliath. Your private battles were always preparing you for the moments when your leadership would matter most. Have you ever felt like your struggles were setbacks, obstacles keeping you from where you thought you needed to be? What if they were stepping stones all along? Every rejection you faced wasn't the end. It was God's redirection. Every obstacle wasn't there to stop you, but to train you. You've been in preparation for a throne that you didn't even know was part of your destiny. Leadership, especially when divinely ordained, doesn't wait for you to volunteer. It comes for you. Just as it came for David, it has now come for you. Think about the moment Samuel poured oil over David's head. To everyone else, it seemed like a sudden moment of destiny. But for David, it was the start of a long and difficult journey. Destiny doesn't manifest overnight. David wasn't immediately handed the throne. Instead, he had to wait, fight, and trust God's timing. During those years, he endured betrayal, danger, and doubt. Can you relate? Have you ever felt like your calling was delayed, like you were stuck in a season of waiting? Let David's story remind you, God's timing is perfect. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. Habakkuk 2:3. The throne God has for you is not a matter of if, but when. You are the David of today. Like David, you might find yourself standing in places you never expected, facing challenges you never thought you could overcome. Do you feel that power within you? That undeniable assurance that, despite everything, God's hand is on your life. But remember this, your success was never about your strength or ambition. It has always been about the anointing you carry. That anointing, the divine touch of God on your life, breaks barriers, silences doubt, and propels you toward the throne. But the anointing you received from him remains in you, and you do not need anyone to teach you. 1 John 2:27. Chosen one, here's the truth. You didn't chase this role. It pursued you. Could it be that the struggles you faced were all part of God's intention to elevate you? You didn't fight for the throne because it was always meant to be yours. Long before you understood the weight of leadership, God had already sealed your destiny. Think of Joseph, sold into slavery by his brothers, rising to become second only to Pharaoh. Like Joseph, you may have faced betrayal, isolation, and trials, but God's plan has remained unshaken. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. The throne you stand before now isn't the result of human decisions or chance. It was written into your life's blueprint by God himself. Can you see how every step of your journey, no matter how difficult, was crafted with divine purpose? Your trials, your victories, and even your heartbreaks were all pieces of his perfect design. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:10. And now the world will see what God has always known. You are chosen, not by human standards, not by merit, but by divine authority. The question isn't whether you're ready. The question is whether you will trust the one who prepared you for this all along. Are you ready to let the anointing on your life speak louder than your doubts? Will you step into your position knowing the throne isn't for your glory, but for his? The throne wasn't an afterthought. It wasn't something you earned. It was always part of your destiny. So, as you step into this role, carry this truth with you. God's chosen don't need to fight for a throne that was always theirs. Every step you've taken has been deliberate, a piece of the intricate plan God has woven for your life. Have you ever wondered why certain moments seemed random, even painful, yet led to where you are today? Consider the story of Esther, a woman who began her life with no power, no influence, an orphan with no claim to greatness. Can you imagine what Esther must have felt as queen? Did she wonder why she was there, if she had what it took, or if she was truly chosen for something greater? And yet, when the fate of her people rested on her shoulders, it became clear God had orchestrated her rise for that exact moment. Have you considered that your journey, like Esther's, has been leading you to such a time as this? And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Could it be that every challenge you faced was preparing you for a purpose far beyond your imagination? The trials you've endured were never wasted. Those seasons of rejection, isolation, and uncertainty weren't roadblocks. They were the very paths God used to shape you. Have you ever felt like David, overlooked, waiting, wondering when your purpose would be fulfilled? Like David, anointed as king but sent back to the fields, your journey required waiting. David didn't ascend to the throne immediately. Instead, he spent years in the wilderness, battling lions, bears, and even the rejection of men who didn't see his worth. Do you see how even your pain was part of his plan? What if those moments of waiting were essential? Could it be that your trials were God's way of preparing you to impact others in ways you can't yet see? Look at where you stand now. The rejection you once felt wasn't because you were unworthy. It was God protecting and preparing you. What if every setback you faced was really a divine setup, preparing you for this very moment? Have you ever thought about how he hides his greatest works until the appointed time? Just as David's years in obscurity cultivated his strength and wisdom, your seasons of silence were building something extraordinary within you. Chosen ones, the hardships you've faced were never random. Do you see now that your pain wasn't wasted? That every betrayal, every closed door, and every disappointment was shaping you into the leader God intended you to be? They were designed to align you with the destiny God wrote for you long before you were born. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah 29:11. The throne you are stepping into was never something that could be earned by ambition. It was ordained by God Himself. Have you considered that the battles you fought weren't just about survival, but about preparation? The enemy doesn't attack what isn't a threat. What if the opposition you faced was confirmation that you carry something extraordinary? God's plan is sovereign, and His promises are unshakable. What He has written about your life cannot be erased by anyone. The one who calls you is faithful, and He will do it. 1 Thessalonians 5:24. So, will you embrace your calling, trusting that every trial and triumph was designed to equip you for this throne? Will you step forward, knowing it's not about your strength but His anointing? The time has come for you to step into what was always yours, not for your glory, but for His. Leadership in God's kingdom has never been about power for its own sake. It has always been about purpose. Have you ever wondered why you were placed in this position, why you were chosen for this path? It's not random. Like Esther, who risked her life to save her people, and Joseph, who used his authority to provide during a devastating famine, your throne carries a weight far greater than personal reward. It is not a prize for ambition. It is a mission rooted in divine intention. What does that mean for you? It means you were chosen not just to sit in a place of influence, but to use that influence to fulfill God's will on earth. Think of Esther again. She didn't seek the crown or plot her way into the palace. Yet, when the moment came, she stepped forward with courage, saying, "If I perish, I perish." Esther 4:16. Her bravery wasn't about self-promotion. It was about saving lives. Have you considered what God is calling you to do with the authority and position He has entrusted to you? What purpose might He be unfolding through your story, even now? Every trial you've endured has been a part of your preparation. Every tear, every rejection, and every challenge wasn't wasted. It was leading to this moment of divine fulfillment. Like Joseph, who endured betrayal, false accusations, and imprisonment, you have walked through fire, but none of it was in vain. Joseph himself recognized this, saying, "God sent me ahead of you to preserve for you a remnant on earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance." Genesis 45:7. Do you see how God has used your trials to position you for something far greater than yourself? The courage, wisdom, and strength you now carry weren't born overnight. They were cultivated through the seasons of struggle you faced. Can you look back and see God's hand in every victory you claimed, even when it didn't feel like a victory at the time? Each step has been preparing you for such a time as this. And now, as you stand in this moment, you are walking in the fulfillment of promises made long before you even realized them. The throne you stand upon was always yours, not because of your strength or accomplishments, but because of His grace. For it is by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves, it is the gift of God. Ephesians 2:8. Do you feel the weight of that grace now? It's not a burden, it's a gift that enables you to lead with humility, purpose, and faith. And this leadership, this calling, is not just for today, it's for the generations who will follow. Your life, your story, is a living testament to God's faithfulness. Imagine how many lives will be inspired by your example. How many people will look at your journey and see the evidence of God's promises fulfilled. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Psalm 37:23. Can you see how your rise is not about you, but about showing others the glory of God? Your throne is not just a position, it's a symbol of His purpose, established long before you even knew it. Are you ready to fully embrace what God has prepared for you, to step into your calling, knowing it's not about personal power, but divine purpose? This is your moment to rise, not for your own glory, but as a testament to His faithfulness. Will you take it? Now, I need you to listen closely. They say the truth will set you free, but have you ever wondered why so few can handle it? For the chosen ones, the truth isn't just a gentle revelation. It's an unfiltered cosmic download that shatters illusions and exposes everything for what it truly is. No sugarcoating, no escape. This is not for the faint of heart, like a story you won't find on YouTube or hear whispered in casual circles. It's the story of a chosen one who escaped the grip of darkness, a satanic cult, and found redemption in the divine. It's raw, unflinching, and the kind of revelation that would make even the forces of darkness tremble. In the path of the chosen, we don't just speak truth, we live it. The opposition, the trials, and the battles you've faced aren't coincidental. They're evidence of the powerful calling you carry. Have you ever noticed how the greatest lights attract the deepest shadows? When you carry a divine calling, it's like a beacon, visible to both those who are drawn to its warmth and those who fear its brilliance. People may have seen glimpses of your potential before you even recognized it yourself, and in their fear, envy, or ignorance, they tried to extinguish it. Have you ever wondered why the opposition in your life felt so personal, so relentless? It's because the throne you're destined for isn't given by man, it's secured by God. Joseph's story in the Bible offers a profound example of this. His brothers, consumed by jealousy over the favor and vision God had given him, plotted against him. They threw him into a pit, sold him into slavery, and thought they had ended his story. But what they didn't understand was that their betrayal wasn't a roadblock, it was part of God's divine plan. Each act of harm only moved Joseph closer to his destiny. When Joseph rose to power in Egypt, it wasn't just about vindication, it was about purpose. Joseph declared, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. Have you considered that the betrayals you faced were part of a similar divine setup? That every attack, every scheme, was positioning you closer to the place God has prepared for you? Think about the opposition you faced. Maybe it was a colleague who undermined your efforts, a friend who betrayed your trust, or even a loved one who doubted your worth. Their actions hurt, didn't they? But here's the truth. Their schemes were powerless to derail God's plan for your life. What they didn't understand is this. The throne you are destined for isn't up for grabs. It's not given by human hands, nor can it be taken by human effort. It's upheld by divine authority. The plans of the Lord stand firm forever, the purposes of His heart through all generations. Psalm 33:11. Have you ever stopped to reflect on how every setback, every attack, was ultimately powerless against God's unshakable purpose? Just like Joseph, you faced opposition from those who thought they could outmaneuver God's plan. They thought their betrayal would bury you, but all it did was plant you deeper into the soil of God's purpose, preparing you for the rise ahead. And when you rise, it won't just be about your vindication, it will be about fulfilling a mission far greater than yourself. Just as Joseph was placed in a position to save the very people who tried to destroy him, you are being prepared to walk in a purpose that transcends the pain you've endured. So, Have you begun to see the divine pattern in your story? The times when others' attempts to discredit you only serve to highlight your strength. The moments when betrayal didn't break you but refined you. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Isaiah 54:17. Your trials weren't the end of your story. They were the beginning of a transformation. Now is the time to claim the throne that was always yours. Not because of your effort or ambition, but because of His grace and plan. The opposition you faced is proof of the power you carry. The enemy doesn't attack what isn't a threat. Do you see now that your story, like Joseph's, is part of something far greater than you imagined? The throne isn't just a symbol of victory. It's a testament to God's unshakable purpose for your life. Will you step into this calling with boldness, knowing that no force on earth can overturn what God has written? Look back on your journey for a moment. Do you see it now? The moments when others plotted against you, the whispers behind your back, the attempts to knock you down, they weren't signs of your weakness. They were proof of your strength. Have you ever wondered why the attacks against you felt so relentless, so personal? It's because the enemy doesn't waste energy on someone without purpose. Every battle you've faced was evidence of the throne waiting for you. They may have tried to take your place, but they underestimated one unshakable truth. No one can take what God has set apart for His chosen. Think about how God has always protected His anointed, even in the face of relentless opposition. When David was anointed as king, Saul, consumed with jealousy, sought to destroy him. David spent years fleeing from Saul's wrath, living in caves and enduring hardship. Have you ever felt like David, chased, misunderstood, or pushed into hiding by those who couldn't accept your calling? Yet even in the wilderness, God's hand never left David. His throne was never in jeopardy because it wasn't Saul's to give or take. It belonged to David by divine decree. And just as God protected David, He has been protecting you all along. The same truth applies to your life. Every attack you faced, no matter how fierce, could never touch what God has ordained for you. Do you see how His shield of protection surrounded you, ensuring that every plot against you would ultimately fail? It's easy to feel weary when the battles seem endless, isn't it? To question why God allows the opposition when He could just clear the path. But could it be that every challenge, every betrayal, and every lie was preparing you for something greater? Could it be that God was using those very trials to sharpen your discernment, strengthen your resolve, and deepen your dependence on Him? Consider this. When Joseph was betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, and later imprisoned, it must have felt like his dream was shattered. Yet, each setback positioned him closer to the purpose God had for him. Joseph said, "You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives." Genesis 50:20. Have you stopped to reflect on how the challenges you faced might have been part of a greater plan to prepare you for your throne? Your rise isn't just about reaching the throne, it's about enduring everything that tried to stop you from getting there. Like David, the hardship and uncertainty you faced have made you into a leader who can stand firm, unshaken by the storms around you. God didn't clear your path to make it easy. He fortified you along the way. The jealousy, the betrayal, the lies, they were all tools in His hand to mold you into the kind of person who could carry the weight of the calling on your life. Now, as you stand where God has placed you, those who doubted you, betrayed you, or tried to take what was never theirs will have no choice but to acknowledge His hand on your life. What they tried to take, God has multiplied. What they meant to destroy, He has rebuilt stronger than before. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. Isaiah 54:17. Have you noticed how the very things meant to harm you only pushed you closer to God's plan. Your throne isn't a reward for surviving. It's a testament to God's sovereignty. It's a symbol of His ability to turn every attack into an opportunity for greater glory. Those who tried to stop you will now see that their efforts were futile from the start. The Lord foils the plans of the nations. He thwarts the purposes of the peoples. But the plans of the Lord stand firm forever, the purposes of His heart through all generations. Psalm 33:10 and 11. Can you feel the weight of that truth, that your destiny was never in their hands but in His? The throne is yours, not because of who you are, but because of who He is. And no one, not the jealous, the envious, or the deceitful, can take away what God has promised. Their schemes, no matter how calculated, were powerless against the divine decree that has secured your place. Are you ready to embrace this truth fully? To step into your throne with the confidence that it was always yours, not by human effort, but by God's unshakable authority? This is your moment. Claim it boldly, for it was written by His hand. Now, chosen one, have you felt the weight of the battles meant to prepare you, the trials that shaped you, the moments that tested your faith? Can you now see how they were all preparing you for this calling? Take a moment to declare your testimony boldly. No one can take what God has given me. Stand firm in this truth, for your journey has not been without purpose. And if you feel moved, reach out to one of your brothers or sisters in Christ. Acknowledge them as part of this divine tribe, for we are all walking this path together. The throne you now stand before isn't just a position of power, it's a place of immense responsibility. Have you considered why God chose you for this role? Leadership in God's kingdom isn't about comfort or personal gain, it's about mission. It's both an honor and a burden, a call to serve with humility and purpose. To sit on the throne as one of God's chosen is to carry the weight of others' hopes, battles, and destinies. Have you reflected on how your leadership impacts not just you, but the lives of those who look to you for guidance and strength? The throne is more than a symbol of authority, it's a vantage point. From this position, you can see what others cannot, the needs, the struggles, and the brokenness of those God has called you to lead. Have you felt the gravity of this perspective? While the world might view leadership as a privilege, God sees it as a service. Think about Joseph, who rose to power in Egypt. His leadership wasn't about ruling for personal gain. It was about providing for others in a time of desperate need. Joseph used his position to save not only his family, but an entire nation from famine. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Could it be that your calling, like Joseph's, is to use what you've been given to ensure the survival and flourishing of others? Leadership isn't just about the throne you sit on. It's about the lives you're destined to impact. The weight of leadership often includes challenges that others can't always see. Have you ever felt the pressure of late nights filled with doubt, the relentless demands of responsibility, or the constant scrutiny of others? These struggles are part of the unseen cost of leadership. But remember, these trials aren't meant to break you, they're meant to refine you. Consider Esther, who stood at a pivotal moment in history. Her position as queen wasn't just a title, it was a mission. When the time came to act, she risked everything to stand before the king and plead for her people. Esther's courage wasn't born from her royal status. It was born from her trust in God's purpose. "If I perish, I perish," she declared, Esther 4:16. Have you thought about the moments where your obedience might require great personal cost? Are you prepared to rise to the challenge, knowing that God's strength will sustain you? The truth is, your journey to the throne wasn't just for you. Every battle you've fought, every tear you've shed, and every victory you've claimed has been preparing you for this moment, not to rule, but to serve. The weight of the throne is heavy, but so is the grace God provides to carry it. But he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." 2 Corinthians 12:9. Do you feel that grace now, strengthening you for the path ahead? God has equipped you with everything you need to fulfill this mission. Like Esther, like Joseph, you've been placed here for such a time as this. The cost of leadership may feel overwhelming, but the impact of your obedience will ripple far beyond what you can see. The question now is, will you embrace the call? Will you lead not for yourself, but for the purpose God has entrusted to you? This is your moment to step into the fullness of your calling, knowing that His strength will sustain you every step of the way. Being chosen by God is a profound honor, but it doesn't guarantee an easy road. Have you noticed how the calling often comes with challenges that feel insurmountable? The path to the throne is marked by opposition and adversity. You'll encounter enemies who question your authority, doubters who challenge your decisions, and even allies who misunderstand your mission. Does that sound familiar? Take heart. You're not alone in this. God's chosen leaders have always faced resistance. Think of David. Even after being anointed as king, he endured years of conflict, betrayal, and hardship. Yet through it all, David trusted in God's promise, knowing it was greater than any obstacle before him. Your journey will require the same resilience. The throne isn't a place for the faint of heart. It's for those willing to trust God through every storm. Have you reflected on how every trial you've faced has been preparing you for this moment? Leadership in God's kingdom isn't about power or control. It's a sacred calling. It requires you to lead with compassion, humility, and wisdom. The weight of the throne is heavy because it's not just about you. It's about lifting others, carrying their burdens, and advocating for their needs. Are you ready to embrace the immense responsibility that comes with this honor? Consider Moses, who stood before Pharaoh on behalf of the Israelites. He wasn't a man of great confidence or eloquence. In fact, Moses doubted his ability to lead. "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" he asked, Exodus 3:11. Yet God reassured him, saying, "I will be with you," Exodus 3:12. Have you ever felt like Moses, unsure of your ability to lead but sensing God's call anyway? What if the very weaknesses you perceive in yourself are the reasons God chose you, so His strength could shine through? Like Moses, you are called to be an advocate and protector. Like Esther, who risked her life to save her people, you are called to act with courage in the face of uncertainty. These are not tasks you can carry alone, but the good news is you don't have to. God's presence goes with you, His strength sustains you, and His wisdom guides you. The Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Deuteronomy 31:8. Do you feel the reassurance of His presence in your life right now? Leadership in God's kingdom demands a heart that mirrors His, one that leads not with arrogance, but with humility, not with force, but with grace. The throne is not a reward for personal ambition. It's a position of divine purpose. And the weight you feel isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of responsibility. Have you considered how every trial, every opposition, has been shaping you into the kind of leader who can carry that responsibility with strength and wisdom? Remember, God doesn't call the equipped, He equips the called. But He said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." 2 Corinthians 12:9. What challenges are you facing today that feel overwhelming? Could it be that those very challenges are the places where God's power will be made perfect in your life? The task ahead of you is not small, but neither is the God who has called you to it. Will you rise to this sacred calling, trusting that the one who has called you is faithful to equip you for all he has planned. The throne you've been given is not for your comfort but for his mission. Like David, Moses, and Esther, your leadership is not about ruling, it's about serving. And though the road may be difficult, God's promise is clear. He will go with you, sustain you, and guide you every step of the way. As you carry the weight of the throne, remember this: it's not just about today. Your leadership is building something far greater, a legacy that will outlast you, inspiring future generations to step into their own divine callings. Have you considered how the choices you make now, the battles you fight, and the victories you claim will echo for years to come? This is the greater purpose of the throne: to lead in a way that glorifies God and sets others on the path he has prepared for them. Do you feel the significance of that responsibility? You didn't ask for the throne. Perhaps you didn't feel ready for its weight. But God chose you because he knows what he has placed within you. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:10. He knows the strength you carry, even when you don't. He sees the leader you're becoming, even in moments of doubt. Have you paused to reflect on how his trust in you is not about your perfection, but his confidence in his own plan? The same God who called you to the throne will empower you to carry its weight. His power is made perfect in your weakness. My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. So 2 Corinthians 12:9. Do you feel that grace sustaining you now? The throne is more than a symbol of leadership. It's a reflection of God's authority at work in a world desperate for his presence. Your position, chosen one, isn't about human recognition or worldly power. It's a divine platform, a space where God's sovereignty, justice, and purpose are revealed through you. Have you considered how your leadership is a declaration that God is still in control, using his chosen vessels to bring light to the darkest places? This throne isn't just for your benefit. It represents his kingdom on earth, a tangible sign of his plan, unfolding before the eyes of those who doubted. The spiritual weight of your throne goes beyond the present. It shapes the future. Your actions today are laying a foundation for generations to come. Like Joseph, who used his position to save an entire nation, your leadership is a call to create impact, not maintain power. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. What decisions are you making today that will ripple outward, transforming lives and communities? Can you see how God is using you to touch lives in ways you may not fully understand yet? But with great calling comes great accountability. The throne demands a higher standard, not perfection, but surrender. Have you considered how your leadership must align with God's will, even when the path isn't clear? Like David, whose leadership was shaped by his heart for God, you are called to lead with integrity, compassion, and unwavering faith. Create in me a pure heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Psalm 51:10. Have you asked God to guide your heart as you carry the mantle of leadership? Your throne is a testament to God's faithfulness. Every time someone looks at you, they should see evidence of his power, grace, and plan. Do you realize that you didn't fight for this position? You were placed here by his hand, not for your glory, but for his. The Lord makes firm the steps of the one who delights in him. Psalm 37:23. Have you thought about how your leadership reflects his glory to a world hungry for hope and healing? This is the weight and the privilege of being chosen. Finally, your throne is not a destination. It's a call to action. Leadership is a journey of faith, service, and purpose. You were placed here not to be served, but to serve. Jesus himself said, "The Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many." Matthew 20:28. What does it mean for you to serve as God's chosen leader, to uplift the brokenhearted, speak truth to power, and stand firm in adversity. This throne is not an end, it's a beginning that will impact countless lives, create a legacy that points directly to Him, and inspire others to step boldly into their own divine callings. Are you ready to embrace this role fully, trusting that the one who placed you here will sustain you every step of the way? This is your moment to lead, not for your sake, but for His. Beloved chosen one, the spiritual significance of your throne is undeniable. It is a sacred appointment, a divine trust, and a powerful reminder of God's presence at work in this world. As you step forward into your calling, never forget this truth. The throne you sit on is not about you, it's about Him. Through your obedience, His light will shine, His justice will prevail, and His kingdom will be revealed. Whether your journey mirrors that of David, Moses, Esther, or Joseph, one thing is certain: your rise is no accident. It has been intricately orchestrated by a God who knew from the beginning that you were the one for this throne. Every tear you've shed, every battle you've fought, and every victory you've claimed was part of His master plan. And now, as you walk fully into this role, be assured of this: you are not alone. The God who called you to lead will equip you to thrive. He has prepared you not just for the throne, but for the lives you are destined to impact, the battles you are called to fight, and the legacy you are meant to leave behind. So, step forward boldly, chosen one. Embrace the throne that was always yours, and lead with faith, courage, and purpose. The world is watching, and God's glory will shine brightly through you. This is your moment. Trust the process, walk in your calling, and let your journey inspire others to recognize the divine purpose in their own lives. Thank you for walking with us to this point. Your presence here is a testament to your courage and faith. If this message has spoken to your spirit, we encourage you to share it with others. Like, share, or leave a comment below. Your voice has the power to inspire and uplift those who need to hear this. May God bless you abundantly. May He fill your path with wisdom, strength, and grace as you step boldly into the destiny He has prepared for you. May His light shine through you in every decision, and may His peace guard your heart in every challenge. The throne is yours because He has declared it so. Walk in faith, chosen one, and let His glory be revealed in your life. Stay blessed. Stay chosen. Chosen one, imagine this. An ordinary day unfolds, the rhythm of life lulling you into its familiar patterns. Suddenly, without warning, your name echoes in a courtroom, a place charged with the energy of truth, justice, and decisions that shape destinies. It's not in a casual conversation or among friends, but in a solemn setting where every word carries weight, where lives can be redefined in a single moment. Your heart races, your mind is flooded with questions. Why was your name mentioned? What does this mean for your life? Could this be a call, a signal from the heavens, inviting you into something far greater than you've ever imagined? Pause and reflect on this profound possibility. Picture the scene: the judge seated with unwavering authority, the lawyers presenting their arguments with precision, and the silent audience hanging on every word. Then, amidst this charged atmosphere, your name is spoken, not as an afterthought, but as a centerpiece to a story you may not fully understand yet. How would you feel? Would you tremble with fear, or would you recognize this moment as one of divine significance? What might this event be revealing about your purpose, your influence, and your role in a much larger narrative? The Bible reminds us that God's chosen are often thrust into situations they never anticipated, where their courage and faith are tested. Think of Esther, a young woman from humble beginnings, standing in the royal court of King Xerxes with the weight of her people's fate on her shoulders. At first she hesitated, unsure if she could rise to the occasion, but Mordecai's words pierced through her doubt. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. Could it be that this courtroom moment represents your such a time as this? Could the very mention of your name signify a pivotal moment in your divine calling? Being chosen is both an honor and a responsibility. It can feel overwhelming to realize you've been singled out, but it's also a testament to your value and your unique role in God's plan. Jesus reminded his disciples of this truth when he said, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last." John 15:16. When your name is called forth in such a significant way, it's as though heaven itself is shining a light on your destiny, urging you to step forward with faith and purpose. Before we dive into the deeper revelations of this moment, let me pause to express my heartfelt gratitude to every one of you who supports this ministry. Your prayers, engagement, and generous super thanks contributions are the foundation of this community. Your faithfulness allows us to share God's word and inspire countless lives around the world. If this message stirs something within you, take a moment to comment 777 below, a declaration of your readiness to embrace God's purpose for your life. Let it be a symbol of your alignment with His plan and a commitment to stepping boldly into your calling. So, what does this courtroom moment truly mean? Could it be a test, a divine appointment, or perhaps a turning point where your destiny unfolds before your very eyes? Stay with me as we unravel the hidden meaning behind this extraordinary event. Together, we'll explore the lessons, the strength, and the blessings that lie within this moment of truth. Your name wasn't called by accident. It was spoken for a reason. Let's uncover it together. God's chosen ones, your name came up in court. The result will leave you speechless. Chapter 1. The Shockwave of Recognition. Picture yourself sitting quietly, immersed in the ordinary rhythms of life. The air is still, the moment unremarkable, until something shifts. A faint murmur reaches your ears, growing steadily into a resonant roar that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Then, unexpectedly, it happens. Your name. Not in a place you anticipated, not among those you know, but in a courtroom, a solemn, sacred space where truths are laid bare and destinies are decided. What's the first thought that crosses your mind? Confusion? Fear? A spark of something deeper? Curiosity? Imagine the scene. The judge's gaze fixed and unyielding, the lawyer's voices deliberate and sharp, and a crowd that watches, tense and expectant. Then, in the midst of it all, your name. Perhaps it's tied to a piece of evidence whispered as a witness, or spoken as someone central to the case's outcome. Whatever the context, one thing is clear. This moment isn't random. Could this be the moment you've been unknowingly prepared for? The Bible is rich with stories where the seemingly ordinary are thrust into extraordinary roles. Consider Joseph, sold into slavery by his brothers, only to hear his name echoed in Pharaoh's court years later. Can we find anyone like this man, one in whom is the Spirit of God? Genesis 41:38. His journey from the pit to the palace wasn't luck, it was divine preparation. When your name is spoken in a context you never expected, could it be that God's hand is moving, orchestrating something far greater than you can see? Take a deep breath and close your eyes. Feel the air filling your lungs, grounding you in this moment. Now imagine radiant threads of light streaming from your heart, connecting you to unseen realms, to people and events that seem distant but are profoundly intertwined with your life's purpose. That courtroom moment is one of these threads, a critical intersection where heaven touches earth, demanding your attention. Have you ever wondered why your presence often shifts the energy in a room? Perhaps a calm word from you dissolved an argument, or your silent strength inspired someone to take a bold step. These moments weren't random. They were God's whispers, preparing you for a greater role. Just as Esther's name was spoken in King Xerxes' court. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther 4:14. So too has your name been called, signaling a pivotal moment in your journey. But why now? Why here? Could it be that this is the hour for which you were created? The shock you feel isn't just an emotional reaction, it's a divine awakening. The Bible reminds us that those who are called often feel unworthy at first. Think of Moses, who, when summoned by God at the burning bush, protested, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh?" Exodus 3:11. Yet God's answer was simple and profound, "I will be with you." Exodus 3:12. When your name is spoken in unexpected places, it's not a sign of your insufficiency, but of God's sufficiency working through you. This courtroom moment represents more than you can fathom. It's a kairos, a divine appointment. Others might dismiss it as coincidence, but deep inside, you know better. Could it be that your life is meant to intersect with a greater narrative, one written by the author of all creation? Now, consider this. What if this moment isn't just about you? What if your name being spoken is part of a grander plan, connecting you to lives you've yet to touch, events yet to unfold? Jesus himself said, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last." John 15:16. If he has chosen you, then this moment, however unsettling, is part of that appointment. Let's pause and reflect. How will you respond? Will you shrink back in fear, or will you embrace the discomfort as an opportunity to step into your divine calling? Remember, even David, the shepherd boy who became king, had to face moments of doubt. When Samuel anointed him, David was just a boy tending sheep, unprepared for the enormity of his future. Yet God saw his heart and called him forward. 1 Samuel 16:7. Like David, you may feel unready, even unworthy. But consider this. If God has allowed your name to surface in this way, isn't it because he sees something in you that you've yet to recognize? As you sit with this realization, let the shock settle. Allow it to shift from fear to power, from confusion to clarity. This is not merely a moment of recognition, it's a summons to step into your role as a chosen one. The universe, guided by God's hand, is reminding you of your place in its intricate tapestry. In the chapters to come, we'll delve deeper into the reasons your name was spoken, what this means for your personal and spiritual journey, and how you can navigate this unexpected revelation with faith and courage. For now, let this truth resonate. You are not a passive observer in this story. You are a key player, chosen and called for such a time as this. Will you rise to the occasion? Chapter 2. Unraveling the Hidden Threads. Now that the initial shock has settled, let us journey deeper, beyond the courtroom, beyond the visible, into the intricate tapestry woven beneath this unexpected drama. The scene before you, the austere chamber, the judge's penetrating gaze, the formal language, is but a thin veil. Beneath it lies a world alive with unseen forces, connections, and divine orchestration. Your name's sudden emergence in this setting is no accident. It is a signal, a clue that dormant threads from your life are being awakened. brought into focus at the appointed time. Reflect for a moment on your life's journey. Think of the people you've met, the decisions you made without much thought, the places you've been. Each encounter, each action, formed a link in a vast, unseen chain stretching through time. Could it be that a seemingly minor conversation, a kind gesture, or an unassuming choice from years ago has set this moment into motion? The seeds we sow, whether consciously or unknowingly, often bloom in seasons we least expect. The Bible teaches us that nothing is truly forgotten in God's plan. Consider Ruth, a Moabite widow who made a seemingly simple decision to remain loyal to her mother-in-law, Naomi. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Ruth 1:16. That act of faithfulness, unnoticed by the world, set into motion a series of events that made her a key figure in the lineage of Jesus Christ. Could it be that, like Ruth, your decisions, no matter how small, are being woven into a greater narrative? Close your eyes and envision a radiant, multi-dimensional web extending from your heart. Each strand represents a relationship, a memory, or a moment where your life intersected with another's. Now imagine certain intersections glowing with light. These are the moments when your energy, your influence, left a mark on someone else's journey. Perhaps your name being spoken in the courtroom is one such intersection flaring to life. A divine spark, reminding you of the connections you may have forgotten, but heaven has not. Pause and consider. Have you ever been nudged by intuition to act in a way that defied logic? Perhaps you reached out to a stranger, offered unexpected help, or reconnected with someone from your past. These moments often stem from a higher wisdom, the voice of God whispering to your soul. The Bible describes this as the guidance of the Holy Spirit, which Jesus promised to all believers. But the Advocate, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, will teach you all things and will remind you of everything I have said to you. John 14:26. Could it be that one of these Spirit-led moments planted the seed for what is now unfolding? The threads that connect us are not random. They stretch beyond personal stories, intertwining with larger narratives that shape entire communities, systems, and even nations. Your name being mentioned in this legal context is more than coincidence. It is an invitation to reflect on your role in a greater story. Are you being called to bring light into a dark situation, to stand as a witness for truth, or perhaps to be the catalyst for change, shaking stagnant systems until they yield to integrity? Take another moment of reflection. Place your hand over your heart and feel the rhythm of your heartbeat, a steady reminder of your existence and purpose. With each beat, imagine waves of energy radiating outward, connecting you to everyone whose path you've crossed. Whisper softly to yourself, I acknowledge these connections. I welcome the lessons they bring. This simple act grounds you, aligning your spirit with the divine forces, orchestrating this moment. The Bible shows us again and again that God uses these hidden threads to accomplish his purposes. Think of Joseph, who endured betrayal and slavery only to rise as Egypt's second in command. What seemed like random and unjust events were, in fact, divine preparation. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Could it be that the currents bringing your name into the courtroom are part of a similar divine plan? Pause to ask yourself, why has this moment come now? What role am I being called to play? These questions may not have immediate answers, but they are worth sitting with, as they can open the door to deeper understanding. As we move forward, we'll explore the significance of these hidden connections and how they intersect with your spiritual journey. For now, allow the wonder of this revelation to settle in your heart. You are not a passive participant in life's unfolding. You are a thread in the great design of God's creation, a design that is being revealed one extraordinary moment at a time. The courtroom may seem like a place of judgment and finality, but in truth, it is a space where destinies are clarified and callings are confirmed. In the wake of hearing your name spoken in court, you may begin to notice subtle shifts around you. Some people might glance at you differently, their eyes reflecting curiosity or intrigue. Others might approach, seeking advice or affirmation, drawn to the sense that you carry something they need, something intangible but powerful. This isn't random. When your name is called in a significant way, your spiritual aura shifts, radiating a clearer light. It's as if the heavens themselves have marked you as a vital player in the unfolding of a divine plan. But remember, being mentioned in court does not immediately cast you as a hero or a villain. Often, these moments serve as tests of your character, offering opportunities for growth or cautionary pitfalls. Will you seize this moment for personal gain, risking selfish entanglement? Or will you shrink back in fear, denying the weight of responsibility that comes with being chosen? The true challenge lies in remaining steady, navigating the fine line between observer and participant. This balance ensures that you evolve in wisdom and purpose, rather than becoming ensnared by fleeting emotions or shallow ambitions. Consider the story of Job, a man tested not by choice but by divine design. His name was brought up in a heavenly court when God declared, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him." Job 1:8. What followed was a series of trials that tested Job's faith and integrity, ultimately refining him into a man of even greater spiritual strength. Could this moment in your life be a similar test, designed to reveal your resilience and illuminate your purpose? Pause for a moment to ask yourself, why now? Why this particular scenario? Why would the universe or God choose a courtroom of all places to draw attention to your connections, your choices, and your destiny? Don't rush to answer these questions. Instead, sit with them, allowing the mystery to unfold gradually. The Bible often speaks of waiting on the Lord, for in those moments of silence, profound revelations emerge. Be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. As you navigate this experience, resist the urge to cling to immediate clarity. Instead, let the uncertainty become fertile ground for spiritual insight. The courtroom moment is like a key that opens hidden doors, revealing layers of interconnectedness that you may have overlooked. Reflect on this. How have your past actions, even the small, unnoticed ones, influenced the people and events around you? Could your words of encouragement, acts of kindness, or even moments of silent prayer have set invisible threads into motion that are now converging in this dramatic event? This isn't merely about understanding your role, it's about recognizing the responsibility that comes with it. Like Esther, who hesitated when called upon to risk her life for her people, you may feel unprepared or unsure of your worthiness. But remember Mordecai's words to her, "And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this?" Esther 4:14. Could this moment be your such a time as this? A divine invitation to rise and fulfill a purpose greater than yourself. Take a deep breath and realign yourself with this truth. The hidden threads are real, and they have brought you to this extraordinary moment. Your presence in this story is no accident. The subtle changes in how people perceive you, the questions that arise, and the shifts in your own awareness are all signs that something deeper is unfolding. The universe, and more importantly the Creator, has positioned you here with intentionality. Think of this moment as an opportunity to refine your inner vision. just as a slight adjustment in a telescope can reveal constellations once hidden in the night sky. A shift in your perspective can uncover profound meaning behind this event. What might this teach you about your role in the greater tapestry of life? How can this awareness transform not only your understanding, but also the lives of those around you? Reflect too on the people who might benefit from your insights. Your experiences are not meant to be locked away as personal treasures. The Bible calls us to share the light we receive. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Who in your life might need the wisdom you are now uncovering? How can your journey inspire others to discover their own hidden threads? Your name being spoken in that courtroom was not a conclusion, it was a beginning. This event has cracked open new worlds of possibility, inviting you to step into a higher understanding of yourself and your purpose. As you move forward, let courage guide your steps. Embrace the questions, savor the mystery, and trust that the God who orchestrated this moment will continue to reveal the path ahead. The threads that have converged here are not random, they are sacred. And as you stand at the threshold of deeper awareness, remember this: you are not alone. You are part of something vast, divine, and purposeful. Embrace it, for the journey ahead holds more than you can yet imagine. Chapter 3. The Alchemy of Your Influence. Pause for a moment and consider this humbling truth. Your life impacts others in ways you may never fully understand. That casual remark you made in passing, a piece of advice given to a friend, or even a kind smile shared with a stranger, all these actions ripple outward, often far beyond your awareness. Could it be that one such ripple has now returned to you, transformed, echoing your name in a courtroom, a place of judgment, revelation, and consequence? This is the alchemy of influence. Human beings exchange energy not only through grand gestures, but also through the seemingly inconsequential moments that weave the fabric of daily life. A word, a gesture, even a thought can spark a chain reaction that alters destinies. Think of Jesus' parable of the mustard seed. Though it is the smallest of all seeds, yet when it grows, it is the largest of garden plants and becomes a tree, so that the birds come and perch in its branches. Matthew 13:32. Your influence, though it may feel small, has the potential to grow into something extraordinary, reaching further than you could have imagined. Reflect on your journey. Can you recall moments in your past when you were just beginning to understand yourself, to grapple with your place in the world? Could you have foreseen then that your name would one day carry such weight, invoked in a courtroom, a setting where truth and morality collide? Likely not. Yet here you are, standing at the intersection of revelation and responsibility. But ask yourself this: could those seemingly minor moments in your past have been part of a divine plan, preparing you for this very moment? Take a moment to reconnect with your body. Stretch your arms upward, releasing tension as you lower them slowly to your sides. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breath, grounding yourself in the present. Each exhalation carries away stale energy, making space for fresh, divine insight. This physical grounding mirrors a deeper truth. You exist not only in thought or spirit, but also in the tangible, created world. To influence others, you must first acknowledge the sacred integration of body, mind, and soul. Now, consider the unpredictability of your influence. What seems trivial to you may become profound for someone else. What you forget moments after saying may echo in another's heart for years. This truth is both empowering and humbling. Think of the Apostle Peter. When Jesus told him, "You are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church," Matthew 16:18, Peter could not have foreseen how his words and actions would influence the faith of millions. Yet, his moments of doubt and denial also became lessons, shaping the early church's understanding of grace and redemption. Like Peter, your influence is not about perfection, but about authenticity and the willingness to grow. What ripple effects might your words or actions be creating right now, even without your awareness? This lack of control over how your influence is received is not a burden, it is an invitation. It calls you to act with presence, integrity, and love. Knowing that your words might resurface in unexpected contexts, would you not choose them more carefully? Knowing that your actions might inspire or mislead, would you not strive to act with authenticity? This is not about overthinking every move, but about living with intentionality, aligning your life with higher principles. What would change in your life if you began to see every interaction as part of a divine tapestry? The courtroom that echoed your name is more than a physical space. It represents the stage of life itself, a place where human dramas unfold, shaped by truth, morality, and divine purpose. Your involvement signifies your role in something much larger than the specifics of that case. The Bible reminds us of this interconnectedness, for just as each of us has one body with many members, and these members do not all have the same function, so in Christ we, though many, form one body, and each member belongs to all the others. Romans 12:4-5. You are not an isolated entity, but a vital thread in the divine tapestry of creation. If this realization feels overwhelming, grant yourself grace. Take another deep breath and remind yourself, you are allowed to learn, to make mistakes, to grow. Transformation is rarely linear. It is a process of discovery and refinement. By acknowledging the alchemy of your influence, you step into the role of a conscious creator, shaping the world not by accident, but with purpose and care. How might your life transform if you began to see each moment as sacred, each word as an offering to the world? As this awareness settles, you may begin to sense a deeper calling. Perhaps this moment invites you to step boldly into roles you once resisted. Maybe it encourages you to speak truth in places where silence has prevailed. Or perhaps it prompts you to release patterns that no longer serve you, allowing room for new growth. Remember, alchemy is not only about transforming base elements into gold. It is also about refining and purifying the alchemist. Just as gold must be tested in fire to achieve its brilliance, your influence is being refined in this moment. The Bible speaks of this process. These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire tests and purifies gold, though your faith is far more precious than mere gold. 1 Peter 1:7. Could this moment be your refining fire, preparing you for greater purpose? As you move forward, reflect on the lives your influence has already touched and the paths it has shaped. Who might benefit from the wisdom you are now uncovering? How can your journey inspire others to step into their own transformations? This is the alchemy of your influence, not only to shape others, but to be shaped yourself, growing in compassion, humility, and divine alignment. In the chapters ahead, we'll explore how to wield this influence wisely, turning the energy of this moment into lasting impact. For now, rest in the knowledge that your life matters profoundly. Every word, every action, every choice ripples outward, touching lives and shaping destinies in ways you may never see, but heaven always remembers. Chapter 4. Facing the Ethical Edge. The seeds of your next evolution are already taking root in the fertile soil of your awareness. Now, with your name spoken under oath, you've been thrust into a realm where ethics, truth and morality intertwine. This moment forces a confrontation, right versus wrong, fact versus fiction, accountability versus denial. You are no longer a distant observer. You are woven into this fabric, compelled to examine your own moral compass. What do you truly stand for? Are there lines you will not cross, even when no one is watching? Take a deep breath and imagine a delicate scale suspended in your heart. On one side, place the desire for personal gain, comfort, and validation. On the other, lay down the virtues you hold dear: honesty, empathy, justice. Visualize the scale tipping. Does it balance, or does it lean toward one side? What does this reveal about the values that quietly guide your life? If this courtroom scenario feels unsettling, it's because it resonates with a universal tension we all navigate: the gray areas of morality, the decisions that define who we are becoming. The universe seems to whisper, take heed of what you value most, for your choices ripple outward, shaping not just yourself, but also the world around you. Reflect on your past. Have you ever stood at a moral crossroads? Perhaps you witnessed an injustice but hesitated to act, or maybe you found the courage to defend someone who was vulnerable. These moments, whether they felt significant or small, leave an imprint on your soul. Consider the Good Samaritan who saw a wounded man on the side of the road and chose compassion over convenience. Jesus praised his actions, saying, "Go and do likewise." Luke 10:37. Could this be your moment to act with that same courage and compassion? Now, with your name invoked in a setting of judgment, you face another question. Will you let events unfold passively, or will you boldly declare your ethics through action and word? Think also of Daniel, who was brought before King Darius' court for defying an unjust decree. Knowing the consequences, Daniel chose to pray openly to God, valuing his faith above personal safety. My God sent his angel, and he shut the mouths of the lions, Daniel 6:22. He testified after surviving the lion's den. His unwavering commitment to righteousness not only protected him, but also glorified God. Could this courtroom moment be your lion's den, a test of your principles and trust in divine justice? Place your hand over your chest. Feel your heartbeat, the rhythm of life itself. That pulse is a reminder of your agency. While you may not control how others invoke your name, you do control your response. If people twist your involvement for self-serving ends, you can stand firm. If injustice begins to brew, you can speak truth, even when it comes at personal cost. True ethics are not tested when it's easy to do the right thing. They are forged in moments of adversity. What would it look like for you to act in alignment with your highest values right now? This moment also invites you to refine your understanding of truth. In a legal setting, truth can often seem pliable, influenced by bias, argument, or perspective. But within yourself, truth need not be so malleable. Jesus declared, "I am the way and the truth and the life." John 14:6, reminding us that truth is not merely a concept, but a divine constant. By grounding yourself in clarity, knowing what you stand for, what you reject, and where you seek understanding, you become less swayed by external chaos. How might anchoring yourself in this inner truth change the way you navigate difficult decisions? If you've ever wondered why life's tests seem to appear at the most inconvenient times, consider the possibility that they are orchestrated for your growth. Trials reveal where your moral framework is solid and where it needs strengthening. The courtroom mention is one such trial. It is not merely about legality, it is about alignment with your higher self. Success in this test is not measured by public acclaim, but by the quiet confidence you feel when looking in the mirror. When this chapter closes, will you be proud of the person reflected back at you? Consider Job, a man whose integrity was tested to its limits. When his name was brought up in the courts of heaven, God declared, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright." Job 1:8. Despite unimaginable suffering, Job held fast to his righteousness, saying, "Though he slay me, yet will I hope in him." Job 13:15. His unwavering faith serves as a reminder that enduring trials with integrity strengthens the soul and deepens one's connection to God. Could this moment be your opportunity to affirm your unwavering commitment to what is right? Transformation often feels uncomfortable. It demands that you confront your shadows, question your assumptions, and embrace uncertainty. Yet this discomfort is where character is forged. The Bible reminds us, "Consider it pure joy, my brothers and sisters, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance." James 1:2-3. Could this challenge be shaping you into someone stronger, more aligned with God's purpose for your life? Gradually, your perspective on this courtroom event may shift. Instead of viewing it as an intrusion, consider it an opportunity. The universe has placed you in a situation that demands moral clarity because you have the capacity to rise to the occasion. How might this moment shape your legacy? Before moving forward, take one final moment of reflection. Picture the scale in your heart once again, but now see it steady and balanced. Feel the weight of your deepest convictions anchoring you in integrity. Whisper to yourself, "I will stand for what is right, even when it's not easy. I will let my values guide me through every choice I make." In the chapters ahead, we will explore how to apply these ethical insights in practical ways. For now, rest in the assurance that your commitment to truth, empathy, and justice is enough to guide you through this trial and all others to come. Embrace this challenge, for it is shaping you into a force of unwavering moral strength and divine purpose. Chapter 5. Reclaiming your narrative. Have you ever felt trapped in someone else's narrative, wondering how to reclaim your voice? In a courtroom, stories clash for dominance. Each side presents its narrative, seeking to sway a judge or jury. When your name surfaces, the risk is clear. You may be cast as a character in someone else's story, portrayed as a hero, a villain, or a mere footnote. But remember, the ultimate author of your life is you, and the one who created you. For we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works, which God prepared in advance for us to do. Ephesians 2:10. Others may attempt to define you, but their words are not the final chapter. Imagine you are holding a quill, dipping it into a well of shimmering ink, the ink of truth, integrity, and divine purpose. Each stroke outlines the contours of your identity, and no external force can overwrite what God has inscribed in your heart. If this event has sparked doubt or confusion, let that uncertainty fuel your determination to reclaim your narrative. Who does God say you are? Scripture declares, "You are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession." 1 Peter 2:9. What would it feel like to see yourself through the lens of these words as someone chosen and deeply valued by the Creator? Take a mindful pause. Close your eyes and focus on the rhythm of your breath, feeling it flow in and out. Now, envision a blank page hovering before you. On it, write 3 virtues you hold dear: honesty, resilience, compassion, whatever resonates with your soul. These words become your anchors, grounding you in your God-given identity. If the world tries to paint you in false colors, remember that your Creator has already affirmed your true essence. "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Jeremiah 1:5. What virtues would you write on your blank page? How can you use them as a compass to guide your actions moving forward? Your narrative extends beyond the courtroom. We live in an age where reputations can be shaped by headlines, gossip, and fleeting impressions. If this incident spills into social media or becomes fodder for community whispers, stand firm. What lessons has God already taught you about resilience and truth? Recall moments when misunderstanding or misjudgment tested your character. Each time you stood firm, you were unknowingly preparing for this moment. Now, you have the chance to embody what it means to stand in truth and integrity, reflecting the light of Christ through your words and actions. Consider the possibility that your presence in other stories serves a divine purpose. Think of Joseph, whose name was unjustly linked to accusations in Potiphar's court. Stripped of his freedom, he might have despaired. Yet, Joseph's unwavering faith in God allowed him to see beyond the immediate injustice. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Genesis 50:20. Could this unexpected courtroom moment be a catalyst for your growth, refining your values and calling you to re-emerge with renewed clarity and purpose? Instead of feeling victimized, embrace this event as an opportunity. Just as a phoenix rises from ashes, you can rise from this confusion with greater authenticity, your self-awareness blazing brighter than ever. How might this experience shape your understanding of your purpose and your role in God's greater plan? Reclaiming your narrative may require speaking out. This could mean writing your truth, engaging in heartfelt conversations with trusted friends, or sharing insights publicly. When you do, let your words flow from a place of truth and integrity, not from bitterness or a desire for vengeance. Jesus himself modeled this when he stood before Pilate, refusing to stoop to defensiveness, but calmly affirming truth. You say that I'm a king. In fact, the reason I was born and came into the world is to testify to the truth. John 18:37. When you respond thoughtfully, with sincerity and humility, your voice becomes a beacon of light, making it harder for misinformation to take root. Over time, you may begin to see this unexpected event as a gift, a rough diamond urging you to polish your understanding of self. By confronting external narratives, you develop discernment, a skill that will serve you well throughout your journey. How might your trust in God help you rise above the false narratives others attempt to impose on you? Consider the example of David, whose life was often misinterpreted by others, from his brothers doubting his potential to King Saul seeking his destruction. Yet David's unwavering trust in God allowed him to rise above these false narratives, becoming a man after God's own heart. 1 Samuel 13:14. As you face this challenge, remind yourself that no storm lasts forever. The lessons you learn now will prepare you for future crossroads. When faced with adversity again, you will remember how you stood firm, reclaimed your narrative, and emerged stronger. What strengths are you discovering within yourself through this trial that you didn't know you possessed? Take one more moment of reflection. Picture the blank page before you, no longer empty, but filled with the qualities and values you hold dear. Imagine God's hand resting on yours as you write, affirming your worth and guiding your thoughts. Whisper to yourself, I am who God says I am. I will define my story with truth, integrity, and love. In the chapters ahead, we'll explore practical ways to strengthen this narrative and ensure your voice remains clear and steady amid life's uncertainties. What would your story look like if you trusted fully in God's plan for your life and let Him guide every chapter? For now, rest in the assurance that reclaiming your story is not just an act of personal will. It is a sacred act of aligning with the Creator's vision for your life. Your identity, shaped by divine hands, is more enduring than any rumor, accusation, or misunderstanding. Chapter 6. Cultivating compassion for all players. At first glance, compassion might seem out of place in the midst of legal tangles and moral challenges. Yet, compassion is a master key. It unlocks understanding, heals wounds, and restores balance. Consider this. Everyone involved in that courtroom event, lawyers, witnesses, judges, even those who invoked your name, carries their own burdens. They face struggles, fears, and hopes you may never see. By cultivating compassion, you transcend the adversarial narrative and step into a higher form of engagement. Could compassion transform not only how you view others, but also how you navigate this moment? Start by acknowledging your own complexity. You are not a saint, nor are you a villain. You are human, shaped by your experiences, dreams, and doubts. If you allow yourself grace for your past mistakes, how can you deny that same grace to others? Jesus himself demonstrated this balance when he intervened in the stoning of the adulterous woman. To the accusers he said, "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." John 8:7. To the woman he spoke with compassion, "Go now and leave your life of sin." John 8:11. His actions reveal that compassion does not excuse wrongdoing. It acknowledges humanity while inviting transformation. Place both hands over your heart and take a slow, deep breath. As you exhale, imagine soft light radiating from your chest, enveloping you first and then extending outward. Picture this light touching everyone connected to the legal case. It does not absolve them of accountability, but it acknowledges their humanity. How might this simple act change the way you feel about the situation? This exercise can soften your tension, replacing anger or confusion with a calm resolve to see the bigger picture. When you view events through compassionate eyes, you begin to understand that life is rarely black and white. The person who mentioned your name may have done so out of desperation, misguided loyalty, or a sincere belief in their actions. The judge presiding over the case may carry the burden of countless decisions, striving to uphold fairness. Compassion doesn't mean excusing behavior. It means understanding the complexities that drive it. How might understanding someone's story change the way you approach them? Compassion also extends inward. If you feel shaken or anxious about what happened, permit yourself to feel those emotions without judgment. How might offering yourself grace enable you to offer it to others? Remember the psalmist's words, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." Psalm 34:18. God does not expect you to suppress your pain, but invites you to bring it to Him. By holding your own distress with compassion, you model how to hold others' pain as well. Over time, this approach transforms the narrative. Instead of a conflict between right and wrong, you begin to see a tapestry of souls, each trying to survive, learn, and grow. Some make poor choices, others strive to uphold virtue. Compassion does not prevent you from standing for justice. On the contrary, it informs your pursuit of justice by reminding you to seek transformation rather than retribution. Consider Jesus on the cross, who, even in his suffering, prayed, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. Could your compassion in this moment mirror that divine grace? If an opportunity arises to interact with those who brought your name into the courtroom, consider how you might communicate. Could you ask questions that encourage reflection rather than provoke conflict? Could you listen, even if you disagree, to understand their perspective? Proverbs reminds us, "A gentle answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger." Proverbs 15:1. Sometimes a few heartfelt words can disarm hostility and initiate healing conversations. What might it feel like to speak with kindness, even in the face of misunderstanding? Compassion doesn't guarantee easy resolutions or fair outcomes. In fact, it often coexists with heartbreak when others choose harmful paths. But by cultivating this stance, you uphold your own integrity and spiritual growth. You become someone who sees beyond immediate drama, recognizing that every individual carries their own battles, lessons, and scars. Continue nurturing compassion through small daily acts. When someone cuts you off in traffic or speaks harshly in a meeting, pause before reacting. Remind yourself that they might be in pain, distracted, or wounded in ways you'll never know. This doesn't excuse the behavior, but places it in context. What would it look like to respond thoughtfully in your daily interactions, even when it's difficult? By practicing this repeatedly, you refine your ability to respond with grace rather than react reflexively. As we approach the final chapter, understand that compassion is not weakness. It is quiet strength. It anchors you in truth, love, and understanding, allowing you to remain centered amid chaos. Consider Paul's exhortation. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. Ephesians 4:32. When others spin stories, accuse, or misinterpret your presence, compassion allows you to rise above the noise. It keeps your heart open to grace and ensures that even in the aftermath of shocking revelations, you remain aligned with God's love and purpose. Chapter 7. Embracing the Evolutionary Arc. By now you have journeyed through shock, uncovered hidden connections, faced moral crossroads, reclaimed your narrative, and embraced compassion. These chapters of your life were not random. The moment your name emerged in that courtroom was part of a much larger design, an evolutionary arc stretching far beyond this single event. Your growth, influence, and purpose expand when you approach challenges not as curses, but as catalysts for transformation. Have you begun to recognize how even the most difficult moments can be stepping stones towards something greater? Life often unfolds as a series of initiations. Each trial, especially those that arrive unexpectedly, offers a chance to ascend to a higher level of understanding and faith. Reflect on the story of Joseph, whose life was marked by painful but transformative initiations. Betrayed by his brothers and sold into slavery, Joseph could have given in to despair. Instead, he trusted God's purpose, eventually rising to a position of great influence. Take a deep breath, inhale strength, exhale doubt. As you do, visualize yourself standing at the edge of a precipice, overlooking a vast and awe-inspiring landscape. This view represents your future possibilities, an open terrain shaped by your choices, values, and faith. Can you see how the path behind you, woven with trials and revelations, has prepared you for the road ahead? The Apostle Paul reminds us, "We know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." Romans 8:28. How might this truth anchor you as you prepare to take the next step? The trials you've endured have not been meaningless. They have shaped you into a vessel for greater purpose. The lessons you've learned are like tools in a craftsman's hands, each one sharpening your ability to navigate life's complexities. Shock taught you resilience. Hidden connections revealed the intricate web of influence you hold. The moral crossroads clarified your values. Compassion softened your heart, allowing you to see beyond judgment. How would your perspective shift if you truly believed that God's presence is guiding each step you take? Picture God walking beside you as you prepare to step into the unknown. His voice echoes the words he spoke to Joshua. "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Joshua 1:9. Imagine his reassurance steadying your spirit. This chapter is not about finding easy answers or guarantees. It's about embracing the unknown with faith, trusting that the Creator who has brought you this far will not abandon you. Each choice, each act of courage, and each moment of reflection is part of the masterpiece God is creating through you. As you prepare to move forward, whisper a prayer of gratitude for the challenges that refined you, the revelations that awakened you, and the divine guidance that sustains you. Let your heart swell with the knowledge that this journey, with all its twists and turns, is leading you toward the fullest expression of your purpose. Can you feel the quiet strength growing within you as you acknowledge how far you've already come? Step boldly into the open terrain before you, carrying the wisdom of your journey and the promise of God's unwavering presence. This is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with faith, courage, and boundless possibility. So, what have you learned? First, you've learned that your name and essence carry weight in the collective narrative. When your name surfaced, it was a reminder that your existence matters, not just to those around you, but to the larger fabric of life itself. How might you let this truth inspire the way you step forward from here? Scripture tells us, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Matthew 5:14. Your light, your essence, is uniquely positioned to illuminate paths that others cannot see. Second, you've discovered that your moral compass, once tested, can guide you through even the most bewildering scenarios. Like Daniel, who stood firm in his convictions even when threatened with the lion's den, Daniel 6. You've shown that integrity can anchor you amid uncertainty. What guiding principles have emerged for you through this trial? Each choice you make from this foundation shapes your journey and influences those around you, ensuring that your path remains aligned with truth. Third, you've reclaimed your role as the author of your own story, no matter who tries to script it otherwise. How will you continue writing your story in a way that reflects your truth and God's plan for your life? Like Joseph, who refused to let the false narratives of others define his destiny, you have taken hold of the pen. But as for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good. Genesis 50:20. This verse reminds us that even when others seek to distort your narrative, God can use those moments for your ultimate growth and purpose. Fourth, you've seen that compassion unlocks deeper understanding, allowing you to navigate complexity with grace. Jesus exemplified this on the cross when he prayed, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke 23:34. Who in your life might need your compassion right now, even if it feels undeserved? Compassion doesn't excuse wrongdoing, but it creates space for healing and transformation. Could you extend that same compassion inward, offering yourself grace for the moments when you stumbled? These insights form a powerful toolkit, empowering you to engage with life on a more conscious, intentional level. As you step forward, commit to using your influence wisely. How can you strive for honesty, tempered with kindness and authenticity, infused with ethical grounding in your daily interactions? Whether your words appear in a courtroom transcript, a social media thread, or a whispered conversation with a loved one, recognize their potential to shape hearts and minds. Treat truth not as a weapon, but as a beacon. Your journey is far from over. Challenges will arise again, some subtle, others dramatic, but each will find you better equipped. Remember Paul's encouragement. Not only so, but we also glory in our sufferings, because we know that suffering produces perseverance. perseverance, character, and character, hope. Romans 5:3-4. Instead of dreading these moments, welcome them as opportunities to refine your understanding of who you are and what you stand for. What masterpiece might God be shaping with your life, even now, in ways you cannot yet see? Reflect on the initial shock you felt when your name was first mentioned. That shock, bewildering as it was, has transformed into clarity and purpose. What would your life look like if you approached every trial with this mindset? This is the magic of conscious evolution. You've taken what could have remained a bewildering event and turned it into a milestone of self-awareness and growth. This is what it means to embrace your role as a chosen one, not chosen to dominate or control, but chosen to awaken, learn, and guide. Consider sharing these insights with others. By teaching what you've learned, you help others navigate their own storms. Who in your life might benefit from hearing the lessons you've uncovered on this journey? When people wonder how to handle the unexpected twists of fate, you can remind them to look deeper, discover hidden lessons, and emerge stronger. Through this service, your influence extends beyond the personal and merges into the collective upliftment. As Jesus said, "Freely you have received, freely give." Matthew 10:8. Let your wisdom become a gift that empowers others to grow, evolve, and shine. Before we part, pause for a moment and acknowledge the subtle joy stirring in your heart. It's the joy of recognizing your power and purpose. You don't need to shout this from the rooftops or make grand proclamations. Instead, let it shine quietly through your actions, your words, and your presence. Over time, the people around you will notice. They'll see it in your steady gaze, hear it in your calm voice, and feel it in your unwavering integrity. Though this exploration nears its end, your journey continues. Life will undoubtedly present new challenges and surprises, but you now know that even the most unexpected events can become stepping stones toward your spiritual and personal growth. The universe guided you here for a reason, and your task is to live this wisdom with intention. When you do, you'll find your reality aligning more closely with the truth of who you are becoming. Each moment, whether triumphant or challenging, is part of your evolving story. The lessons you've gleaned from this chapter don't simply fade. They are woven into the fabric of your character, strengthening your resilience and expanding your perspective. How will you carry these lessons forward, applying them to new opportunities and trials? In days or years to come, you may find that when faced with unexpected circumstances, your instinct shifts from fear to curiosity. You'll ask, what wisdom lies beneath this, rather than, why me? This shift will not only transform how you navigate challenges, but also deepen your empathy for others. You'll recognize that everyone is on their own unique journey, stumbling toward light through their own trials. With this understanding, you'll offer support rather than judgment, becoming a source of calm and encouragement in a chaotic world. Your influence will grow, not because of grand gestures, but because of your authenticity and thoughtfulness. Words you once spoke casually now carry weight, and actions you once performed without reflection now feel purposeful. What causes align with your core values? Where can your presence spark meaningful change? These are the questions that will guide your path as you focus your energy on what truly matters. In time, you'll look back on this chapter and see it as a turning point, not because it solved every challenge, but because it equipped you with the lens to view adversity as fuel for growth. You'll move forward not as someone battered by circumstances, but as someone refined and empowered by them. This transformation is subtle yet profound, a quiet revolution within your soul. Let this understanding guide you in every decision, every conversation, and every dream you pursue. Know that your learning never ends. and every new challenge is simply another invitation to grow deeper in wisdom and strength. Where once you might have hesitated, now you stride forward with confidence, illuminated by the steady glow of a more conscious and awakened self. This is the gift of embracing your evolutionary arc, an ever-expanding horizon of possibilities, infused with meaning and grace. To each of you who joined this journey, thank you. Your willingness to explore, reflect, and grow is a testament to your courage and openness. You have carried the lessons shared here into your hearts, and in doing so, you've enriched not only your own path, but also the collective journey of all who seek truth and growth. May you continue to walk your path with wisdom, strength, and grace. May you find clarity in moments of confusion, courage in times of fear, and joy in the small, quiet triumphs of daily life. May your influence ripple outward, touching lives with kindness and purpose, and may your evolving story inspire others to find their own light. If this journey has resonated with you, I invite you to like and share this message so others may find inspiration in these words. Let us grow together as a community, supporting one another in life's challenges and triumphs. Your voice matters. Your sharing could be the spark that lights another's way. Thank you for being part of this transformative journey. Go forth, carrying these insights with you, and may you be abundantly blessed in all that you do.